Мы в эфире.
We're on the air. We can start.
Мы в эфире, можем начинать.
Yeah, we're on. Good morning, dear colleagues, participants. This is the second day. We started yesterday, very tight schedule. We move on. We'll have two panels today. For 2 hours, we'll talk about art therapy and art pedagogics in educational institutions. And then at 2:15 p.m., clinical and social aspects of art therapy. A lot of speakers today, several minutes into the session. So let us stick to the agenda time-wise. Let's rather be brief. Please measure up your time, 13 minutes, so that we would have some time for Q&A. If everybody sticks to this plan, then we can have time for conclusions at the end. Art therapy is now developing in many countries, Russia being no exception. And one of the priorities, obvious priorities, judging by the situation in our country, is the educational system. This is a very important mission we're talking about, not just socialization, not just upbringing, but also forming the basis for wellness and healthy well-being for children and students, those who work in these institutions, these specialists, not just specialists in education, but psychologists as well. We know that in other countries, we might have other specialists working in this sphere, but the goal is common: preserving health, physical and mental health in children. Also, they form new methodological instruments, approaches, and I'm very happy that we have a lot of aspects covered within our panels today. Over to the first speaker, Zhanna Ivanovna Glazunova. The use of art therapy in the process of supporting orphancy children or children remained without parental supporting in substitute families. Dear colleagues, I would like to welcome everybody. Without parental supporting. In Lipetsk, we have, orphans and children without parental care placed in foster families are faced with diverse and varied tasks by society. These include adapting to new social environments, to new social roles, new social requirements, integrating them into the educational space, taking into account the nature of their family status. Traumatic, unexperienced experience that the foster child enters into a substitute environment, the very background of the child, which can be filled with deprivation experiences, broken attachment, neglect, physical or sexual abuse, poverty, loss of loved ones, and significant people in life, many other negative experiences, is deeply rooted in the child's soul. It is an inhibiting mechanism in the successful completion of social tasks. Traumatic experiences interfere with the foster child's full development, successful integration into the substitute family, and adaptation to new social conditions. This is all manifested in emotional behavioral reactions, which are perceived by caring adults as difficult behavior. Difficulties in psycho-emotional and personal development of a child are explained by the fact that each separate side of the psychic setup, mapping, orienting, object transforming, regulating, and self-regulating, communicative, is generated in systemic interaction with other functions. The integral structure of the psyche, its interrelation and interaction of its components allow and influence in some of its sides to cause changes in its other manifestations, making it possible to influence certain sides of the child's psychic setup and develop it comprehensively. In this sense, the competent art therapeutic influence aimed at working through the traumatic experience of the adopted child will allow him or her to make not only visible changes in the objective world, but also might change him or herself, mobilizing internal resources. Methodologically accurate psychopedagogical corrective developmental program realized together with the surrogate parent um, promotes psychological rehabilitation of the child, making it possible to level out the traumatic experience and create the preconditions for a qualitatively different identification with the surrogate family. An important feature and problem area is the process of um, supporting orphans and children. So it's the I identity, which is problematic. As a member of both birth and foster families, children are in constant process of self-identification, gathering their unique identity bit by bit. The leading role in this process is played by the substitute parents' motivation to mutually identify with the adopted child. Various polymodal art therapeutic techniques provide participants of support with additional opportunities for self-expression and comprehension of the processes occurring in the family, and as a result, influence intra-family communication, which promotes a soft exit from the arising crisis. A crisis in substitute family, from parent-child conflict to conflict between blood and adopted children in the family, all the way to marital conflicts, that it is not resolved in time, it can lead to emergency situation. He receives, foster child receives a negative experience of secondary orphanhood. And even in a situation where the substitute family is preserved, the very process taking place in the family and the attitude of family members towards the child during this period are extremely traumatic for the child. The substitute parent, as the primary social and personal resource for the child, drops out of the child's life for an indefinite period of time. The central task for specialists here is psychological support for the child, aimed at finding the child's own personal resources and helping him or her to overcome his or her re-traumatization. Most of the emergencies and crises that arise in substitute families are caused by psychological problems of the substitute parents. This is connected with the prehistory of the substitute family, the parents' own unprocessed traumatic experiences, infertility, failed IVF attempts, frozen pregnancies, miscarriages, loss of a blood child, broken marriage, divorce, history of neglect, sexual or emotional abuse, timely psychological assistance provided in advance or in advance of training at the foster parent school, for example, through art therapy, helps them define their true needs, interpersonal, and contributes to an understanding of their true motives for accepting a child into the family, which allows them to revise their expectation for substitute parenthood. All of the above and many other aspects of supporting orphans and children without parental care who have been placed in foster care, making the process of supporting a child and family multifaceted and impossible to predict. Specialists need to maintain a flexible professional position to be able to restructure the program in accordance with the changes occurring in the family, to implement a comprehensive support as quickly and effectively as possible, and to shift the focus from the expert role of the specialist to the therapeutic role. In the majority of non-standard situations, this problem can be solved by means of introduction of resources of polymodal art therapy into the process of realization of the psychological and pedagogical program. The psychological and pedagogical model of art therapy, borrowing fundamental theories in psychology, education, science, art, culturology, it actualizes multiple individual, personal, spiritual, moral, creative, and social cultural potential. A practical example might be the development and implementation and on the basis of a family center of psychopedagogical programs, such as We Are a Happy Family and Patchwork for Clothes, in order to substantiate the practice of art therapy work with substitute families, the ideas and principles of the ecological and dynamic approach to psychological support of a substitute family, the domestic model of clinical system art therapy predominantly in its psychological and pedagogical vector, and the identification model borrowed from positive psychotherapy. This is what was used. The introduction into daily practice of polymodal techniques involving the use of several expressive modalities or means of creative expression promotes greater involvement of members of the foster family in the process of corrective and developmental work. In work with substitute family members, various methods and forms are used in various combinations and sequences and include visual activity, music, movement, dance, role play, and creative narrative activity. The use of various visual materials and techniques, painting, clay, collage, natural materials, books, boxes, textiles, threads, found objects, photographs, as well as the creation of masks, the use of performance and rituals allows, first of all, to activate communication between members of the substitute family. The foster child and the foster parent get a new polysensory experience, have an opportunity to express their repressed feelings in a socially acceptable way. In the process of work, the creative potential of the child and the parent is revealed. Through that, they gain positive experience of spending time together, and thus favorable conditions for the formation of secondary attachment are created. The ecological dynamic approach, I'm going to skip that. I think this is what we can do away with. We are a happy family is aimed at children in the age from 6 to 9, and the form of work is individually with a child, in pairs or mini groups with siblings, individually with a surrogate parent, or in groups. Child-parent pairs, level of support is, well, there are 3 levels of support: basic, emergency, and crisis. The goal of the program is psychological and emotional support, and for the goal is to form attachment between the parent and the child. The key tasks of psychological support: we investigate the causes of dysfunction in the family, we inform parents about the causes and ways of solving the problem, we motivate parents to make positive changes in the family, mobilize the parents' personal resources, restore the psychological health of the child, form a secondary attachment between parent and child in the foster family, develop the parenting competence of foster parents. We have several stages: stage 1, diagnostic; stage 2, informational; stage 3, practical; stage 4, control. Next, art therapy program for the formation of foster child self-identity is called Patchwork. Clothes is focused on supporting the personal potential of the surrogate parent, foster parent, and the foster child. So this is done with the consent of the legal representative, child's biological relatives, for instance. The level of support: emergency and crisis, searching for the child's own personal resources, with a transition to the basic level. The program goal is to provide psychological, pedagogical, and social assistance to a foster family aimed at helping the foster child develop a healthy self-identity. Our objectives are listed here: to explore a foster child's perception of himself or herself, his or her blood or foster family; supporting and revealing the child's creative potential, awareness of oneself and one's own boundaries, forming the skill of expressing emotions and feelings, developing the ability to analyze and own your own emotional experiences, developing the skill of presenting your own feelings and emotions to others, assistance in accepting and overcoming situations of loyalty conflict with blood and foster families, developing the ability to analyze the nature and dynamics of different social situations, developing the ability to understand other people's emotions, tolerance, communication skills, forming a positive image of the self and the other in a foster child, forming a sense of responsibility for actions, forming the need for self-development and self-improvement, developing the skill of setting goals and achieving them, forming a positive model of the future, a positive picture of the world, development of creative self-identity. Implementation of the program is designed for 1 year with regular meetings twice a week. The program is variable, taking into account the actual needs, relevant needs of a foster child. It is possible to increase the number and duration of sessions to work on one of the aspects. Its separate elements can act as independent and single sessions with a child and sessions in a child-parent couple. It allows for parallel use of various psychological and pedagogical and social programs to help and support the child, as well as tools for interactive communication between the foster parent and the child, such as the life book, archive, life map, echo card of the child, family tree, etc. There are several stages of corrective and developmental work. Stage 1, exercises in order to achieve a feeling of safety during this period. So in order to understand the relevant context, psychologist finds way to help the child adapt to the new conditions, new setting. Key goals are creating safe space for the child, supporting the child. In order to achieve a feeling of safety during this period, art therapy techniques are appropriate in which the child creates visible objects in various ways and means that reflect an atmosphere of safety. As a rule, they make these bunkers, not houses. The second stage is the search for resources for the child, both intrasubjective and external intersubjective. Also, the resources of the cultural environment, the national and regional traditions reflected in craft, folklore, art, and historical facts as a possible part of the ancestral history of the adopted child. The resources of the natural environment, the surrounding animal world, objects of wildlife, and the involvement of the child to wildlife and its potential. During this period, art therapy exercises with the child's name, body image, various paired activities with receiving and supporting parent, such as a sibling. The child's work with natural materials is with. Okay, third stage is work with the foster child's traumatic experiences, during which the child is offered a variety of games and exercises to help him or her react to the traumatic experience. Nonverbal means of expression are used predominantly here, with possible inclusion of art therapy means, with application of various forms of creative self-expression and graphic means, including drawing, painting, molding, collage, photography, etc., which are supplemented with means of musical and dramatic expression, elements of literary creativity, movements, and dances. Children during this period prefer to make a mess, mischief, tear paper, ruin work, spill water, smear and splatter paint, get dirty and messy. The fourth stage is aimed at rethinking or changing the meaning of a traumatic situation for the child, distancing him or her from traumatic events and people, separating the child from the traumatic situation of the past, and opportunities to reevaluate experience. At this stage, there is overcoming of consequence of mental trauma, creation of the so-called other life story with another ending, actualization of positive events. So this is a great strategy, director, like stage manager game, and life in retrospect. The fifth stage is the summary. The expected result is that the foster child is aware of his or her self-worth, has many resources and is aware of them, now has plans for the future, believes in his or her strengths and capabilities. Again, cards of positive moments, my future collage. So flexible position of facilitator in the process of practical work with the help of art therapeutic tools and that focuses on the needs and peculiarities of the substitute family members in their condition, makes it possible to provide support in a soft, ecological way without intruding into the personal space of the family, working through the inner resources of family members. And the belief here is vital that the main cure comes from within. Art therapy is the practice. It's a reminder of the inexhaustible resourcefulness of creativity and human relationship. Thank you for your attention. Alexander, please switch on your microphone. We can't really hear you. Жанна Ivana, thank you. You exceeded the time limit. I have to give the floor over to the next speaker.
So if we have a couple of minutes at the end of the session, we'll come back to your talk. And now I give the floor to Victoria Shustova, talking on art therapy with children of preschool and young school age to overcome fears. Alexander, this is Tatiana, the organizer. Victoria is having a technical glitch. let's hear Lilia Sharafeva.
Right. The next on is the report by Lilia Sharafeva. You are very welcome. Use of eco-psychological approach to architectural and landscape organization of educational space. Let me just set things up here. F5, please share the, make it wider. Yeah, here we go. Good morning, everybody, dear colleagues, participants of our meeting today. This is my topic. Alexander Ivanovich has already introduced it. So let's move on straight on to what I wanted to tell you. Two major things, the way we work with educational environment. How can we go through with the psychological approach when making this educational environment? Who are the participants? Children, educators, parents, everybody involved in this process here. The number one thing, the educational environment, and this is Slobodchikov saying that, begins to form from the moment of meeting of the educator and those who are educated, when they jointly begin to design and build it as a subject and resource of their joint activity. So this is what the approach is based on. On the other hand, so this is a specially or bounded set of opportunities for personal development arising in the course of its interaction with its social and spatial subjective environment. So it's fluid. It's not something set in stone. It's something which is fluid, which we create together with the participants of educational process when we interact with each other. Right. All in all, if we look at the polycentric concept of interacting with landscape environment, polycentric, what does that mean? When we have both people and nature involved in this landscape, we also have the technical element, objects, we also have the idea and laws we live by, universal laws, atmosphere, divine laws, spiritual laws. So these are the poles, these are the axes of coordinates where people interact with the environment they find themselves in. We have to look at the context of this environment. We have our joint project with Svetlana Pastukhova, and Svetlana will talk about it later, I'm sure. The space of the specialized school at the town of Gryazi, Lipetsk Oblast, the space inside the school, the space outside the school, playgrounds, clubs, other elements, workshops. So that's the internal space, but the outside landscape and environment is also to be taken into account. The city infrastructure, housing just outside the door of the school. Yes, we will work with these elements as well. We include this into our studies. For example, botanical garden in the city of Tver, in the city of Moscow, St. Petersburg, all these elements play a big role in for this environment. How do you get there? How do you find your route there? What is the way to find it? So we pay attention to this constituent, this element as well. We study what's happening inside to educational environment as emotional text of sorts, which influences our perception. We, as children, as adults, we get into this environment, we get acquainted with its structural element, we see landmarks, real or metaphorical, small scale architectural forms, functional zones where interaction with space takes place. These are the ways which are set through this space in the limit of that space. You can imagine where the limits of boundaries are not, it could be either as a shrub, hedge, or some other kinds of fences. These are the boundaries. The way the boundary is set influences our psychological state, which we find ourselves in within this space. We pay attention to other aspects. Soil condition, maybe we do not pay attention to soil, but indirectly it does influence us, whether we have bodies of water, artificial or natural, the variability of landscape relief, whether it goes up or goes down, whether there are hills, whether there is a variety of plants and shrubs, whether we have contrasting textures, hard, soft surfaces, combination of color scheme. This is also a part of landscaping and environment. So what is really important is the way this environment changes in time, taken into account. This is the kind of educational sphere where children and students, they are placed here 24/7. So the environment should be in sync with our own biological rhythm. We have stages in its development, and this is to be reflected with what we see in this landscape. For us, it is important to make sure all the functions of landscape are actively working. What can be given here? A recreational function, scientific research function, curing factor. There are various levels of interaction which define the emotions that we feel here, which are stimulated here. So the information that we get from this environment. Also, spiritual contact, spiritual ideas, which we use when creating the interaction between people and environment. Other functions of landscape, beauty, aesthetics. For example, I'm admiring the sunset. Well, these are images from The Little Prince, admiring the sunset, admiring beautiful tree, plant. We create this relationship, bonds between the Little Prince and the fox. Also, the pragmatic aspect. I am making a scrambled egg using the heat of the volcano. I'm studying stars. I'm traveling between worlds. And I'm taking care of plants and flowers. I'm watering the flowers. So what is being learned here? How to care, how to protect, how to cover up, how to plant trees, how to take care of others. And this is a key aspect of our educational approach. So development, evolution of environment and space here. So the functions here are rest and recreation, for instance. They're all listed here. And emotional impact is important for us. There are 4 basic factors. The power factor, there's this hierarchy, activity factor, whether we're actively building these bonds, these connections to other people. The distance factor, are these connections remote or close, and the factor of valence, evaluations. We perceive the environment as our own, as something which is hostile. Does it give us stress? Does it give us anxiety? Or we perceive it as something comfortable and something developing for us, something that helps us develop our inner world. And to that end, we build structural elements. We have to take into account the structural element, focal points, landmarks, some really unique elements, then pathways, ways of moving and communicating in space. So for our special school, we don't really have that many pathways. Okay, next one is boundaries. This is an information center and nodes, information centers, concentration of functions and different scenarios of behavior that allows to navigate in this environment and involve interaction. Levels of interaction. There are 5 levels. The first one is direct sensory. There is a recognition of sensual characteristics at this level, emotionally mediated. That's the second one. Third, sign mediated. Fourth, personally mediated. And finally, spiritually mediated. The tasks of diagnosing the educational spaces in emotional and figurative text. Here we have to define motivation of interaction of the person with the nature and the character of influence of personal features of the person on perception of the environment and interaction with it, reveal the value of structural elements, and the technology of designing their architectural and landscape organization. These are the key elements. They are listed in this list here. Analysis of the results of the study of the external context, analysis of historical and archival and contemporary information messages. So preparation of materials. This is what we can do to feel the space, to feel the context we function in. Zhanna referred to this in her report. It's important to feel the connection with the particular place you find yourself in. This is how you find yourself comfortable there. Preparation of materials, organizing a design session, working in as individually, working in mini groups, having an overview tour, working in pairs, and then building some models and processing the received materials and developing projects of art therapeutical landscape for our boarding school at the city of Gryaz, Lipetsk Oblast. Zones have been defined according to their functionality and their relevance to the 4 seasons of the year. The spring zone is the plants with different textures, which help with living through different conditions, from emotionally relaxed to concentration. Summer is clay, again, different colors and different textures, different smells too. Plants have been selected for aroma garden in a special way so that we would develop this aspect of sensory perception to fall. Parts of trees are used for the fall section, and then winter zone, stones, minerals, sand, variety of stones, again giving us variety of sensory impressions. Okay, so some results are shown here on slide. I think this is pretty much it. If there's time for questions, I'll be happy to answer some of those. We have to move on. So sorry. I think I'll have to give the floor to Natalia Stepanchuk.
Who will tell us about the use of the possibilities of impressive art therapy in the process of psychological and pedagogical support to children and adolescents. Let me share my screen. Can you see everything? Yes, but please press F5. I think I have, but it's not doing anything though. It's not working. Oh well, maybe it will work somewhat later. So I would like to start with the fact that in 2017, WHO published a document on the health of adolescents, which emphasized that adolescents are very enthusiastic and need to be involved in the events directed at positive development, especially in the case of contemporary crises and in overall instability. So this goal is furthered by events aimed at developing adjustment and developing social skills, resilience and empathy. We know that different types of creative activities can have preventive and developmental effects. And we agree with Alexander Kapitin, who believes that it is important to include art therapy into the educational process for adolescents, both expressive and impressive, which has a wide range of possibilities. I'm a great fan of impressive art therapy, so I'm very happy to share this. We normally use already existing art objects by renowned artists. We also agree with Langford, who believed that an individual should be open to the perception of art through rejecting all prior ideas and prejudices in its evaluations. So we believe that it's possible to use in our work unknown art pieces as well as art pieces by beginning artists. There are different ways to analyze and interpret an art object. However, we developed an analysis model that on the one hand is oriented on the psychophysiology and general psychology and activating psychological processes. And on the other hand, it is oriented at the interaction with other artists through their work. So let us take a closer look at the way analyzing art pieces impacts the psychological processes. It impacts sensation and lowers the sensitivity to authority threshold. Perception, a professional view of the artist is developed, and it is conducive to familiarizing oneself with a different view of the world. Attention is being developed, and the ability to distinguish between useful information and noise. Memory is also developed. It's conducive to learning to categorize the drawing and thought. The ability to think, to broaden one's outlook, to broaden one's independence and critical thinking as compared to copy-paste. Active imagination develops the ability to penetrate beyond the surface of the drawing. Emotions and feelings are also developed. Also, a person sets one's personal bar and formulates one's internal standards. When we're talking about the impact on psychic states, when we're talking about personality, Here, it's possible to improve the spiritual well-being and to create the mood as a background conducive to creative activity. If we're talking about the impact on intellect, the thought becomes more powerful, more original, more subtle. States of consciousness are also being impacted. A person learns to use trance states and to enter the domain of untold feelings that unfold in the internal world, and perceiving information about another person, and start seeing art as a way for the author to tell us something about the inner world. So how do we choose pieces for analysis? We diagnose the problem area for the child, and then we choose an age-appropriate piece. So, for example, for older adolescents, we used the work by contemporary Chinese artist Liu Dan called Dictionary. It was created in 1991, and I personally was greatly impressed by it, and I'm going to show it on the next slide. At the same time, the work is going to be very effective even if we go around the burning issues, because this creates more psychological safety. So this is the painting. And I was also very impressed by the interview with the artist, who tells a very detailed story of its creation, of the emergence of the thought image, the story of China, the story of so while I was analyzing this painting, I learned a lot about the history of China and the life of the artist. And I tried to convey this to my students. So if we're talking about younger children, they have lower levels of abstract thinking. So the pictures for analysis needs to be simpler and more specific. So we can start with find 10 differences exercises. This type of exercise creates a positive emotional state and also develops the search activity. This is a very, very simple exercise, but it has now transformed into a universal analytical tool that can identify resources and sources of anxiety, both for adults and for children. For adolescents, we sometimes chose works by art college students, and the information that we gathered influenced both the artists and the children doing the analysis. They could reevaluate their own behavioral models. Viktoria Baykova, a young artist, drew this drawing, and this is an illustration of a Russian saying, which goes something like, while one plows, the others are at the side of the field. I think this is a situation and the pains and the issues faced by the main character are familiar to all of us at some point in our life. So to conclude, art objects reflect cultural attitudes and contain elements of emotional feeling and not just logical conclusions. They give us an opportunity to develop creativity, activate psychological processes, become a more sensitive, more attentive person, and also more humane, which is more important. The analysis drives a genuine interest in the culture of other peoples and shapes a tolerant point of view in life. There are certain difficulties related to this exercise. They are the fear of the unknown, resistance, tension, fixation on the pragmatic aspects of life. Analysis requires a lot of effort, a lack of high-quality information sources. However, the art pieces for analysis are effective, universal, and are conducive to positive development of children and adolescents. So here are some references that could be useful to you, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Natalia. So since we agreed to leave the questions until the end of the session, if there's time, we could summarize everything at the end. So I'm sorry, but let us move on and take notes. Take notes so that you don't forget what you wanted to say while you're listening to other talks. So,
over to Svetlana Pastukhova, the use of art therapy methods in psychological and pedagogical support of students with special educational needs. Good morning, Svetlana. You can also press F5 to switch on the microphone. Can you hear me, dear friends? Alexander Ivanovich, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very well. Great. I'm happy to welcome everyone. I'm happy to see everyone. It's a great pleasure talking to you and talking with you. So, the use of art therapy methods in psychological and pedagogical support of students with special educational needs. This is the Trajectory Continuous Education Center. In my report, we'll touch upon the methods and practices of art therapy, which we find successful. And we'll talk about correctional work with our students and psychological correctional work with our students. I'd like to point out, and so these are the key categories which are being touched upon in my story. Psychological pedagogical support, which is a system of pedagogical measures on creating educational process with all the subjects, giving the conditions for support for children with special needs. We'll also talk about art therapy, which is an innovative technology in social pedagogics. We use creative activities of children and adolescents as the means of inclusion and psychological and pedagogical support of them, a way to realize their creative potential and make them socially active. Clinical aspects of art therapy at the moment, we are not really concentrating on medical aspects of art therapy in our work for a number of reasons. Facilitation and mentorship are the key forms of this support, and the major role of the facilitator is I use these forms in my work. I'd like to thank Alexander Ivanovich, because facilitation, the very notion of facilitation and facilitatorship, I got this notion from him when I was a student at his art therapy course. Psychological support is another aspect of this. A lot of colleagues talk about facilitation as a method in education. It's one of the most actively used methods being used in advanced educational science today, and this is really a great method, especially when working with special needs students. Basically, facilitation and mentorship is based on trust relationship between the teacher and student. So facilitation is different from mentorship, because mentorship is when we transmit experience, and this is the strategy which helps students realize their inner potential and cope with difficulties. and my colleagues use these methodology very actively. We can say that the methods of art therapy are used at every stage of psychological and educational facilitation. You see them here on this slide, and today I'll talk about how my colleagues work. We represent Trajectory Center, and I'll talk about our practical work. I'd like to say that, well, I work with our students. This is the third stage, individual psychological and pedagogical assistance inside the educational facility. So the third one, but also we really highlight the importance. I'd like to thank Alexander Ivanovich. Well, our team of teachers, your seminar Art Way really influenced our practices a lot. Here we see all the methods that we use. Art therapy, clay therapy, sand therapy, bibliotherapy, fairy tale therapy, etc. We use all these, we use these formats. So classes where we use these forms, those could be correctional developmental class, additional education class, extracurricular class, and art technique, art practice classes. And you can use these techniques there. Well, we understand quite distinctly that not every lesson can be structured in this non-linear way. As we all know, it's very important to create therapeutical environment and therapeutical relationship. This is the class where we have lessons. So I teach here both as an educator and psychologist using art therapy methods as a part of my professional experience. And I can point out that today our psychological pedagogical service is actively using art therapy methods. It's really quite important. It is something that we use on a regular basis. This can be a closed environment. Still, you can leave the boundaries of this environment, of this space. What is more, everything that's required to use clay and ceramics as art therapy means everything is found in this classroom. For that, also in my practice, I actively use drawing therapy, multimedia, narrative, storytelling therapy. Here you see they use art constructor, which is a tool developed by Kopytin and Cherenkov. So additional elements, for me, they're important. It's an important way to get to know your students. This method has proven to be very effective. Children respond to it very well, are ready to participate, and it develops them and their personal potential without doubt. And it is an important aspect of psychological pedagogical support. What is good about it? We can use this method with colleagues. There's some basic material you can build on it. You can keep using it in your practice, and you can make notes as a specialist for future use. Okay, next technique as a teacher, as an artist, as a specialist in art therapy, I can use these things as well. So that's clay and ceramics in art therapy. As you can see on the slide, this ceramic beads, we use this methodology in class. You can use this practice in various ways. So, for example, my current state, my goals. This method has a variety of ways to apply it. And at our trajectory center, trajectory is the name of our center, we keep using this method too, and we use it in various ways. I haven't really published any articles on this issue, but I believe it has really great potential for that. Going on, so this methodology has been described, the methodology of art therapy. I keep working with this method. It really has proven to be quite useful. As I am a specialist in ceramics myself, I know how to do it. And so I can help students in this practice. I can help them with my skills and knowledge because I'm a specialist in this particular kind of arts and crafts. They understand that we can actually develop their skills here. So this is where facilitatorship and mentorship are fully realized, so to speak. So this is where we can interact with students. And I believe the work here went very well. This was called this magical pot. So birds which have left their nests, another cycle. It's actually the first time I'm showing these photographs. Our students, we gave this task to them. Could you please show yourselves as these little birds, as fledglings, and this is how they imagine or envision their life. And so we are to have an art exhibition with these images. Well, we had to introduce some changes due to the COVID pandemic. We didn't really go ahead with the exhibition idea, but still, this is a practice which helps us unite children, make them think about their future. Masks, yet another method which we use. I use this method. So at one of the art way sessions with Alexandra Kapytin, we created some of these masks too. So they make these masks, and we also use them for our sort of theatrical performances that they engage in after they make the masks. What I have to point out, it's not just, they're not just made of clay, they're also processed in kiln, so they are sturdy, they are rigid, you can place them underwater, they are quite, they're not so fragile. So one of our students created this mini theater with masks and suggested they go ahead with the theatrical performance. So they did that with his classmates, and so the student now sees himself in a new light. he sees himself and his classmates, his colleagues in a new light. I was really happy. And the next one is the state, the kingdom. This is the title. Again, great practice. I think we'll keep on using that. I'd like to point out that we use not just clay, we use ceramics too, and that's clay processed in kiln. This is a way to revitalize our professional community. I'm really grateful to my colleagues for having this opportunity to interact with them. Thank you for attention. Here's my contact information. I'll be happy to see everyone, and all the best to you. So Victoria Olegovna Shustova is here, and she is ready to go ahead with her report.
She's going to tell us about art therapy with children of preschool and young school age to overcome fears. So Victoria, the floor is yours. We can't hear you. Hello? Hello, can you hear me now? Yes. So I'd like to share my screen now. Can you see anything? Can you see my presentation? No, not yet. What about now? Yes. Can you press F5 and F5 is not working somehow.
Показ слайдов есть.
You can show. So can you press view slides in the main menu? Higher. Design. Right. Move your cursor to the right. Yes. Press this. Now start. Okay. Thank you. Great. Good job. A child's psychological development is predetermined by their emotional well-being. However, an important role is played not only by positive emotional, but also by the negative emotional that have a negative impact on the overall psychological attitude of the child and the child's activities, both in learning and in play. In the recent years, experts have noted a growth in childhood fears, and these experts are Abramova, Dubrovina, Spivakovskaya, and others. Statistics show that 50% of parents who come for psychological help are worried by their children's fears, and that goes for both preschoolers and school children. However, what the clients want, their original request from the psychotherapist normally has something to do with something other than fears. Parents normally complain that their child refuses to go to kindergarten or to attend school. The child is behaving aggressively towards his or her peers or adults. Incontinence, nervous tics, stuttering. Initial consultations include a diagnostic session, and we conduct a diagnosis of emotional and will domain, and we use projective techniques such as a family of animals, a school in the woods, a Rorschach ink blot test, tree drawing, metaphorical maps, the world of emotions, and from the chest of the past. We also use the following methods and techniques: ethno-functional structured interview by Sukharov, the hand test by Wagner, a projective test for school anxiety. That the choice depends on the age of the child and the parent's complaint. The experience of fear has to be differentiated from anxiety and worry. It is very important to be able to differentiate between fear and anxiety to find the right way to help the child. And unlike fear, anxiety is an experience of a distant and unclear danger and threat. In the presence of a realistic objective threat, we can talk about fear, but when we're talking about concerns that do not have a clear and objective foundation, we can only classify this as anxiety. Persistent fears show that a child is unable to cope with his or her feelings and is unable to control them. And throughout creative activities, children gain an experience of controlling their emotions. Each child is a precious gem, and managing their emotional domain is sophisticated jeweler's work. And the art therapy techniques that are considered the most effective way to influence the emotional domain. Art therapy impacts the patient in many ways, and art uses a symbolic form in order to restructure the traumatizing situation and makes it possible to resolve it through restructuring. And restructuring is founded on the creative capacity of the person. We choose the method for the child depending on the type of fear and personal characteristics of the child. When we work with children from 4 to 7, we have had successful outcomes with drawing therapy, fairy tale therapy, sand play therapy as one of the types of play therapy. Preschoolers find it very hard to describe their feelings verbally, but drawing their fear is something that they find much easier to do. And the very process of drawing the fear is therapeutic in itself. And the experience of feelings and sensations throughout the creative activity is also very important here. Children express their feelings and emotions, and sand play therapy helps very much with that. The structure and the texture of sand is very beneficial for the tactile stimulation. It stimulates nervous endings. And children also use small toys, and that contributes to the development of their creativity, imagination. Unconsciously, a child acts out a situation of concern. And we agree with many experts, including Alexander Kapityn and Lebedeva and others, that sound is a very good means of correcting fears. And sand play therapy for preschoolers is play. It's a place where they can set their imagination free. It's a process supported by their unconscious. There are no rules, there are no specific techniques, and therefore there's no reason for the child to be disappointed. Whatever they do is good and necessary. The main advantage of this method is that a child can build their own world in a 3D space. And they build a model of their micro-universe and feel like they're the creators of their universe. Also, in working with peers, we use play therapy. According to Piaget, play is a bridge between a specific experience and abstract thinking. And the symbolic function of play is the most important in correctional work in general and in overcoming fears in particular. For children, acting out their and playing out their feelings and their experience is the most dynamic and healing activity. Unconsciously, children play out their past experiences and let them dissolve in new relationship patterns and new perceptions. By manipulating toys, they gain a priceless experience of living through their fears in a comfortable and safe settings with the support of the therapist. It sometimes happens in our work that the child does not like the toys that we offer. And then the child makes the decision to make the doll they need themselves from the things lying around. And this process of making their own dolls is also therapeutic and is very effective as such. After a session like this, we often get feedback from the parents that the fear has been overcome successfully, and using the therapeutic doll later makes it possible to strengthen the positive effect. Fairy tales are also a very good way for psychological correction work and for overcoming fears. And the main advantage is it is a very natural way of developing the plot line, and that there is no didactic element. Fairy tales are a tool of learning and healing at the same time. They are a way of popular psychotherapy, and they have been that long before psychotherapy received any official status at all. Fairy tales are medicine. They have healing powers, and they do not make us do anything, act in any way. We can only sit there and listen to them. In our work, therapeutic fairy tales are normally created for each particular child. And before we write the tale, we find out information about the child's favorite fairy tale characters from the parents, or maybe characters from animated films, and the child's favorite character finds him or herself in a traumatizing situation, finds a resolution, experiences positive feelings and expresses them through positive emotions. To strengthen the positive effect, the text of the fairy tale is then given to the parents so that they can read the fairy tale over and over again as many times as the child feels necessary. And normally, children unconsciously help themselves by asking the parents to read this therapeutic fairy tale several times until they overcome their fear. Along with traditional art therapy techniques, with young school children and adolescents, we used innovative techniques such as neurographics. Neurographics is creative management of one's reality. And neurographics is a tool of resolving psychological issues, including overcoming fears through graphics. With the help of the neurographic line and geometric shapes such as circles and ovals. And when we're working with fear, we need to keep talking to it. And we use the technique of commented drawing. We ask the child questions. Where are you now? Where are you going to be? And we offer them to draw the path of courage. And at the end of the project, there's probably a connection glitch. Victoria is probably having a connection glitch. Let's wait for her for another minute. She will probably have to restart the computer and re-enter the session. So you're online. I understand that the time is of the essence, and Victoria was able to make the larger part of her presentation, so I suggest that we move on and listen to Svetlana Kurjokina about intergeneration art therapy as a means of psychosocial support for children, adolescents, and the elderly.
Я не вижу, как. Где мне?
So what do I press now?
Нет.
No, that's not it. Wait a second.
Да, все хорошо.
Ой. Так, здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Я представляю
Dear colleagues,
государственное образовательное автономное
I
учреждение
represent the State Educational Autonomous Institution for Continuing Education of the Yaroslav region, Center for Children and Youth. And my talk is devoted to intergeneration art therapy as a means of psychosocial support for children, adolescents, and the elderly.
Сейчас у меня
There is a line I would like to not see in the middle of my presentation. I'm sorry for this delay. I'm sorry, I can't remove this phrase that covers my presentation, the text that I was planning to say. We can see everything. There are no, so if you can read the text, go on.
Нужно уменьшить текст, чтобы я его видела. У меня
Well, I need to make the text smaller because half of my text is actually closed for me. I can't see it. Well, so you can go back to the previous format of the presentation. How do I do that? I'll begin. So the core of new education is the humanistic paradigm. It's human orientedness and its orientation on the ability to form one's identity and to promote intellectual and spiritual development. Supplemental educational programs become more important as they are conducive to the formation of one's own worldview and the development of motivations and capabilities. So it is very important to search for new approaches. We need to implement and develop new health-preserving techniques in education, and those include art therapy and art pedagogy. And I would like to present an intergenerational art therapy technique, the project grandfathers and grandmothers were drawing together, and the psychosocial program for children, adolescents, and the elderly with an environmental approach. The project is aimed at strengthening generational bonds and family bonds through environmental ecological art therapy based on self-expression and communication within a multi-age group. The project is aimed at children starting from the age of 7, adolescents, and elderly citizens. The program is run by the children's art studio, The Blue Bird, at the Center for Children and Youth of the Yaroslavl region, together with the Yaroslavl's regional department of Yaroslavl, the Union of the Pensioners of Russia. The goal of the project is to strengthen bonds between generations and within families, to preserve and strengthen children's health, adolescents' health, and senior citizens' health through environmental ecological art therapy based in creative self-expression and communication within a multi-age group. The objectives of the project are psychological and sociocultural integration, strengthening the sense of self, strengthening and reconstruction of biographical and cultural and historical memory, activating social activity of children and adults, forming sense of responsibility for one's environment, shaping cultural values, expanding the creative range, overcoming stereotypical ideas of the content of creative process, developing communication skills, including artistic creativity skills, through systemic transformation within a multi-age group, and also expanding the knowledge on the environment among children and the elderly. The participants of the group learn about the healing power of nature in all seasons. Each participant creates an art sketchbook of our friendship throughout generations. Everything we discussed, all of the themes we cover, has a separate page in the sketchbook. The outcomes are very well reflected in the sketchbooks. We use drawings, we use photographs, and text with descriptions. Every topic being covered is reflected in the sketchbook. Sessions are conducted once a month on Saturdays and take 3 academic hours. And we hope to develop the creative abilities, to give them an experience of creating art objects, to give them a wider understanding of each other's life, to strengthen and improve health, and to improve the atmosphere within the families. This project is based in environmental ecological approach in art therapy, raising awareness of the environment as one of the conditions for the efficiency of rehabilitation and educational events is a current trend in health, industry, and social work and education. These approaches are aimed at using the interaction of humans with their environment, and this is closely related to new concepts of art activities. What, Alexander? What? Well, you only have 5 minutes to go, not more. Okay, because I can see that you have many slides, so I decided to stop you right there. Right, so I will go straight to the work on the art sketchbook, which is a very vivid outcome of the project. I told you that it's called the art sketchbook of our friendship throughout generations, and the author of this title is a 12-year-old boy. And here you can see the covers of sketchbooks. The one on the left was done by a girl of 17, and the one on the right by an elderly woman. So the session starts with singing together. They sing the song "The Blue Bird" that was popular in the 1990s. They do all sorts of art therapeutic activities, and they present their work. And in this picture, you can see the map of the space of friendship, and both the children and the grandmothers and the grandfathers created the space. They say that these sessions give them very good feelings, and a boy of 11 is saying that he made friends with all of the grandmothers. They're all very nice. And the most important thing here is that he says, if I make friends with them, I will make friends with my own grandmother. And an 83-year-old woman tells that she began seeing the children around her, and she feels warm and joyful because of that. So this is a drawing by a girl who demonstrated a symbol of our group, and another grandmother said that a path is a symbol of our group. And of course, children, adolescents, and the elderly participating in the program found it very important. They all say that the atmosphere in their families changed, the children began to understand their own grandmothers. They began finding new topics for conversation. And grandmothers are saying that they're noticing more natural landscape, and they see children, and they have learned to not be irritated by the young. The project is ongoing. It's been going on for 4 years now. And a very important outcome is the strengthening of positive bonds with the cultural and natural environment, and more self-acceptance and self-understanding, and more awareness of one's personal impact on the environment. Harmonization, improved emotional state, strengthening positive bonds with a multi-age group, awareness of one's resources, awareness of one's needs and life perspectives, better psychological climate in the family. And all of this is due to using metaphor in the project in combination with all sorts of creative activities, such as sculpting, drawing, sketching. And it was very important, the very important factor was the interaction with the cultural environment and the natural environment. Part of the sessions take place in a museum, in an art gallery. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Svetlana. And I give the floor to our last speaker.
And now over to Yelena Konstantinovna Pashina, art therapy and art pedagogy in out-of-class education programs. So how do I switch my presentation on? Share the screen, right? This is what I press. Yes, please press share the screen. It's on your desktop. Okay, where is my desktop? I've uploaded my presentation, but I can't really find it. Well, you've got to find your presentation. I can't really see my presentation. How do I find it? Well, you've got to know where it is on in your PC somewhere. Okay, here's my desktop. Maybe in your documents, maybe in files. Yeah, we can probably do it from our side. I can put it on here. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, I'd like to thank the organizers for an opportunity to take part in such an important event. I'd like to say that a lot of issues that I wanted to cover, actually my colleagues talked about them. Natalia Stepanchuk talked about art therapy use, and Svetlana Pastokhova basically dwelled on the same subject. Ms. Kazhakhina did the same. So I'll put it briefly. Let's think about the opportunities given by art therapy practices, both in educational institutions and in family. Educational program is streamlined with state guidelines. In education, whose main task is forming certain very specific kinds of knowledge and skills, getting ready to state exams at the end of the educational period. We've got to understand when to apply the methods of art therapy and art pedagogics. We discussed this earlier in articles and during open sessions and lessons, and today I'd like to point out that the programs being created, programs of extracurricular education and additional education. These programs have been published, and now there is international attention. A professor from Switzerland, Mr. Sartorius, when he talked about the importance of strengthening and protection of health of children, he talked about the necessity to educate parents as well. So today, I'd like to talk about the education of parents and substitute parents, foster parents. And I'll talk about some of the results of our practical work. I'm not going to dwell on theory at large. I'll just show how methodology of our therapy is being changed depending on a particular age group that we work with. We work with children from birth till we'll work with adults till the very old age. So now we'll just see how methods form this bridge between gameplay in class and professional self-determination. Next slide, please. How do I switch to the next slide? Yes, thank you. Here we go. Terminology, we understand it. Can I please ask? Just like, okay, let's keep going. So let's not talk about terminology and about the federal educational standard. This is all very well known. The tasks and goals of education. The objectives include the protection and strengthening of children's physical and mental health. I'd like to talk about the skills which we are to develop during the educational process. General educational, labor, and special skills. Motor coordination, concentration, accuracy of eyesight, verbal instruction, reproductive, cultural skills, art and graphic construction, modeling, driving, wood or metal working. So specific skills for special needs, children for somatic disorders, physical disorders, motoric coordination, concentration skills, accuracy of eyesight, understanding of verbal instruction, and reproductive skills. At the moment, this is the traditional understanding of skills, hard skills, soft skills. let's see which soft skills are the ones which allow us to apply our therapeutical methods in a soft, non-invasive, non-intrusive way. Working in team, responsibility, self-organization, flexibility, proactivity. How do I go back to hard skills? Ability to read, to write, etc. These are the so-called hard skills. Social competences, leadership, intellectual competence, willpower competence. Now I'd like to show you the following image. So activity planning skills. So working with children who live or communicate with substitute families up to the age of 17. And in order to form certain skills and abilities, we work with them individually and in groups. What skills were acquired by a kid who is 6 years old? Preparation of workplace, working on practical tasks, introducing changes, and making these arts and crafts object. Okay, folklore doll, folklore toy. All these objects are made by a 6-year-old child. These are applied in our system of education. We form free movement of hand. This is the skill here. And so art techniques are being used here, lowering hyper tones here, hyperactivity. I'd like to, so these are the textile collages that I wanted to show to you, and this is the next thing, folk art exhibition. Right. Slide number 11. Experimenting art skills. At first, I suggest a variability technique. They learn to interact with each other in team. So we form soft skills here. They show this work to each other, pass it over to each other, and so they work in a team. And then they work with textile, either within patchwork knitting technique or mosaic technique. Well, this work requires great skills from the educator, so you've got to have enough time on your hands to prepare a class like this. And children have to understand what kind of product they get in the end, because they need to see the potential end result. Otherwise, they may not participate. When we tell them it's going to be something like a gift for their mother, something to use in the kitchen, yes, they begin to actively participate. So this is our art exhibition 2019. There's this doll, cushion covers, textile collages that I talked about earlier. Here, art techniques are used in the following way: the selection of material. They can use silk, cotton, leather, wool, etc. They use the particular art technique, the then structuring of the composition. So this is, they are given free hand in applying their creative skills here. I believe this is really important, and there is a lot of potential here. The use of art techniques is important here. Lilia Sharafieva and Svetlana Kozhokina talked about it earlier. Eco art, interior design, making art objects in a free environmental environment. These are the students. So I'm not really touching anything. I'm not really, somebody else is doing that for me. Yes. So skills of working in a team eco art skills are being developed. Next slide, please. A little, yeah, this one here. Folk art exhibition 2021 souvenirs in order to use art therapy techniques. And we remember that we're talking about various formats here, working in at school, in library, at Sunday school. So the result of these classes can be this: souvenir products, and children are happy to give these things to their family members as presents. So as a result of our systematic work with the application of various art techniques and the techniques of art therapy and art pedagogics, they are now familiar with various skills. They know how to work with scissors, with needles, with beads. And what I'm really proud of, these are works by children with multiple developmental disorders. So sensor drawing, they also make souvenirs, postcards, Christmas decorations, alternative communication as an element. So here we worked with a child with Down syndrome. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that it's not always that institutions like ours have art therapists in their rosters. So we also sometimes need to use the services of volunteers. Yes, we have that. And also family support practice uses art therapy techniques as well. How can we apply this? So specific education, if a child now knows how to work in the garden, that child has been playing with water, is happy to see the results of his or her labor, and so that can be further on applied in putting together bouquets and dealing with crafts. And so these are works by children with Down syndrome. And I'd like to say this: even if we don't achieve some kind of a material end result, it's quite clear that art therapeutical and art pedagogical programs help form self-service skills. So self-service skills which were formed in three of our three students, three patients with health limitations. So Bartle index grew from 15 to 80, from 30 to 85. So we see that basic skills keep growing, and now the child feels safe and secure in his or her environment. Next slide, please. They're working with salted pastries, salted flour. This is something our children really love. They make candies, they make cookies and types of pastry, and then they actually tell us that they want to become cooks working in culinary, working in confection. This is how they develop love to these professional skills. So other things are sushi and gingerbreads. Yes, working with textile. At first, they learn how to work with needles, with scissors, how to plan this work in as a textile worker. So again, traditional arts and crafts, modeling types of interior art design, nail design, taking part in competitions. Maybe eventually these very talented children, we detected their talents through art therapy means, maybe they will contribute to the world culture in textile industry as was once done by Paul Poiret. They might create new models, new costumes and dresses for theater productions as the ones made by Tatiana Parfenova. So the application of art therapy techniques in pre-profile and professional education contributes to the development of the student's creative potential, enriches the toolbox of pedagogical methods. It's not just mechanical repetition, but we have many means of soft repetition. This is all aimed at formation and consolidation of special skills, motivation to continue learning, and to engage in successful work in a competitive environment. So it is really important to work with emotional sphere and the sphere of emotion and willpower. So the special role of art therapy for the formation of soft skills is noted in pedagogical practice. So I would like to thank you for attention, dear colleagues. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. I hope everything is fine with the time limit, and we have something like 10 minutes max for Q&A.
Alexander, I wanted to thank you and the colleagues for this very efficient way of exchanging our work techniques and your contribution to the popularization of art therapy. And also wanted to ask you, Alexander and Natalia, to work more on methodology. Because if we're talking of supplemental educational programs, so here's, for example, a ceramic object created in, okay, if we're talking about kintsugi, there's another technique. If we talk about pure art therapy, so here we have replaced all of the materials and minimum, and a child with disability was able to take part. I think we need to somehow summarize, to ask questions, well, a limited amount of questions, of course, well, maybe 2 or 3 or slightly more questions, and try to give brief answers. I can see very good reasons to discuss this in great detail, because we have touched upon some problematic issues, including the ones mentioned yesterday when people mentioned the differences between art therapy and art pedagogy and the ambiguous relationship of those two fields. And maybe we'll have a couple minutes to touch upon that again. So please ask your questions. Maybe you wrote some down, or maybe you remembered them. Okay. So I will try to begin to summarize. But I also would like to invite all of you to say something and maybe elaborate on the topics that I'm going to mention. What we've heard today confirms once again that art therapy is developing in our country, and it's one of the prioritized areas in the educational system. It's an innovative area, and health preserving technology and methodology in art therapy is very significant. And of course, depending on the context, on the type of educational institution, on the type of children, whether they're neurotypical or whether they have developmental disorders. Art therapy and art pedagogy have different goals depending on all that. However, in the recent years, we can see a lot of differentiation between different models of art therapy, pedagogical, clinical, social art therapy. And at the same time, it becomes clearer that it is impossible to delineate between them. They penetrate into each other, they overlap. However, we can identify some priority goals of, say, art pedagogy or some of the aspects of art therapy that have something to do with the pedagogical model of art therapy. And I ask myself once again, how supplemental educational programs, based on your talk, Elena, all supplemental educational programs can be classified as art therapeutic because children are engaged in a creative activity, and this is art activity producing authentic original art objects. So is this enough foundation to call such a program art therapeutic? Or are there some differences that characterize art therapy? And maybe if those things can be done in a supplemental educational program, but it's not exhaustive of all supplemental educational programs. So this is one of the main questions for us. And all of the talks were devoted to educational institutions using art therapy. And of course, the educational system is evolving. There are new educational standards. And we can observe that the work of experts is guided by professional standards that provide for the fulfillment of the state policy in education. And of course, the state policy is driven by the needs of society. However, I think there are certain risks that maybe we trust the directive state policy a little bit too much. So that could make pedagogy shallow, that could turn it into a set of tools of government, and the actual real personality of the teacher, of the child, of the parent goes back into the background. And in the foreground, we have a lot of documentation that we have to submit. And frankly, I'm very tired of this documentation. And it seems like the humanistic paradigm is going to be lost unless we keep vigilant. And unless we keep vigilant and do not trust overly the digitalization and automation, and those things determine a lot in our lives, but they do not determine the most important thing, the attention towards the real individual with evolving needs that cannot always be described by the governmental state standard. And they are the needs not only of the students, but also of the teachers, who also have their unique personality and motivation within the educational system. I understand, yes, Alexander, I understand exactly what you're saying. This is the only way to work. Yes, I just wanted to voice this warning. Yes, remember Lyudmila Lebedeva talked about the opportunities art therapeutic education provides to evening classes at school for improving health, for furthering education. Yes, those projects can be included, but teachers need special training to do that. So questions, do you have any questions? Do you have any responses to our most interesting talks? They're the forefront of our professional activity. working in the educational system. And I have to point out that you have mentioned many times environmental approach, the ecological approach. They are innovative to our vision as art therapists and art teachers. They work with personality within the environment, within the actual, real, ecological, natural, sociocultural, virtual environment. And this environmental and ecological approach makes it possible to see the role of the personality of the adult, of the child, in shaping the environment. They're not just products of the environment, they're the creators of the environment as well. They are included in the cultural creative process, in creating the environment, including the ecological aspect. Unfortunately, we haven't covered the topic of sustainable development today. However, this is one of the priority trends in the world's education. And without it, civilization is moving towards collapse. So we have about 20 years to think seriously about how we need to renovate the educational system and move it towards sustainable development. So maybe we can overcome the inertia of the traditional educational approach, the technocratic education. It has been and it remains technocratic. It has been declared humanistic and liberal arts and person-oriented. However, it does not give an answer of what and who is a person. And it does not provide the environmental ecological foundations of personality. I'm sorry, I'm getting carried away. Of course, the serious implications of the educational system, the degradation of the environment, for example, the human environment, the natural environment. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting carried away. Yes, but Alexander, you know, nothing is done fast in Russia. This is done in Waldorf schools, in alternative schools. Something is being done. It's not as fast as we would like it to be. It's not as exhaustive as we would like it to be. I'm very happy that we heard the environmental approach mentioned today. And that means that our professional community, psychologists, the teachers, and they're the main people working in the educational system, they are turning towards this approach. So, colleagues, would you like to say something? Yes, I wanted to thank all of the speakers. Everyone has a very interesting view on what art therapy is and what art pedagogy is. Are they synonymous or are they different? It is the topic I touched upon yesterday. It's something we discussed yesterday as well. And in some of the talks, I can see that these concepts are not separated and people do not distinguish between therapeutic and educational work. And I'm polarizing them a little bit more on purpose right now. I think it's very important to understand what we are doing. So I'll give you an example. When I was a schoolgirl, long time ago, our maths teacher gave us creative tasks, and we did this with great pleasure, but it was not called art therapy. It was just using creative approaches in education. And I suggest that we do not confuse creative techniques and methods with art therapy that is specifically aimed at the preservation of health, at prevention, at individual work or group work aimed at resolving therapeutic issues that has a psycho-correctional orientation. And I believe that if we understand that, our professional community will be speaking the same language. There will be less confusion and we will be taken more seriously as professionals. So this is my call to you. And thank you very much for the very interesting talk, Svetlana Kozhokina's talk. And I am your great fan. Please carry on this wonderful project. Jana is also doing something absolutely great. And you're all wonderful professionals in what you do, but just remember to know what it is that you're doing.
Yes, hello, dear colleagues. I couldn't have joined you earlier. I just have a small comment. I'm just about to speak in another panel, but I really have to react to Alexander Ivanovich's comment. I work with kids with disorders, with psychological disorders. Whether our system is ready to work with such children with mental disorders, a lot of cultural heritage of mankind, a lot of it has been created by people with mental disorders, sometimes with severe mental disorders. If we were to work with this system in a broader way, if we managed to remove stress even partially, I believe we would have a lot of great works of art so that we would complement the world heritage. Now, this educational task does not let these children to fulfill their creative potential, and they all have it. They all have this creative potential that they actually, it's the most important aspect of their personality, not for all of them, but for some of them. Thank you very much. I believe we only have 5 minutes. Let's have a break. Natalia Rafaelovna, I'd like to direct your attention to the fact that Mr. Shengaev speaks of emotional health of a grown-up. How important is that? We look at the emotional health of the adult first and foremost. For education specialists, art therapy is of primary importance. 5-minute break. Then we continue.
10 секунд. Мы в эфире.
And we're online. So we are continuing the work of our session.
Следующим симпозиумом это
And
клинический
our next symposium is Clinical and Social Aspects of Art Therapy with Children and Adolescents with Mental Disorders and Developmental Disorders. And here we are going to encounter the topic we have touched upon already, and the delineation of social, clinical, and educational aspects. And I think each of the talks is going to give us a different perspective of this. And I hope at the end we have the time to discuss. And please keep to the time limits, talk for no more than 15 to 20 minutes so that we have time to ask questions and to discuss what we have heard. And so I give the floor to Margarita Glazova. Good afternoon. I will share the outcome and the results of the experience of individual art therapy to help children with autism spectrum disorders. I will probably skip the theoretical part. I will just point out that autism spectrum disorders have a multitude of variants, and childhood autism is viewed as a distorted type of development. It's a type of dysontogenesis. And it can, and all experts show great variability in the population of children with this diagnosis. However, they point out that the common features are communication disorders, affective problems, and a difficulty to communicate with a dynamically changing environment. There is observed a growth of cases of autism spectrum disorders. It's very hard to say whether it is autism spectrum disorder or not. There are lots of hypotheses of the reasons of autism, and none of the models describe the whole spectrum of phenomena. However, all experts agree that these children require constant medical and educational support. The concept of support in Russian research was developed at the end of the 1990s. So Vityanova, for example, offered the definition of support as designing an educational environment aimed at maximum realization of a child's potential. There's also work by Adyokina, Bachkova, and Mamaichuk. And they also look at support and use care assistance as synonyms. So in the end, it all comes down to creating beneficial environment and beneficial conditions conducive to the development of the child's potential. Simago lists the following objectives facing the psychologist with working with children like this: is creating boundaries to interaction, helping in organizing the educational process, shaping communicational skills, individual work aimed at shaping the idea of self and the family, and using drawing in correctional work with children with disorders in general and children with emotional disorders in particular is quite great. And this is described in great detail in the work by Baenska. There are some specific features of her method. The method has a correctional aim. It is a directive method. The image has to be attractive to the child, and the drawing becomes more and more complex as the adult provides an emotional commentary and adds more drawn details. And in the process of art therapy, we are using a plot line drawing. However, Baenska herself talks a lot about non-directive and directive approach on the part of facilitator. There is a good evidence base, and here I'm listing a 2014 study that makes it possible for us to believe that art therapy could be useful to help children with ASD in order to uncover their maximum potential. A traditional art therapy includes a variety of art supplies and the work happens in a defined setting. And the client is in the dialogue with the art object. And in order to analyze our work with the children, we analyze the change in the main factors, the therapeutic relationship and the interpretation of feedback. And art therapy I'm going to talk about was conducted at the Educational Center in Orenburg, and the center was founded in 2003, and it uses the principles of curative pedagogy, and our mission is to mobilize every possible resource to provide assistance to children and adults with mental disorders, genetic syndromes, autistic spectrum disorder. And the center has the following staff: developmental pediatricians, special needs experts, speech therapists, clinical psychologists, social worker, physical therapist, psychologist, and arts and crafts teacher. So the children who come to art therapy sessions work with all of those specialists. And art therapy resolves certain general issues and certain individual issues that arise in the process of interacting with the child. So here are some well-known principles behind art therapy. Diagnostics correction, action-oriented, which means that the child has to be involved in various types of activities, taking into account the existing developmental level. Integral developmental analysis, holistic analysis, including variation, amplification of development, enrichment of artistic and creative activity of the child through adding detail to the images, through developing the plot line, making the images more recognizable, and a combination of directive and non-directive approach. Of course, we prefer the non-directive approach. We find it more attractive. And I like those words from Landreth, who believed that personality was above problem, understanding was above explanation, acceptance above correction, direction above therapist's instructions, and the child's wisdom above therapists. So the main objectives formulated in the interaction with children with autistic spectrum disorders are listed in the traditional papers by Nikolskaya, Bayanskaya, and Liebling, and they include the development of social communication, verbal and non-verbal communication, imagination, and adding meaning to activity. Art therapy solves the issues of bonding with the child, increasing psychic tone, releasing internal feelings and sensations. So here are the art supplies that we use. This is not an art classroom. This is a classroom for all sorts of activities. But this is not an obstacle to the art therapy process. And the setting is very comfortable to all children that attended our classes. And now I'm going to talk about the results of our work.
Аутистических расстройств, которые были выделены, вот эти 4 группы в работах Никольских.
Nikolskaya identifies 4 groups of ASD patients. Group 1 is children with the more pronounced issues. They avoid visual contact, do not use speech, and they are constantly moving or they are contemplating. And the main goal here for the art therapist is to create those moments of mutual attention and to keep the child within a mutual experience of a certain impression, and to overcome expressed field trends. The child, of course, is attracted to the dynamic nature of the image. They find it important to experience movement, contemplation, and this flow of those visual impressions. So we use paint more, smearing activities, paint blots, and here you can see some typical art by those children. So these are paintings by a boy we worked with for a short time. He attended 8 sessions within 2 months. The paintings are not very structured, and they are, and those paint blots are seemingly meaningless, and we try to contribute some meaning to them. And we find out from parents about the events in the life of the child. We ask them what places they visited, what impressions the child had, whether they went to any parties, exhibitions, events. And all of this is reflected in the children's drawings. And here you can see an expressed interest in nature. The child likes watching plants and watching butterflies. And he was very much impressed by flying balloons at a party. And we tried to accumulate all of those impressions in the paintings. And then the boy went on to different art supplies. And he liked tracing objects. And the teacher also requested to do some work, that some work is done on fine motor skills. And this was the basis of emotional positive experience. So the star symbolizes fireworks, and this banana symbolizes a party the child attended. And so those positive impressions were also accumulated around those simple drawings. And the child added those dynamic lines to the drawings. And that was the final drawing in our interaction. In most cases, children give their own signal that they are no longer interested in art therapy and that they're willing to finish work. And they started becoming more interested in education. They wanted to go into a classroom and attend lessons. So this is the first time this boy signed his work. It's hard to tell what is depicted here, but this is a structure significant for the child enough to sign the work. And so if we look closer and analyze this example, artistic expression, you can see some dynamic progress. The child progresses from smearing paint and under differentiated drawings. He demonstrates interest in new art supplies, and in terms of therapeutic relationships, he moves on from alienation and autostimulation focus. However, he made visual contact, made body contact, and began hugging the therapist and sitting on her lap, and they started drawing together. In terms of interpretation and feedback, the child's verbal communication was limited, so he was vocalizing pleasure and displeasure, and at the end, he started whispering several words. He practically doesn't speak, but at one of the sessions, he whispered the word paints. So he expressed his wish, and I gave him paints. Group 2, according to Nikolskaya, are most sensitive to specific sensory characteristics of external objects. They make known their limited preferences and have a very negative response to the attempt to change their preferences. And they show a very rigid stereotypical drawing. So here it was a non-directive approach. The child had as much time to create the stereotypical drawing as they needed. So this boy also did not speak, and he attended sessions about twice a week for about 18 months. And for several weeks, he was drawing circles. Every attempt to change something, maybe to draw something inside the circle. So there was an idea that this circle might bring some order into this drawing. However, the child had his own idea of what order was, and from those lines of circles, he moved on to a different type of drawing, a slightly more complex. And then he started coloring the circles with paint, and then he used the paint to trace his hand. And then suddenly he drew a snowman and used the circles, the lines that he already knew how to draw, as the basis of the drawing of the snowman. That was a reflection of something that happened in his life. His mother told us that he made a snowman and was very enthusiastic about it. And then he started drawing hands and did this for a long time. There was a tendency to introduce some common features to those stereotypical images, maybe to draw those lines from circles and hands, and then the child began cutting his drawings out. And then he progressed to tracing his foot. And then he created a number of stereotypical images again. And of course, there were many, many variants of this. And then he began using them to draw a person. So this is the first figure of a person that this boy drew about 7 months into the process of art therapy. He kept on drawing circles and hands. So there was probably some natural progression. And at some point he drew a vase with flowers in it. And that was a vase that he saw at home. And we got this commentary from the mother. And then he started drawing something from his real life, from his environment, something that caught his attention. And afterwards, the drawings became more meaningful, nature, parties, sports competitions. And he again found the use for the stereotypical shapes that he was drawing. And then he began to enrich his drawings. And at some point, I suggested to turn a circle into a bug. And he refused to do that. But then sometime later, he saw it on my notepad. And he took the scissors and cut my bug out. Used it as a sample. And then he wrote several circles and turned them into bugs. And then I suggested to him that he creates flowers or birds out of those initial circles. And here you can see a picture of a party that he had attended. So those are people and birds. And he started making changes to his circles. And at the end of our interaction, he drew himself and his brother at a party and a group session. So those are people sitting in a circle, and he is standing next to the circle because he was late to class on that day. And so here you can see the process, the way he structured his work, the way he placed the paper, and then he traced the foot, and he held my hand and showed that he wanted me to trace his foot. Can you please wrap it up? You're running out of time. So for group 3, it's typical to be enthralled by their own interests. They normally are some impressions of horror, terrorizing impressions. And here, throughout the art therapy, we add some positive details. And here we gave the child the opportunity to express those experiences in his own time and do something about it. So this is also a child who communicates non-verbally with limited speech capability. And at certain times, he was supported and assisted in drawing and doing something. And then he began using Play-Doh and create 3-dimensional objects, and that served as tension release. This was also a very typical activity for him. And as in the end, he created a full-size figure of himself and painted it red because the red was associated with blood for him. And I helped him cut the figure out, and he drew it on the wall next. And here he's building a building and creating a scene, playing out a scene of something scary. And so he created a figure of a hero who conquered everyone. So this was the only new activity for him, when he made a pool and put some water in it and washed all of the figures. He also paid attention to the toys. He was in a very difficult family situation. His grandfather was very ill, and he created a taxi cab that was used to take the grandfather to hospital. And so he played with the toys to demonstrate what was happening at home, the grandfather getting sick, being taken to hospital, and so on. And at some point, he began imitating the notes taken by the teacher on the board. That was our last session, and after that he lost interest in art therapy and wanted to attend lessons. And this is another child who attended art therapy for a long time. So this is not such a severe case. Children like this are very vulnerable and not very resilient in communication. So we are finding meaning in everyday events here. The girl liked drawing. So at stage 1, she had rather chaotic drawings, and then she progressed rather quickly to themed drawings. And here you can see some stories from her life, sports competitions, a school that she started going to, Valentine's Day, a trip to her grandmother's house in the countryside, snowman. So all of the plot lines, so this is her mother being pregnant, and this is her sensation of herself, the loss of grounding due to her mother's new pregnancy, and here's a discussion of when a woman should give birth, how old the husband should be. All of this was explored and talked through. So how can you help the mother when the baby is born? That also found a reflection in some of her drawings. And so here's how we evaluated the results. Not that it was not just qualitative evaluation, but also quantitative. And Mamaychuk suggests that we use those tables describing aspects of our interaction with the child. So whenever you need something like that to give some documented conclusion or provide a report, you can use those tables. And to conclude, I would like to say that in art therapy, it's possible to manage spontaneous activity. And it also makes it possible to activate natural compensation mechanisms, and art therapy becomes a natural part of the support system, and it helps resolve correctional issues and to support the child's value. And this aligns very well with Vygotsky's idea that humanity is going to conquer various disorders in social and educational domain much faster than in the medical and biological domain. Thank you for your attention. Yes, thank you very much, Margarita. I think we'll ask questions at the end, and now we'll move on to the next talk.
Right. Olga Levkovskaya introducing her presentation. How do I switch on my screen? I'm not allowed to do it yet. Margarita has to finish her demonstration first. Yes, now I think I can do it from my PC. I'm launching it now. Also, yes, now we can see it perfectly. You see it, right? Yes, we do. I'll try to be brief, so I have 20 minutes. If there's something I won't really say, this article has been published in the Congress materials, so you can find the big picture there. This is a work carried out at our chair of children and adolescent therapy of Russian Academy of Medical Education. It is devoted to peculiar features of working with the schizophrenic spectrum, the disorders of schizophrenic spectrum. I have to say that this is really relevant. The issue of rehabilitation of patients with schizophrenic spectrum patient, it is predetermined by its prognostic meaning for the later life of patients. So if spheres which have to do with disorders, they are very negative in terms of social adaptation, but as for art, this actually gives added value through specific features of thinking, through the splitting features which are linked with these disorders. This is something which may prove productive in the art sphere. So I illustrate my story, my report with images of paintings by artists who had to deal with mental disorders in their life. And these artists are Mikhail Vrubel, Bosch, and Monk. I chose not to present the actual drawings of my patients here. I hope you understand the reasons for this. I'd like to say that this is a centuries-old story. Those with mental disorders, they try to portray their visions, their hallucinations, their world perception using means of art. And Demons of Mikhail Vrubel and artworks by Goya, by Bosch, they are relevant here, by Chorlyonis as presented on this slide. And so these artworks, the experience of these artworks has been taken into account by specialists who study the artworks of their patients. The terms here, outsider art and art brut, the French term. In Russian research, clinical research, practical methodology of assisting adult patients with mental disorders. This research belongs to Professor Burnoy, who created Russian School of Therapy based on self-expression, and the art therapy works by Alexander Kapirin. Still, it is under valued in terms of research, but stage-wise, step-by-step rehabilitation carried out along the course of the mental disorder is the means of improving the situation step by step. So this should be taken into account when developing efficient medical approaches, which include not just psychotherapy as a means of support, but also it should include art therapy. As epigraph, I have this quote by Peter Karpov, who is a Russian psychiatrist, published in a book in 1926. As you can see, back then, actually 100 years ago, almost 100 years ago, he drew attention to the fact that society should know that the mentally ill are of great value, since some of them create during period of illness, they create artworks which enrich science, art, and technology with new values. So the goal of this work, so this is based on long-term study of children and adolescents who study from a number of disorders to describe psychotherapeutical contact, to build this contact, and to describe the difficulties of working with group of patients. So materials and methods has been carried out at Children and Adolescents Mental Disorder Health Center, named after Sukhareva. So this is the building where we are based, where our chair is based, of mental disorders in children and adolescents. So the patients we studied, these are 30 adolescents, 23 girls and 7 boys, aged 12 to 17, who were hospitalized or were observed as outpatients. at our scientific practical center. So they were diagnosed with one of schizophrenic spectrum disorders, schizophrenia, typal disorder, schizoaffective disorder. And we applied methods of Burnor, art self-expression, and art therapy. We divided the groups. We had two groups, the first group and the second group. In order to proceed with the goals that we set ourselves, we divided them into two groups according to their specific diagnosis, to specific mental disorders. And that predetermined the strategy and the tactic of constructing therapeutical relationships. The smaller group, 8 people, at the patients at the stage of manifestation and exacerbation of the underlying disease with pronounced thought disorders, inconsistency up to discontinuity, massive slips, resonance, delirium-like fantasy, rudimentary delusions. The second group, these are patients with mild thought mental disorders, characteristic of most patients with schizophrenic spectrum disorders, and detected during clinical interviews as well as during psychotherapy sessions, and represented by formality of their thinking, isolated slips, ability to link everything to everything, the so-called dissociative dissociative compensatory syncretism, and statements and judgment with reliance on secondary features and on unimportant strange connections with ambivalence and multidimensionality. So tasks of psychotherapy were also divided. And what do we do? So we assist in
который работает с такими группами пациентов.
What are the tasks here? In the first group, we were thinking of, so the tasks listed here, in each particular clinical case, the way to proceed depended on the degree of manifestation and whether the contact between the patient and psychotherapist could be maintained. So solving psychodiagnostic problems by objectifying psychopathological symptoms and experiences of the psychotic and subpsychotic register in art expressive activities. Another task is assistance in step-by-step tracking of the dynamics of psychopathological and personality changes, facilitation of a stay in a specialized adolescent psychiatric unit, reactive psychotherapeutic accumulation of the patient's pathological activity and its channeling into a safe channel and creation of a temporary illusion mental picture of the world, integration of self, restoration of boundaries of self, trans-calming. The second group, this is assistance in adaptation to the conditions of a psychiatric treatment and rehabilitation facility, and compliance with psychopharmacotherapy, overcoming feelings of powerlessness, helplessness before life, uselessness, worthlessness, despair, pathological mental tension through creative self-expression. And this is something that a lot of our patients have to deal with various patients with various psychopathological disorders. Elevation of autism and restoration of vital contact with reality based on the emotional stress effects of the creative process and activating psychotherapy. According to Burnor and Constorm, elevation of affective disorders through creative sublimation and the search for creative inspiration. The task of development of self-awareness, self-identity. It's not really the case if it's a short-term psychotherapy, but if it grows into out of hospital support, this is one of the key tasks when working with such adolescents. So then gaining personal features of lifestyle, specific features of creative work. So in group 1, so acute period group, creativity can reflect patients' productive psychotic disorders as well as deficit disorders, especially experiences of their own impersonality, amorphousness, and splitting, loss of self, and even loss of self. If we worked offline, I would show some paintings. You can't really forget these drawings. You see them once, you can't really mistake them for anything else. So creativity can reflect patients' productive psychotic disorders as well as deficit disorders. And these are expansive, destructive, agonistic, and stereotypically repetitive forms and symbols. This is what we encounter. Now, second group. Here, this bears the aspect of surrealism, mysticism, philosophy. These archaic and fairy tale motifs. Affective background. It can be a combination of constant cheerfulness and elation. Affective background is actualized here, and it is something which we can see in so the three backgrounds which we see most of all: tense depressive background, characters or situations that are portrayed are negative, and there is this feeling of anxiety which the artwork is is sort of sprinkled with. Tragic death of main characters. Mixed affective background, for example, a combination of cheerfulness and elation is manifested in artworks and drawings which contain black humor, tragic comedy, absurd, ambivalent stories with counterintuitive combination of colors. So, schizophrenia is, as a rule, in adolescence, is fragmentary, and it is manifested in the ideas of own grandeur. So grandeur stories borrowed from computer games, sci-fi films, animated films. These are stories about Star Wars, intergalactic stories. And finally, the last aspect that I'd like to talk about, the difficulties in making a psychotherapeutic contact. In the first group, difficulties in making psychotherapeutic contact are determined, first of all, by the degree of accessibility of the patient. So most of the time, patients stay in the world of their fantasy. Intrusion is considered violence of the boundaries of their inner world. So it results in autistic impulsive reactions. Okay, second group. The difficulty in making psychotherapeutic contact are caused by objective and subjective factors. The objective factors are previous negative experiences with the psychologist or the psychotherapist, undesirable effects of psychopharmacotherapy, leading to a lethargy, a feeling of general fatigue and disinterest in what is going on around him or her, and to an increase in depersonalization disorders. Subjective factors include factors of the disease process, instability of state with affective fluctuations, so low frustration, stability is determined by that. And so the choice of therapeutical means is limited. Psychotherapeutic techniques, tools should be directed on the safe sides of the personality and the development and comprehension of own internal resources connected to creative process. Various personal characteristic mosaic splitting of sensual thinking and volitional spheres underlies the ambivalent attitude of patients to the psychotherapist. For example, as an example, two things: the combination of non-motivated stubbornness, hysteric protest reactions, and at the same time, deep feeling of connection and gratitude to psychotherapists, who they manage to find common language and understanding and support. The successes of psychotherapy are also talked about with the psychotherapist, and we also learn that they talk about to other people about these successes. The last image represents a quote from Mikalojus Čiurlionis: "A man living among men must always do good, and his life will never be lived in vain, even if the eyes of others he is nothing." You've got to agree that sometimes a kind, benevolent word means more than a lot of gold, and a warm, sincere look means more than 3 volumes of mechanics. And I hope we can give this kind word, we can do good, benevolent word. If we give them that, they won't think they are nothing, as sometimes is the case at the very beginning, at the developmental stage of schizophrenic process. They will give our society, our culture, some elements of heritage, great elements of heritage and works of culture, and as has been the case for centuries. Thank you for your attention, and this is the end of my presentation. I'm stopping sharing my screen. Thank you very much. Great illustrations.
Our next speaker is Leonid Hayat, who is presenting his talk with Tatiana Kadinskaya. And I will, yes, thank you. I will try and share my screen now. I can see everyone's having issues. Can you see anything? Yes, thank you. So you can see me showing my screen. Yes, but can you make it full screen? I will try and do that. Full screen, full screen. F5, you said. Okay. Good. Oh, something's going wrong. And again, F5. Yes, I'm trying to work this out. Leonid, F5 worked. It did work. Can you press it again? Yes, I will. Yeah, everything's working now. Oh, so it starts flipping the slides. Okay, let's just leave it like this. So can you see the presentation? Is it okay? Yes, okay. Well, the topic of our talk is multimodal art therapy in a children's hospice. So it's not as joyful a topic as everybody else's, but anyway. So today in the Western world, the topic of death is quite central. both for the governments and for the general public. And the hospices are being built practically as quickly as housing for immigrants. So the ideology behind hospices is that a dying person needs special support and they need help in transitioning from life to death. A children's hospice, well, as people say, what can be scarier than a hospice? It's a children's hospice. So death is scary in any of its types, and a child's death, especially if it takes a long time to die, is a great cause of suffering to everyone around. Life and death are existential phenomena that greatly predetermine a person's attitudes in life. And all social phenomena begin and end at the spiritual level. And for our topic, the spiritual factor is the shifting of the accentuation in contemporary Western world from the phenomenon of life to the phenomenon of death. This has been written by Spengler and Jean de Griard and Patrick Dukan. So this change, this shift in the spiritual paradigm So this shift in the paradigm has certain implications, and they are systemic and profound implications. There are conceptual implications and practical implications. And here I mean every type of social practice. Conceptual implications are accentuating not the processes of life and growth, but the process of dilapidation, destruction, and death. So the easiest way to find this out is to analyze film, literature, and so on. The second thing here is the destruction of mystery, the increase in openness and transparency. And the greatest awards are going now to the creators to the artists who destroy yet another taboo. And those systemic laws lead to us destroying one taboo, resulting in constructing another one. And the third one is the disassembly of the institution of families, social connections in general. And you can take a look at the numbers in our papers. As a result, legal initiatives are being adopted, financial flows are redirected, and the public and individual consciousness changes. The human and society are transforming, what Tatiana Chernigovskaya keeps talking about. So what are the practical implications? Taking the phenomenon of death out of the private family domain into the domain of the public and into the domain of the service industry. For hundreds and thousands of years, people died in their families, surrounded by the people close to them. It was the mystery of death. It belonged to the person, to the family, to the ancestors. And today, most of the German citizens want to die at home, but they end up dying in hospital, and hospices. So death stops being a mystery, it becomes a service, governed by the laws of the market. And you have to remember that a hospice is something that is very expensive. And in Russia, using hospices leads to greater social inequality, which is great in Russia anyway. And also curative medicine becomes narrower, but palliative medicine takes up more space. Doctors used to fight for life, but now more often they alleviate suffering and provide comfort. You know, so that a person's mouth does not get dry. psychotherapy's objectives also shift from personal change to distraction, entertainment, and short-term improvement. So we're moving away from curative psychotherapy to palliative psychotherapy. So the system of supporting a patient was developed using deductive method, morphological analysis, and action-oriented approach. It's important to create a systemic set of methods and determine the set of features and create a set of algorithms for the support methodology. And those methodologies, first of all, have to be classified. So if we use action-oriented approach to patient support, and we see patient support as an interaction between two persons, so what is the content of this activity? We all know that pure theoretical approaches are not really used in practice. Life is more eclectic. We just use everything that works. At the same time, one approach remains prevalent. So in children's and adult hospices, and a rich experience in art therapy make it possible to believe that art therapy can be used very much in the support system for hospice patients. So we took art therapy as the foundation of our approach. And here the polymodal approach has a lot of advantages. It has a wider range of impact, which is especially important in hospices. Depending on the location of the primary tumor, hearing, haptic ability, or vision could be impaired, and polymodal approach can make it possible to use the preserved functions to create art. And also, the shift of modality makes it possible to maintain interest, because very often hospice patients are not motivated to do even the simplest activities. As the patient's ability rapidly decreases, it's possible to use both expressive methods and impressive methods that Natalia talked about. I would also like to come back to Olga's talk on schizophrenia. I just loved the illustrations. They are the illustrations that we use in our work. You know, those borderline situations between life and death, especially Bosch, and this is the central theme of his work, and it makes it possible to uncover very profound things. So we created a system of an array of methodologies based in art therapy and including related fields. And we include all modalities of art therapy. For example, dance and movement. We use it as sit-down dance. Our second objective is to systematize the setting. And here, most parameters are latent and hidden parameters, and they cannot be measured directly. The concept of hospice is to alleviate pain and suffering as much as possible. So, for example, to decrease the pain syndrome and ensure maximum preservation of consciousness and intelligence. However, it is impossible to kill all those birds, because as you increase the dosage of painkillers, the personal identity also begins decreasing. So people have different definitions of their goals and of their meaning. And from philosophy and psychology, we know about the dichotomy of easy versus difficult, significant versus meaningless, and very often therapists unconsciously see it as their goal to make things easy, to achieve lightness, and they are proud that their patients are feeling light. So, for example, this attitude has been reflected in the film Girls' Night, made in 2012. It has received a lot of awards, and it was made by a Russian German team. So, what are the tactics? The maximum dosage of drugs, and support is all about distraction and entertainment. The opposite way is oriented on the profoundness of understanding. The great teachers of humanity saw truth as the peak of the mountain. Truth is a high mountain, and it's hard to climb it, and it's hard to breathe as you get closer to the peak. These are the words by Father Alexander Men. And it was discussed yesterday how important it is to include suffering in this experience. Very often patients want to see their relatives, although they know that this encounter is going to cause very profound suffering. A reflection of this attitude is in Dead Man by Jim Jarmusch. You probably have all seen this movie. So in this case, the minimal dosage of drugs is used, and the supporter is oriented at the truth and understanding. And here's another parameter that I want to mention, and that is the attitude of the patient. And the two polarities here are individualism or collectivism, everything for me or everything for everyone else. So it's the social feeling according to Adler, or giving and taking according to Hellinger. And Hofstede pointed out the individualism versus collectivism as the key parameter of describing a culture. And hospice patients fall into two categories. Individualists understand that they have nothing to lose, nobody is going to punish them for anything. And secondly, everyone around them is driven by their survivor's guilt, are trying to do their best for them. They all keep demanding things, they are very whimsical, they change their wishes, and they drive people into conflict and enjoy conflicts and fights. And this also goes for the staff. They very often bully the staff. Collectivist patients understand that they have very little time left, and they want to leave a good memory of themselves and do something for the people close to them. They don't want to overload their relatives and the staff of the hospice with their suffering. They try to do most of the self-care activities. They want to find peace with everything. And they want to use the right of the dying person to make peace among everyone, and sometimes they actually manage to do that. And so the individualists prefer consumption activities. The collectivist patients try to do something productive for as long as they can and to give something to somebody else. And we see balance very, very rarely, because traditionally the German culture praises the golden mean even more than the Russian culture. And very often we see people changing track in terms of that. And the polarity of Russian immigrants is quite great. And the reason for that is that when they find themselves in a different culture, an immigrant very seldom finds themselves in a balanced state. They either protect their identity or they give up their identity. And the patients in a children's hospital reflect the attitudes of their parents. Sometimes the mothers stay in the hospice with the child. Very often there is an imbalance between the child's and the parents' attitude. And the key factor here is the severity of the condition, of the motor and verbal and sensory capabilities of the patient. And it was possible to train the staff and improve the condition of the patients due to art therapy. I want to thank Tamara Meyer, who was able to get better after a terminal diagnosis, and she has been helping people ever since then. And Irving Yalom believed inspiring hope one of the main factors of psychotherapy, and that is what that wonderful woman does. So that is all I wanted to tell you about, but a couple more words about the discussion that Alexander began. I want to say just one sentence. There was this huge discussion between what is art therapy, what is art pedagogy. However, for some reason, we forgot to mention art as taking care of the soul. So, for example, art in the work of teacher, art in the work of a doctor. Why aren't we talking about a priest? And moreover, every good teacher and every good doctor, and especially every good social worker, in their work, in their personality, those people perform this function in some way. So now that is all I wanted to say. Thank you, Leonid, very much for this profound, very deep talk and the topic that you presented to us. It was a very structured talk. Thank you very much for all this. Thank you for not letting us think in this pain, but thank you for making us think instead. And before we move on to our next talk, I would like to point out, I don't know anything about our last speakers. Mr. Ponomarenko and Pustotin, are you here? If you're here, let me know that you're here.
Yes, Vyacheslav Ponomarenko is going to join us at around 2 p.m. Moscow time. I'm going to remind him. Alexey Anatolievich Lebedev is here and he's ready to talk. And I was just about, yes. So I'm giving the floor over to Alexey Anatolievich Lebedev, and he'll talk about his very interesting technique. Over to you, Mr. Lebedev. Please switch on your microphone, Alexey. We can't hear you. Switch your microphone on, please. Now, can you hear me now? Great. Thank you very much for this opportunity to appear before you and to talk to you. Now I have this opportunity to greet everyone. It's nice to see all these familiar faces, great friends, and the event is very interesting too. As for the time limit, 20 minutes, right? Yes, actually, maybe a little less than that. Maybe I'll try to maybe check something out, stop me if necessary, okay? Here we go, here is my presentation. You have a lot of experience. What should I do? What do I push? Find the green button, first and foremost. So I push that green button, choose your presentation, and click the blue button which says share. So what button do I? So the blue button share screen. We see it now. You just have to press the slideshow. Where's that slideshow button? You can push F5, press F5, or here, down here. Yes, that works well too. Is that fine? Yes. I don't see anybody anymore. That's not a problem. We can see you. We can see your PowerPoint. All is good. Let's begin. If there's a technical glitch, just let me know verbally. Give me some kind of feedback like that. My topic is resource from childhood, the key technique of the cytogenetic approach of clinical systemic art therapy for borderline mental disorders. I won't really engage in discussion right now, but what was said by Leonid right before me, he expressed this point of view. I think he will hear something different from his point of view, but I believe, there are so many manifestations in life, and there are some clients who need this approach, and there are also some clients who need another approach. I guess what you'll hear now is kind of contrary to what we've just heard, these existential ideas which have to do with accepting pain and accepting passion. So really depends on who you work with. My experience is I work with war veterans. They saw pain, they saw grief and tragedy, and therefore my strategy and my vision of therapy is different. So I'm going to talk about my vision, the one I have. Right. So childhood has always been very interesting in many ways for a psychotherapist. It really reflects upon, it is reflected in later life. And I think this is a key idea in various schools of thought in psychotherapy. A lot of methods are aimed at searching for trauma, but what we don't really often see is finding resources based on positive impressions from childhood. As we see from this topic, we are looking at the cytogenetic approach. Based on my experience of clinical systemic art therapy, I'd like to demonstrate various therapeutic techniques, and this technique is called resource episode from childhood, and this is for adult patients with borderline mental disorders. I'd like to start with a quote from the Karamazov brothers by Fyodor Dostoevsky. I believe that's a great epigraph. No. Here we go. You follow my presentation, right? You see the next slide with a quote. Everything is okay, we see the quote. Here's the quote. Know that there is nothing higher and stronger and healthier and more useful to life than a good memory, especially a good memory from childhood. They say a lot about your upbringing, but some kind of beautiful, sacred remembrance that is preserved from childhood may be the best kind of upbringing. If you have a lot of such memories with you in life, then you are saved for life. And even if only one good memory remains with us in our heart, it may serve for our salvation someday. A genius, Dostoevsky is a genius and very modern, and the technology we use, it looks back at childhood experience, but it can be used now as efficient psychotherapeutical resource. So technical issues, I'm not going to talk about them much. I'll save time on that. I think we are familiar with these aspects. So we use this model of clinical systemic art therapy by Alexander Kopytin. That is his method, signature method, and our goals are formulated like this: symptomatic level and etiopathogenetic level, 2 levels, with no further details here. Blocks of themes and exercises, list of art therapeutical classes. This is the program that we have. It takes into account our goals and strategies and specific features of these practices and the logic of psychotherapeutical process. Here is a step-by-step program, the way we do it. So preparatory, initial, transitional, main stage, and the final stage, 5 stages. We shall concentrate on the initial stage, a resource episode from childhood. This is the most challenging stage in this program, because if we don't concentrate on it now, it will hinder our work in future. So resource episode from childhood is all important. It is the one that protects us first and foremost from negative tendencies and motivates us to continue our work. Maybe I'm talking about some later stages here, but as you can see, resource episode from childhood is an important segment on the initial stage. Here it is shown in red on the slide. Practically, it has been proven that it's efficient, and it's scientifically proven too. Research has been carried out. Experimental psychological studies prove the effectiveness of this systemic art therapy in clinical setting. It has been proven that good psychotherapeutical effect is achieved in comparison with control group. What is very important is that it's well accepted by our patients. I'll talk about it in more detail. When we only started our work, introducing these technologies into our work with war veterans, it's very hard to work with them. The motivation is low, the level of resistance is high there. So at first we had to do something to make sure they are present at these classes. And so we came up with some ideas how to do just that. And starting from that, we came up with the art therapeutical program, and the program was shown just a minute ago on another slide. And when we looked at mechanism and tried to figure out which ones are more efficient than others, it turns out that there is a rule here. The mechanisms which we used to make sure they are physically present at our theory classes, they played the key role in ensuring the efficiency and effectiveness of these strategies. So they are not accidental. They are bound by internal logic. We could see that from very beginning, and theoretically they are linked to it. And so this theoretical methodological basis, it has to do with cyanogenetic approach. The concept of cyanogenetic approach explains very well the efficiency of our therapeutical methodology. This approach is based on mobilizing own resources of human body for prevention of disorders. And these are two aspects here. So it's the resource-based and the positive. The term positive is understood in its traditional sense as an evaluation of the emotional modality. It could be pleasant, comfortable, positive, emotionally positive, various ways to interpret it in scientific literature, how to understand the word positive. I think we're quite traditional in understanding the word positive. The positive component is the basis of the therapeutic success of the given systemic art therapy model, as it is the core characteristic of the empirically found set of the organizational methodological techniques and art therapy techniques that make the greatest contribution to the success. Positive emotional delta. Again, in practical art therapy work, the positive component, positive approach is realized, first of all, as a phenomenon of purposeful activation of positive emotions and experiences in the widest range of its displays, from light interest to deep satisfaction. And so the techniques we look at, it's an instrument of activation of positive emotional delta. The increase in the level of positive emotions during an art therapy session from the moment of its start until its completion is designated by the term, it's a very convenient term, positive emotional delta. For quantitative characteristic and objective registration of positive delta, the current emotional background and its dynamics during a session, we use the specifically developed art therapy form of complex self-assessment. Here is this form, here is the questionnaire. This questionnaire, this form has been filled out by our patients. There are two parts here. You fill it out at the beginning, at the end of the session. There are 3 diagnostical windows here to express your current state of mind. You do that through words, through numbers, or through metaphors and graphic abstract means. And when we compare these cross sections, we can evaluate the change in the condition. We see that at the beginning, the self-assessment was 5, 5.5, and then it went all the way up to 7.5. We see the influx of positive emotions stated here. I'm not really taking other criteria into account here, but they're interesting too. We are using them for retrospective research, for example, but for current analysis, it's enough to use this emotional positive delta, which we see here. And it has to do with the mood scale presented here. This is the way it looks as a diagram. It's very obvious here. The third image here, it shows the change in mood. It was 550, and then it got all the way up to 750. The delta is 2. Here we go. Right. Next slide. We'll skip through that. Why is it that we talk about it in such detail? Why is it so important for us? I tried to bring all the arguments for use of this. There are 5 major groups here. You see them on the screen, but there are more than that. First of all, cardinal solution of the problem of non-compliance, negative attitude to psychotherapy, avoidance, premature breakdowns, etc. by counterbalancing destructive emotional tension and creative positive motivation in participants. To understand this better, we get all this information using feedback from our patient. Turns out that the main reason for premature breakdowns is the feeling of anxiety and fear, which can be detected in patients. It's only natural. Well, I could read out self-reports. They talk about fear. And in this condition, it's very hard to have some positive psychotherapeutical outcome. So it leads to breakdowns. We have to change the situation. We have to change the attitude to medical procedures, and we have to find a way for them to get pleasure from psychotherapeutical procedures. So that is why art therapy has this kind of value. The resource from childhood serves this purpose. Secondly, optimization and increase of efficiency of art therapy owing to intensification of group dynamics by activation of mechanisms of group cohesion and finding the optimum balance between that and group tension. What are we talking about here? too much dynamics is excessive dynamic could be harmful here. And there are two major processes behind group dynamics. The group tension, well, there's more than enough tension, but the second element is group cohesion. And group cohesion is provided for by the technique we're talking about. It's important to find balance between cohesion and tension, so we need to find this balance. And then this balance would propel the group forward. Third, improvement of efficiency of art therapy due to realization of the therapeutical potential of positive emotions at all levels and activation of cytogenetic mechanisms as a whole. It's a well-known fact from times immemorial, from Hippocrates, that positive emotions are good for health. Winners, those who win in battles, their wounds heal faster. Lots of examples like this. There's this notion that positive emotions have healing powers. We've known this from prehistoric times. There are now lots of instances of research when we see it's scientifically proven that positive emotions are good for health. They stimulate immunity and they enhance our sanity on the spiritual level, touching upon all aspects of personality. Then, prevention of secondary psychotraumatization. This is a clear, environmentally friendly therapeutic environment. We've seen this quite often when symptoms become more acute. When we talk with patients who are on the verge of depleting all resources, I'm not sure whether we have to stay on that verge. Our ethical goal is to create comfortable conditions and to prevent them from having moral passions. Okay. The series of art therapy exercises, which is titled Resource Life Episode, it includes several exercises. Resource Life Episode is the first one. Most vivid life episode, resource episode from professional life, and most recent resource episode. We use these techniques. So the resource episode from life is the first one in this row, and thanks to the particular brightness of emotions inherent in childhood and the constructive influence on the subsequent dynamics of the group process. Because this technique prevents us from having catastrophic image of medical practice and procedures in practice. This is done in the following way. A participant chooses an episode from childhood, a particular case, imagines that, lives it through in every detail, and after that, well, this is done also as a drawing, and then this drawing is being discussed as a group. I'm going to show some of the typical images and some of the drawings which we get as a part of this work. So, quite ordinary subjects, help from adults, vacation, a pioneer camp, vacation at grandfathers and grandmothers in a village, playing with peers, presents from parents. Alexei, you have 2 minutes. Oh, I have 2 minutes. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I'll be brief. No worries. So more drawings. The most important thing is the process of support is very active. People change. They're moody. They have they activate gestures, they come to life, literally. Psychological atmosphere changes. So that's objective data. This is what we see from observation. So the deltas of some of our patients, if we see that delta keeps growing. These are average figures. We can say for sure when we put all the stats together, the growth of positive emotions is a proven fact. Same goes for verbal. At the beginning, apathy and other symptoms like aloofness, but later they become active, they feel satisfaction. The majority of participants have increase, have progress in this sense. So I think this is clear. This is before, this is after. We see that I think it speaks for itself. So all happy families are very much like each other. All unhappy families are unhappy in their own way. Another quote from a Russian literary classic. Postponed effect is positive effect is that a lot of our patients start being interested in their own children. So these are some of the drawings that show that in current thinking, in current imagination, their own children start playing an increasingly important role. So this aspect of giving birth to their own child, that's becoming increasingly important. So future is the last topic here. This is where we see children entering these drawings, entering these images. Here's another image of the future. We don't really have much time. Here's the, I'll read out one fragment from final self-report of one of the group participants. So this technique influences the end result of our art therapy. It provides the very opportunity of carrying out this kind of therapy, and it brings result in the end. And patients understand that. They understand that using childhood as resource is very useful. So this is patient's own perception of art therapy. Anyway, I have it in my text here. Could you please return to the previous slide? How do I return to the previous slide? Alexei, can you just, what do I press? Backward arrow. I don't really have an arrow on your keyboard. Okay, just read it out. Okay, right click of the mouse. Anyway, I'll just read it out. I've got the text here. In the process and at the end of the group, you begin to realize that all of life's clutter sticks to a person when you enter independent life. When you live independently from your parents, you do everything on your own. You listen to the media, and they impose their interests in everything to you. You rush after everything. In a group, all of this is discarded, and under the guidance of the group leader, you go back to when it wasn't there. You start to realize that you're putting it all in your own head. It's all up to you. Two people looking out the window. It's autumn outside. It's raining. One is thinking, damp, mud, cold wind, slush everywhere. What nasty weather. The other is thinking like that. Fresh wind, smells of ozone, wet trees look different, opens the window wide and enjoys the freshness. The group helped me look at everything anew through the eyes of a child with some life experience. There is nothing wrong with life. You just don't like everything. You don't have to take the negativity of some life situations onto yourself. Let it into your heart. This world is not so bad after all. And lots of exclamation marks in the end. Okay, time is up. One last thing here. What I've been saying about the mechanisms, useful mechanisms of this positive approach, they're not only for this group, they'll work in other groups of patients. I can draw examples. There's a poem devoted to this exercise by a participant. So the poem is this one here. So here's the poem. Yeah, here it is. Resorts from childhood. The adult limits of norm. Maybe it's a divine idea that when we get old, we've got to remember that we come from childhood. We all come from childhood. Remember about that with love. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
So, can you please turn on the microphone? I'm very grateful for your talk. You've raised very important issues, our relationship with childhood that continues to accompany us on during the rest of our life. And art therapy works both for children and adults. This is a rather universal method. So we have Yuri Pustotin and Vyacheslav Ponomarenko, and they would present their work. Can you hear me?
Можете еще раз имя повторить, пожалуйста, а то в Zoom неправильно записано.
Can you repeat your name? It's Vyacheslav Ponomarenko and Yuri Pustotin, but I'm speaking for the both of us. And you're Vyacheslav, right? Yes. So you can see the topic here on the slide. It's art therapy in the rehabilitation of adolescents in an adult psychiatric clinic.
Можете, пожалуйста, показ слайдов нажать?
Can you please press full screen? Vyacheslav, can you try and press F5? Or the icon? Or the full screen icon? No. No, it's the one at the bottom of the window, right next to the percentage. Okay, open it back up. Can you open your presentation back up? Yes, you've minimized it. It's somewhere at the bottom bar. And what do I do next?
Сверху, где главное, потом идет вставка, дизайн, анимация и показ слайдов.
Там был вопрос по поводу того, что могу ли
в самом верху.
смету, потому что когда мы договаривались с
Пожалуйста, записывающий или кто-то, не говорите, пожалуйста, вслух.
Can you please avoid speaking while other people are speaking? Thank you. Yes. Slide view. While Vyacheslav is working this out, I'll tell you that he comes from Orenburg and he represents the clinical psychiatric hospital. Go back to your presentation.
Еще раз.
And once again. So
Вон у вас просто выше, вот где главное.
Не,
Вот.
it's higher up where the word home.
Вверх. Еще вот.
Higher up,
Вот еще
higher
чуть-чуть.
up.
У вас есть пока слайды.
Настройчичку.
And one line higher up.
Еще немножко.
Where to?
Чуть-чуть выше.
Yes, move the mouse a little bit up. But there's nowhere, there's no up for me
Давайте
anymore.
будем делать так.
Okay, let's just do it this way.
Не, все,
I
продолжайте.
can play your presentation. No, let's just go on like this. So I am going to talk about children. I am not going to talk about what adolescence is, and I will not be talking about all of this theory. Yeah, I seem to be stuck. The first time it's ever happened to me. At the basis of creativity is maladjustment that drives needs, dreams, and desires. And now I'm going to tell you about what adolescence is, 15 to 19. And you can see the age groups in red on this slide. So the age group from 2 to 4 is self-assertion, 4 to 7 shyness, 7 to 8 school adaptation. So this is very well known information, very well described, and I don't see any point in talking about this now. So how do I move ahead? I am sorry, I think I left my presentation. Well, can somebody help me? Let us share your presentation. It's going to be easier. Because I don't have a mouse and I'm used to using a mouse. So you can start telling us the main idea. So the main idea is, well, I need the slides. So when we have the slides, so what else can I tell you? So to work with adolescents, you need adults who would serve as role models. And that is why it is inadvisable to place adolescents in adult psychiatric clinics. The role of the staff is a lot more important as role models. This also goes for junior penitentiary institutions. So there were experiments when minors were incarcerated with adult criminals, and this did not prove to be beneficial because they used them as a model, and so this idea was abandoned. So what can I say about working with children? Especially in psychiatric hospitals, the staff plays a major role. The staff and the relationship. And I believe that in psychiatric wards, and for example, in our hospital, we have created a setting for the adolescents to be separated from the adult patients. Tatiana, can you make it full screen? Yes. Can I see the next slide? And the next. And the next. And the next. Yes. So let's start here. So we use artistic means as a way of self-expression in the critical moments of the process. And on this slide, you can see that tortures, thoughts, and so on demonstrate destruction methods. So on that picture, you saw a person eating a brain. Let's go back. So you can see a fire in place of a face. Next slide, please. And one more. One more. One back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Aggression is expressed here through drumming. So the bigger the drum, the greater the aggression. And it's a very important indicator. Focus on individual experience, and we all come from our childhood. And here you can see that adolescents regress emotionally, and that normally reflects a resource state for adolescents. Focus on individual or group targets. What does that mean? So, for example, we were doing individual work with Daniel here. He was a drug addict. And at the beginning, you see that the drawing reflects the symptoms of the addiction. And as he gets better, and you can flip to the next slide, we can see a cat who doesn't know where to go. He is playing percussion, and these are the instruments that the boy played. And they symbolize the first obstacles of childhood, the birth, the formation of identity, the formation of self-consciousness. And in his feedback, he said that it was very important for him to improvise, and he felt the support from the group and the love that he longed for. So at the beginning of group therapy, a lot of kids demonstrate fear. They are unable to manage themselves, to control themselves. And here you can see a patient in the middle of therapy, and the paintings become more and more bright or light. And here you can see the picture on the right is very sunny and very bright. So here's another drawing. So this is the execution of a pirate. It reflects his hopelessness and helplessness and protest that he cannot cope with. So this girl is developmentally challenged. And here you can see that femininity and beauty are important to her. And you can see Mona Lisa. That's this collage was made by the same girl. So this is a cultural standard, and the space organization of the composition is also very important. That's her hand in there. So she's beginning to use skills, and skating, winter, flowers, trees signify summer. Let's move on. And here you can see an illustration to a poem by Lermontov, the self-portrait. So this is cultural involvement. So this drawing reflects the self-image and the self-presentation. Here we can see a reflection of feelings, progressing from chaos to aggression, and the theme was me as an animal. So this is processing one's destructive aspect. So here's another interpretation. So sometimes they progress from this more blurry image to something more defined, on like the drawing on the right. So there is a book page, and he places himself and his self-portrait on this text. So this is the fall, and a lonely cat and a dreaming cat, falling leaves. So this also reflects an internal state, maybe loneliness, maybe sadness. And here we can see anger, love, and photo collage. And here we can see craft work as part of art therapy. So here you can help make a drawing more alive, and so move from drawing to more complex compositions. So we are leaving the associative area, but the child begins to create interpretations. Here we also see a photo collage. We can see a dual self, the duality between health and illness, and also the feeling of loneliness that is being replaced by a happy family and a happy child. So this is myself in the past, present, and the future. And here we see the image of where it could all lead. Emotions, free childhood emotion, a return to free, authentic childhood emotion. So, and then we say, what do you think? Tell me. So you can actually see everything on those pictures without any comments required. So here we can also see an attempt to show the sun. We see that gradually, incrementally, colors pop up in the works of this child. This is a very interesting patient with schizophrenia, and he put different gloves. And this piano was given to us by our German colleagues. And you can play the piano and you can put in a disc, so it's programmable. So the piano plays itself, and he would put on some Mozart and play, and it was impossible to interrupt him. And this is his impression of duality. And this duality for him was, so overcoming this duality was a healing moment for him. And here we can see more drawings, reflection between health and illness, and there's and it's also dual. It's night, but you see flowers, and you can see that the person takes up half of the drawing and half of the process. Here we can also talk about duality. The page is divided into two by this white stripe. And so we are tracking this boundary between illness and health. And here we can see a person with wings, and this signifies the connection between different emotions, and we have to trace the duality. This girl, the name of the art object is Cat and Unicorn. So she wrote about a cat girl who requires support and warmth from the people around her. And she worked with the drums to reflect her experiences and her feelings. And then I played the same melody, the same tune on the piano, and it took me 30 minutes. And she just sat next to me and listened, and it was like a hug to her. It was like me saying something warm to her. So the music was embracing her in its beauty and its power and its attention, and she just froze and enjoyed it. So here we can see stories of those adolescents: death, aggression in the family. And these are the hot chair and empty chair techniques. So the hot chair technique. So you put the hot chair and reflect emotional states on this chair. And some children put an object in this chair and they project their feelings to this object. So this is a house in an empty space. A sketch of a church and some emotions, and we ask why church, and they say, well, it's about salvation, about faith. It's a symbol of support. And here we're creating a talisman, a protection amulet that could give, that could calm the person down. So in self-isolation, when you're leaving for work during the pandemic, what can you give a child to calm them down? Give them an amulet, give them something they could hold in their hand. Make it yourself or buy it and give it to the child, because an amulet is an object that gives a person power and makes them feel protected. So here's one of the techniques, musical improvisation and a drawing. Another technique is when a person draws something and you have to play the music of his picture. And as soon as you start playing music, it takes you into the realm of the unconscious. Here's another technique, visual narrative approach, creating stories based on a picture. And you also play out something. So you put down this monkey as this transition object. So what is this monkey? What does it reflect? It also gives you the sense of pleasure and the sense of support. Here we can also see an interpretation. And there are two things present in this exercise. The best thing is musical improvisation. You can hide behind words, you cannot hide behind music. So this is a type of imagery, a photo collage with a spatial structure. And then we ask a kid what they mean by putting those pictures together. The feeling of loneliness, the feeling of illness, and so on. We need to wrap it up. Can we please do that? And this girl saw a cat and she tells us so she first drew the cat and then we played the music of this cat. And here we see an associative row of those musical instruments, and the child plays the music of each parent, each relative, and then they can say that this is me, this is a collective image of me. And here's another version of a story. A person first draws it, then plays the music of it. If a person finds it very hard to verbalize, they can say that I'm the guitar. I play the guitar. So what do you feel? And here they adjust to each other, they attune to each other. Our professor said a person is like a musical instrument, and a musical instrument is also like a person who hadn't said anything yet. And there is a story about this girl. She created the collage, then played the music, and then verbalized. And so those are presents. We asked them what presents they wanted to give to therapists and psychologists. So she gave me the helicopter. And she also wanted to give our head of the department a helicopter so that she would travel more. Very nice presents. And here we can see another version, a body-oriented art therapy. And there are versions of that, fine motor skills. And here's another one, the smearing, the hand printing, sound play therapy, and more collage making from an element to the whole. And there are some mosaic techniques, a pyramid. So this kid drew a suicide grove in Japan, and other children drew something more cheerful. So you have to give feedback to the group. So we're not going to talk about this slide. So I'm just listing the goals here. And through the interaction between the kid and the adult, we open up the inner world, and the person becomes more flexible. And they want to establish the optimal distance with the psychologist, with the doctor, and they improve their communication skills. They become more open to communication. This girl is very interesting. She picked this musical instrument. It's an oceanic drum with a lot of balls inside. So I'm almost done. And so she took this ocean drum and she pretended to be a crab. And so she went through the stages of maturity. So she first only moved her arms and legs, and then she started moving, then she stood up, and then she moved to the piano. So you need the kid to develop through body-oriented techniques, through drawing, through music. So let's go to the next slide. Is that frozen? That's it. That's your last slide. So we've run out of time. So I will start summarizing. So what is unique about all of those techniques? Children have to pass through every stage. You have to draw, dance. You need to have a dance specialist. You have to have a drawing specialist. And a kid has to be involved in different processes that gives them a way to express their emotion, to be more flexible, and to be more successful in life. So very briefly, I think that this approach has to be not optimized, which seems to be the trend now, but it has to develop to accumulate experience. Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry I was a little bit fragmentary.
Thank you, Vyacheslav Nikolaevich. We see that your institution does a lot of work in this field: music therapy, visual arts method, in art therapy. You systematized it, you described it, this combination of methods. We don't really have that many articles on this. We actually published a manual on music art therapy back in 2011. But I mean, what is new is this combination of music therapy with visual art therapy. Keep doing the great work. One last thing, remember about the Japanese longevity method. 1 day a week, do nothing. Thank you very much. Okay, we exceeded all time limits, so we don't really have time for a Q&A session. I'm really grateful to all the speakers today. You are at the forefront of working with very difficult cases sometimes. These are children and adolescents with mental disorders, and in order to help them, you put so much of your own soul into what you are doing, and you do it in such passionate, informal way. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Yes, this is what we wanted to. Okay, maybe 2 minutes. If our government danced more often, we would live in a better country, I guess. Natalia Rafaelовna, I have this question to the presenter. Why is it that children associate themselves with animals? Is it instinctive? Is it something similar to totem? It's both. Why animals? If it's tiger, well, the child wants to become more courageous. Sometimes if they even make tattoos. So tattoo works as a totem. But please differentiate between feelings and totems. These are different. That's important to differentiate. I have a question to Margarita Glazeva. How easy or difficult is it to have a tutor for a child with autistic spectrum disorder? It turns out that it's next to impossible to, because in where I come from, it's very hard to do that. Is it an option in Orenburg? Is it an option there? And is it possible to organize inclusive format of education for a child like that in your area? In our region, it's really problematic. So inclusion and tutorship, which are related objects. I think the Malafeev's article, an ode to inclusivity, the title is, but what we really need there is state-promoted policy. On their own, institutions are really struggling to achieve something in this field. But it's hard for me to say because we are a non-state, non-government affiliated institution. Well, for us, it's a rare occurrence. Usually children end up in our institution because they were rejected elsewhere. Yeah, thank you. And I have a question to Natalia. And I have a question to Alexei Lebedev. He's right here. Maybe I didn't quite understand his PowerPoint presentation, but there was the slide. There was a reference to Alexander Kapytin in his slide. So clinical systemic art therapy, I think this is a well, where's the contradiction here? You say here it's a protection for. Well, I think there is no contradiction here. So I think it's just an issue of terminology, and yeah, I believe it's just a terminological issue. Yeah, of course, this is it's relevant to coping activity, as you were pointing out as well. Thank you. Got it now. Okay. If you have any other 1-2 persons, not anymore, please. Let's sing a song. Okay, let's do that. Which one? Vyacheslav Nikolaevich suggests that. Yeah, let's just sing a song. That'll be a nice way to wrap it up. Okay, I'll start singing. Okay, let pedestrians run along the streets in an awkward way. No, let's do another one. Smile makes a great day brighter. Smiles make the sun wake up in the sky. Share your smile and it will come back to you. And then it's for sure clouds will start dancing and grasshoppers will start playing violins. A river starts from a small blue spring, but friendship starts from smile. A friendship starts from a smile. Awesome. I think this should be a tradition. A song at the end of each Congress. Great idea. And that's where we can wrap it up. Thank you and have a great day. Best of luck to you. I have a question. What's next here? What's next in the agenda? In the agenda, there are lectures. They're not quite relevant. I'm going to read out perinatal health, children and parents, a specialist from Normandy, and sunburned country by a professor from Australia. And then 4:45, we have masterclass by Barbara Barker-Bell, digital technologies of art therapy for children and adolescents. I would really recommend that. How shall we watch it? Using the same link. Thank you. Thank you. All the best to you. Bye-bye.
Нет, нормально, короче. Опа, я не знаю, включил. Хотя мы можем подсветиться.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компаний, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
2013 году в Тверском областном психоневрологическом диспансере открылось детское медико-реабилитационное отделение, к настоящему времени функционирующее в рамках дневного стационара. В данном отделении оказывается комплексная помощь детям и подросткам от 3 до 18 лет бригадой специалистов: психиатр, психотерапевт, клинический психолог, дефектолог, логопед, врач лечебной физкультуры, инструктор ЛФК, социальный работник. В медико-реабилитационное отделение направляются дети и подростки с различными психическими расстройствами: задержка психического и речевого развития различного генеза, расстройства поведения, невротические расстройства, органические психические расстройства, синдром раннего детского аутизма, шизофрения, легкая и умеренная умственная отсталость. Врач-психиатр совместно со специалистами отделения разрабатывают индивидуальную программу каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная возможность творческих занятий в мини-группах по 2-4 человека, что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. Пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения к врачу, к специалисту любому, с любыми своими вопросами в то время, пока ребенок находится на занятиях.
Доказано, что чем раньше начинается целенаправленная работа с ребенком, тем более полным и эффективным могут оказаться коррекция и компенсация нарушений, а в некоторых случаях возможно и предупреждение вторичных отклонений развития. На начальных этапах особое внимание уделяется диагностической работе, позволяющей оценить степень адаптации и выявить наиболее слабые и сильные стороны ребенка. Последующая работа ведется по специально сконструированной индивидуальной коррекционно-развивающей программе с учетом закрепления ее родителями в домашних условиях. Средний цикл занятий для детей и подростков обычно рассчитан на 2 месяца. За это время, конечно, невозможно коренным образом изменить ситуацию в семье или уровень возможностей ребенка. Однако можно задать правильный вектор для родителей.
Родители должны четко понимать, что есть та составляющая, которую мы изменить не в силах, это та вещь, которая, это тот пласт особенностей, который с ними пойдет по жизни. Нужно адаптировать этого ребенка к его же особенностям, адаптироваться самому к его особенностям и понимать, что какой-то кусочек в нем мы можем поменять аккуратно, не вторгаясь слишком глубоко, просто аккуратно что-то видоизменить. Но в целом и в общем личность, особенно когда к нам приходят уже с детьми 10-12-летними, она во многом уже сложившаяся, просто нужно ее немножко вписать в какие-то рамки, в какие-то правила, в какие-то понятия общечеловеческие. Но прежде всего принимать ребенка со всеми его прелестями, оценивать всегда конкретный поступок, но не ребенка.
В отделении проводятся занятия логаритмикой. С детьми работает логопед с музыкальным образованием и психолог. В группе обычно 6-8 детей. Занятия логаритмикой стимулируют развитие пассивной и активной речи ребенка, поскольку он имеет хорошую возможность подражать звукам, слогам, словам, которые произносит взрослый. Логаритмические упражнения способствуют развитию темпа и ритма речевого дыхания, развитию артикуляционной моторики, укреплению мимической мускулатуры, формированию фонематической системы языка, развитию темпоритмических и мелодико-интонационных характеристик речи, развитие умения сочетать движения и речь, координировать их, подчинять единому ритму, оказывает благоприятное воздействие и на формирование пространственных представлений. В целях развития творческих способностей маленьких пациентов в мастерской ведутся гончарные работы. Давно известно о положительном влиянии лепки из глины на эмоциональное состояние. Завораживающее движение круга надолго удерживает детей за столом, развивая усидчивость, внимание и моторику. В отделении проводятся занятия на системе мультисенсорного развития ОМИ-ВИСТА. Занятия с каждым ребенком строятся по индивидуальному плану. Оборудование используется при работе с детьми, страдающими аутизмом, задержкой психического развития, умственной отсталостью. Также ОМИ-ВИСТА эффективно при работе с расстройствами настроения, эмоциональными и поведенческими расстройствами. С началом применения мультисенсорной системы ОМИ-ВИСТА в условиях данного отделения с апреля 2013 года наибольшая положительная динамика выявлена у детей, страдающих ранним детским аутизмом и задержкой психического развития. Всего с момента установки ОМИ-ВИСТА система была использована в ходе не менее 2000 занятий. Новая система позволяет расширить инструментальный спектр в работе медицинского психолога, повышая ее качество и результативность. В отделении активно применяется нейромоторная коррекция. Она представляет собой систему специальных упражнений, которые направлены на формирование и развитие речи, памяти, внимания. Цель программы — научить мозг правильно обрабатывать информацию, полученную от органов чувств. Данная программа рекомендуется детям с синдромом дефицита внимания и гиперактивностью, нарушениями аутистического спектра и проблемами с овладением школьными навыками. В основу тренировок положены упражнения на балансировочной доске, а также нейрокоррекционные и дополнительные общие вестибулярные упражнения на фитболе, батуте, гимнастической скамье. Нейромоторная коррекция является прекрасным дополнением к коррекционным занятиям с другими специалистами, такими как психолог, логопед, дефектолог, повышая их эффективность. Еще одна методика, которая используется в реабилитационной программе, это кинезиотейпирование. Тейпы производятся из высококачественного хлопка, который эластичен и по своим свойствам приближен к человеческой коже.
За счет того, что эта лента эластичная, соответственно, как бы наклеивая ее на кожу, она двигается вместе с кожей. В нашем случае, в нашем отделении, мы используем кинезиотейпирование с целью улучшения микроциркуляции лимфы и кровообращения в воротниковой зоне, и наклеиваем мы эту ленту определенным способом на воротниковую зону. Еще мы в нашем отделении используем наклеивание ленты для нейромоторной коррекции, для стабилизации поясничного отдела. Мы накладываем на поясничный отдел эту ленту. Значит, и в занятиях с логопедом мы тоже используем это обклеивание для улучшения работы артикуляционного аппарата, для стимуляции мимической мускулатуры. Кроме того, наклеенный на кожу тейп, он активизирует многочисленные рецепторы, находящиеся в слоях кожи. А, соответственно, мы подаем импульсы к головному мозгу, а, соответственно, мы стимулируем и работу головного мозга.
В ходе своей работы специалисты детского медико-реабилитационного отделения стремятся прежде всего помочь родителям принять имеющийся на сегодняшний день уровень ресурса ребенка, задать нужный вектор в лечебной и психолого-педагогической работе, настроить на совместное решение маленьких задач на пути к главной цели – достижение максимально возможного для данного конкретного ребенка уровня социальной адаптации.
Радик занимается основанием основы. Давай. Очень аккуратненько. Ниточка к ниточке. Не торопись. Молодец. Так, вот она, восьмерочка. И ниточка пошла в обратную сторону. Вот так мы наматываем основу. Готовим основу для ткацкого станка. Для изготовления кукол нужна чистая белая шерсть. Как у тебя дела? Да. Хорошо? Справляешься?
Это я.
Да, время-то идет, конечно. Ну, покажи, как ты работаешь. Молодец. И что? Ты добавляешь шерсть? Ну-ка, покажи. Ну, покажи. Как ты, сколько добавляешь? Вот так понемножку добавляешь, да? Молодец. Ну, здорово у тебя получается. Шерсть расчесанная, да? Ой, довольный. Наверное, еще надо добавлять? Надо, не надо. Еще-то надо добавлять? И сколько ты добавляешь? Вот так маленькими кусочками добавляешь. Молодец. Тогда шерсть получается очень хорошо расчесанной, да? Так. Подожди. Еще рано. Ну, давай, работай. А то для кукол нам надо много шерсти. Ладно, спасибо. Не буду тебе мешать. Работай давай. Пошла. Ну, давай.
Представьте, что окружающий мир – это хаос вещей, людей и событий, и вы не знаете, чего ожидать. Вот так некоторые дети воспринимают реальность. Им очень непросто, но надо научиться жить в этом мире. В Сургуте мы создали 2 центра, где помогаем детям при нарушениях речи, поведения и обучения. В Центре инклюзивного образования и социальной адаптации «Счастье» есть группы социальной адаптации для школьников с ограниченными возможностями здоровья. Здесь ребята стараются стать более самостоятельными и общительными. К примеру, ребенка спрашивают:
Никит, куда ты ходишь?
А счастье – это научиться улыбаться, дружить, перестать бояться громкой музыки, пробовать новую еду, учиться новому, ходить в обычную школу, в магазин, в кино. А в 2014 году мы открыли Центр педагогической коррекции «Логаритм» для детей от 1,5 до 18 лет. Здесь мы помогаем детям запустить речь, проводим комплексную реабилитацию, развивающие занятия. Мы работаем с самыми сложными ребятишками, у которых такие заболевания, как синдром Дауна, синдром Ретта, Мартина Белла, Аспергера, задержка психического развития, аутизм. Специалисты центра используют уникальные методики – томатист, fast forward, in time и многое другое. Нам очень важно понять природу каждого малыша и подобрать к нему ключик. За 3 года работы логаритмом мы приблизили к норме не 100 детей. Они ходят в обычные школы и практически не отличаются от своих сверстников. Для нас это большая победа. Каждый ребенок должен быть уверен, что его любят любым. Любите своих детей такими, какие они есть. Приходите к нам, мы будем вам очень полезны.
Как это? Некоторые ведь справляли ее. Как это?
Для меня главное в проекте «Тренировочная квартира» заключается в том, что мой сын Гонсалес Александр впервые в жизни оторвался от дома, от семьи и прожил почти 4 месяца на своей собственной самостоятельной жизнью, чего у него никогда раньше не было.
В проекте «Тренировочная квартира» только потому, что хотел жить самостоятельно, наверное, познакомиться с другими людьми, вот, и немного научился жить самостоятельно.
Сейчас мы расскажем про проект ТК. То есть не про сам проект, а про то, как мы в нем участвовали. Конечно, мы очень надеялись на то, что Вова наш станет очень аккуратным, что он научится убираться, пылесосить, следить за чистотой. И, говорят, он неплохо научился. Но дома он почему-то этого не делает. А еще мы знали, что Вова очень хочет научиться готовить. И он готовил на тренировочной квартире и себе, и своему другу. И тоже мы надеялись, что он это будет делать дома. Но дома он это делает очень редко. Но зато произошло то, на что мы даже не надеялись. Вова стал отлично чувствовать время. Раньше это было его самое слабое место. Он очень плохо чувствовал время.
Я хорошо готовлю, убираюсь, мою посуду и стираю одежду. Я хочу жить самостоятельно. Мне эта способность пригодится на будущем, чтобы я жил самостоятельно, без мам. Ну, возможно.
Сын Максим в феврале месяце, всего 1 месяц, был на тренировочной квартире, из-за заряда бодрости, драйва, желания жить, желания дружить и общаться, вот откуда ни возьмись, просто хватило на полгода.
Для меня это значило какая-то попытка проявить самостоятельность и попробовать себя в реальной жизни, узнать, насколько я готов ко всему этому.
Мне очень понравилось жить отдельно в квартире, самостоятельно. Я научился готовить, научился, плохо или хорошо, убирать места общего пользования, научился мыть полы, научился многому чему. Очень много чего узнал интересного, проживая один, вообще о квартирах.
Для меня самое главное это то, что, живя на тренировочной квартире, он не обращается ко мне 100 раз на один с вопросом, что мне делать, а ищет ответы на этот вопрос с чьей-то еще помощью. Очень хочется надеяться, что и сам находит ответы.
И мне очень нравится эта работа тем, что я могу помогать другим людям, у которых тоже есть ментальные особенности, с тем, чтобы они могли лучше справляться в жизни со своими трудностями и вообще спокойно жить в обществе.
Для меня работа на тренировочной квартире означает возможность помочь людям видеть прогресс в наших подопечных, как они становятся самостоятельнее и их жизнь становится лучше. Это дает мне надежду, что жизнь любого человека может стать лучше, а значит, может стать лучше мир. Просто иногда миру нужна помощь.
Я там учусь чему-то новому, там, например, готовить еду, стирать вещи, гладить. чтобы все в жизни приобрести необходимо, вот. Научусь ездить сама, чтобы ориентироваться в дороге, вот. Чтобы покупать продукты, не покупать всякую гадость, а покупать именно продукты, которые готовить, вот. И брать, например, с собой на работу, перекусывать.
Для меня самое важное в тренировочной квартире – это научиться пользоваться бытовой техникой, самостоятельно готовить и, конечно, распоряжаться своим временем.
Илюш, а рассказывай мне, что это такое. Меня зовут Таня.
Таня?
Таня.
Да, расскажешь.
Да.
Привет. Привет. Таня, привет.
Привет.
Вас зовут Таня, да?
Да.
Наверное, я для себя вывела формулу, что это не заболевание, это другие люди, кто-то их называет инопланетянами, они по-другому чувствуют, они по-другому понимают этот мир. Ну, не знаю, у них спектр вот этих чувств намного шире и намного чувствительнее.
А ты что делал? Что это такое?
Шкурка для зайцев, для ежей, для сов, всем.
А зачем ему одеваться?
Чтобы не замерзнуть.
Ну, это же игрушка, она же ничего не чувствует.
Хоть людям это будет спокойней.
В смысле, люди переживают за то, что она замерзнет?
Ну, дети то. Ну и может они согреются об шкурке.
Это нарисовано, сейчас скажу, снеговик и кто-то еще. Этот самый лыжник. Это он едет на санках. Лыжник.
Почему написано «совершенная любовь»? Это что значит?
Санки — совершенная любовь. Я знаю, что это такое. Он едет на санках.
Совершенная любовь – это людей любить. Это когда люди из разной кожи.
Вот любишь ты вот родителей, мороженое, делать что-то, вот движение к жизни.
Любить девушку, вот, можно сказать.
Да?
Ну да.
Приятное что-то делаешь себе или другим. То есть, если бы не было бы смысла жить.
Я живу не только для себя, но и для других. Мне отдают тепло свое. И я должна давать, не должна, хочу отдать свое тепло другим людям.
Они смогут жить так, как мы их научим. Вот если мы их не научим, они сами не научатся. Они вечные дети. Такие вечные дети.
А думаешь, отличаются чем-то дети от взрослых?
Опытом. В остальном нет. Ну, кто взрослые что-то о мире знают, а дети нет. Вот учатся еще, растут. У кого больше опыта, тут лучше живет.
А если ты все знаешь, тебе разве не скучно жить?
Значит, найди то, что не знаешь.
Кто-то любит обниматься, кто-то любит вот эту тактильность. Для кого-то тактильность вызывает боль, а для кого-то резкие звуки, громкие звуки тоже причиняют боль. Но они все разные, если говорить, да, ребята, с особенностями они все разные.
Наверное, это какая-то раса, знаешь, из каких-то гуманоидов, да, живущая в каком-то там своем мире, да.
Он вот такие штуки делает. Ну, таких интересных существ я бы так никогда бы... Вот я знаю, что некоторых ребят, у них не очень хорошо получается вот эта моторика мелкая, но им так это нравится, что просто одно удовольствие им помогать. Такого чистого восторга от творчества я ни у кого не видела.
А ты развиваешься, чтобы что сделать?
Чтобы скучно не было. Ну, ты остановишься, и все.
Ты философ, что ли?
Да.
Да?
Ну, раз философ, значит философ.
Hello, everyone. I'm Giselle Apter. I'm professor of child and perinatal psychiatry in France, and I'm very happy to and very honored and invited to give this talk. I'm just sorry that I can't be directly with you, whether it be in Moscow, where I hope to come one day, or at least to be live with you and answer your questions, because actually the 9th of October, we have our national conference in France, and therefore I cannot be both live with you, and so this is a pre-recorded talk. Your hosts have my email, and if you have questions, I'm sure they will forward them to me, and I will be very happy to respond in English, eventually in French, but unfortunately not in Russian. So please excuse my non-knowledge of the Russian language. So today I will be talking about women's mental health and their offspring's mental health, and how both of these interact together, and how it is essential to think that if we want to worry about the infants and children of tomorrow, we need to be thinking of them with their parents in mind, and thinking what I'm used to saying in 2s and 3s. I work in Normandy at the University of Rouen Normandy, where I have the honor of chairing child psychiatry, and I'm also head of a department in an academic setting at the Hospital of Le Havre. Le Havre is on the side, and if you ever come to France, I'd be very happy to host you and exchange with you about clinical research and academic issues on infant and children. I'm also, as I mentioned, president of the French Psychiatry of Public Psychiatrists, and as I was saying, we have our annual conference at the beginning of October. As WPA Western European Zonal Rep, I'm very happy to be with you, and I hope that we come together in many WPA conferences. So why should we be talking about women's mental health during the peripartum, and therefore its impact on offspring and on children, infants and children? Well, first, there's been a lot of research, obviously, but mostly also because generally you only hear about this, at least except for people who are specialized or who work on this specific topic, because disaster hits a headline, some situation, clinical situation with a woman committing suicide with her baby, or with someone dying by accident, more or less, and this accident can not be an accident. Therefore, when the headline sort of subsides, and as you know, media chases media, everything sort of melts away, disappears, and until the next one. And public health measures and public policies seem to forget this period. Maybe also perhaps because, as you know, pregnancy doesn't last very long, a few months, whereas public policies are generally thinking years ahead, and people sort of move on. Well, I think perhaps we can remember that because it doesn't last, it's a real window of opportunity to try to do something, but I'll get back to that. So why is it a constant paradox? It's a constant paradox because for many, many years, many centuries actually, women were considered not totally sensible. They were dependent on their husbands and fathers, and on the other hand, they were supposed to be fit to have children and raise them. Now, this sort of reached climax in the 20th century, even though I must say that in Eastern Europe and in Russia, you probably were ahead of us as far as parity in education and work was concerned. You were foremost in giving equal education to girls and boys, probably before we did. But today, where we have lots of women, thankfully, in academics, we're still faced with this sort of dilemma. And with this dilemma came the idea that actually, because it was women's nature to have children, having children was the best thing that could happen to them, and therefore having a baby was the best thing that could happen to a woman. Therefore, why should we worry about her mental health, since she was going through bliss, through heaven, through whatever it is, as if we forgot that in the 19th century women died in childbirth, in this picture is actually of a self-portrait of a painter who died just a few days after giving birth to a long waited for child. So pregnancy may be a choice today because we have contraception and reproductive medicine. However, it can still be an illness, as you know, for example, hypertension, gestational diabetes, and yet we forget that it can also be accompanied with mental illness. And so it seems as if it is forgotten that when you have a pre-existing mental disorder, having a baby is going to be a challenge. When you have a baby, sometimes in dire environmental conditions after trauma, war, etc., it can be quite a hurdle, and it can be quite a hurdle both for the mother and for the child. So to look at what we quickly know, I mean, some data, some good data about perinatal psychiatric disorders, so that you can see that this is not just something that I'm sort of throwing at you, but it is backed by data. I'll start off with some studies on women during peripartum, but I've illustrated it with something that you might remember perhaps more than some of the specific data, so that you stick it into your mind. I believe art generally helps us, poets help us too. And as you can see, this great Van Gogh painting, this woman actually, you might think, well, what has she got to do with the peripartum? Well, actually, in the 19th century, women had cradles that were rocked with a string. And this string actually means that there is a cradle somewhere outside the painting. And so that this woman is in the peripartum, and she is rocking the baby. So she knows the baby's there, so she's aware that she has to care of this child. But as you can see, she is the image of depression, melancholia, or at least something that has to do with the baby. She's looking inside herself rather than looking at the child. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that if women are not miraculously protected from depression and mental illness during the peripartum, this is going to have an impact on the baby. What will happen to the baby if its mother is not available, sensitive to its cues, and actually unable to do much for herself and for the baby? These are some of the data that you can look into. I can send you more precise bibliography if you like. I'll talk about the Figueroa study on bipolar disorder, but so a number of studies on prenatal and postnatal depression, and all of them show that this is one of the major issues, if not the major issue for health, and not just mental health, during the peripartum. Suicide is now considered the first cause of death in Western countries during the peripartum. And we've actually known some of this, even though it sort of doesn't get past the surface of people who work in the perinatal world. We've known this for many, many years with some very good studies, even if they were not replicated for 10, 15, sometimes 20 years, that actually the risk for a psychotic episode, and not just a depressive episode, is highest after birth. Again, looking at data from a national study, a Scandinavian study, with excellent records, you can see that the risk for psychosis within 90 days postpartum compared to psychosis at any other time is tenfold. And this is true for women who do not have, who did not have a pre-existing psychiatric condition before pregnancy, even if the risk is highest if you include women who also had a past history. So it's essential. And we know now that actually puerperal psychosis is more an affective disorder than a psychotic disorder per se. It's also true for bipolar disorder. where the risk of women postpartum is high if there is lithium discontinuation, which was what was recommended for many years, since lithium was for many years considered as teratogenic. And if the risk of the cardiac risk has actually been lowered considerably. And today lithium is not contraindicated during pregnancy. But there might also be another reason why we haven't been looking at this enough, and that is because there is a vast heterogeneity of symptoms and syndromes of psychiatric mood disorders during the peripartum. This was the first study of a series of studies that are being led by the PAC consortium that includes 7 countries and now even more institutions than the first paper. And you can see here that there, even in this first paper, we found 3 different profiles for women with peripartum depression. And the ones with the highest level of depression, the highest score of EPDS, and the highest score also on the anxiety subscale, were the ones who were already depressed during pregnancy and then got depressed, went on being depressed after birth, and had a history of mood disorder, you can see here. Whereas the ones here who were essentially not depressed during pregnancy but had a hard time dealing with the child were the ones where there was no difference in this group between those who had a mood disorder or those who did not. However, they were also probably had a higher, more vulnerable due to a higher risk of their pregnancy complications. So saying, well, a pregnancy complication, an obstetric complication, and hypertension, etc., is just something that sort of happens. Well, yes, it happens, but it has its consequences. And since women are worried about their own health, but especially about their infant's health, then the risk that they become pregnant is actually sort of like a marker of the fact that they are worried about their offspring, and therefore that they are more vulnerable to anxiety and depression if something is putting their offspring at risk. It actually shows that they're worried as parents, that they have become parents. And what about something else which we worry a lot about, which is comorbidity of personality disorders? Now, I say we worry a lot about this. Perhaps some of us don't, but we should. Why should we? Well, because we know that, we'll see the next slide, we know that when there is personality disorder, there is a risk for a lot of behavioral difficulties, especially with borderline personality disorder, but also with a number of other personality disorders. And so actually you can see here that if you compared depressed mothers to non-depressed mothers, well, the depressed mothers had a much higher risk of having 1 or 2 or even 3 personality disorders associated with their depression than the ones who were not depressed. So having a personality depression before pregnancy and birth actually raises the risk of being depressed during the peripartum. Question whether this is, again, the same depression as what we generally call postpartum depression, how heterogeneous this is still remains to be explored. Why is it important? It's important because actually if women are depressed or have personality disorders associated with their depression, they are going to get, at least in my world, inadequate prenatal care. Even when prenatal care is free or more or less freely available, which is the case in a lot of Western countries, not in the US, by the way, but still in most Western countries. When women are depressed, they just don't get up to go to the consultation, they forget, or they feel that they don't deserve to go, that they don't want treatment, that they are anxious and therefore they have a high use of substances and alcohol and obviously cigarettes. And that, as you know, these are extremely and have a negative impact both on the pregnancy itself, on the women, on birth, on the fetal development. And so even if it's through an indirect pathway, prenatal depression has major negative impact on women, their pregnancy, and their infants. Just to summarize, they will not seek or follow healthcare recommendations. It's too difficult when you're depressed. When they give birth, they will be less sensitive to infant cues, even if it's not as dramatic as the picture I showed you. It will make them irritable and or aloof, and they won't communicate. And obviously, once you have had a depression, the risk that you have another depression during your lifetime rises, and the risk of self-injury and suicide rises. And as I said, again, it is one of the highest risk, if not the highest risk, during the postpartum, that of self-harm and suicide. 5 years ago, it was considered in my country as the highest risk for women of death. The highest risk of death was suicide. Today, we've reassessed, and it's sort of a tie between cardiovascular causes such as preeclampsia or embolia and suicide. But it's still so. It's still either the first or the first, tied with cardiovascular causes. And it is much less addressed, assessed, and recognized than cardiovascular causes. Perhaps also because it's not as easy to assess and recognize as taking somebody's blood pressure. However, if it's the first cause of death, there's no public health justification to not worrying about it. And as I mentioned, the perinatal, the PPD and perinatal depression is not on your radar. And Samantha Meltzer-Brody's team tried to look at a bulk of women who had perinatal depression and just follow them up. And so more or less, they described this cascade here, and you can sort of think that each time, each group, each arrow drops off of that half of women. So if you have 100 women who have PPD, only half will be recognized, assessed, diagnosed. Okay, half of those who do have PPD will get diagnosis. Of these who get a diagnosis, or at least get on your radar, only half are going to be treated. Okay? And among those that half who's going to start treatment, only half is going to go on getting treated adequately with the right treatment for the right amount of time. And so only about half of those are going to be on remission. So at the end of the line, from here to here, only 5% of women who had PPD are going to be recognized, treated, adequately treated, and remiss. That's not very good in terms of public health. This is another way of looking at it, looking at both antenatal and postnatal depression. And so now that we hopefully agree to the fact that this is important, it has important prevalence, it's an important public health issue. Why is it important for infants and not just for moms, or for moms and their spouses? Since when someone's depressed, the immediate environment sometimes takes its toll also. So why should we be talking about interactions? Well, because parenting means being worried and being preoccupied, and that becoming a parent is not automatic. Just like pregnancy is not bliss, becoming a parent is not easy and is not intuitive. Develop means change, and change in humans is both a drive and a stress. That's what challenge is, drive and stress, and therefore doesn't always come to this another beautiful Impressionist painting. And why is it important to think about this early on? Well, because even if the nature and nurture debate, what is the baby born with, and what does it develop after it is born is still ongoing. And I'm sure we're going to have great research, great epigenetic research in the years to come. It's already started, and we actually know that one of our specificities is not only language in the sense that it is the fact that we are born with only about half of our development being utero, and half, say 9 months in utero, and the first 9 months is also a major period of brain development, and therefore this sort of second airborne pregnancy is essential. Parent-infant interactions are strongly correlated to infant development, and we've seen this very often. And we have strong longitudinal data, even if it's not an enormous amount of data, to show this, which I will be talking about. You all know this picture of needle imitation, which has been amply discussed, whether or not the baby aware that he is imitating Andrew Meltzoff. Whether or not he is, we cannot know, but we know that he actually memorizes this interaction through other data from Emerson Nagy especially, which has shown that if you do an imitation game with a baby, and a newborn or a 2-week-old baby, and you see him again more or less 2 weeks later, and you put yourself in the same position, you look at the baby, and so on and so forth, the baby is going to wait for you to stick out your tongue. And if you don't stick out your tongue, Emerson Nagy has shown that actually the baby then starts provoking you by sticking out its tongue, which has made her call babies not only homo imitans, but also homo provocans. And this shows that the baby had memorized this game, maybe because he thought that it was an interesting game, but therefore it means that very early on, patterns of imitation and interaction are there in the infant brain. And so, since, as I mentioned, we have these first few months of life where early experience is so important and is going to have a major impact both on neuron synapses, connections, and we don't know yet exactly in detail everything about what will shape them, but obviously there is going to be a shaping of gene expression and development in the first months of non-uterine development. So we're sort of navigating right after birth, and women are navigating. So they're going to need the environment, the caregivers of these children are going to need as much of availability and sensitivity as possible after birth. This is known for mice and rats, but obviously it's going to be harder to show in humans. But here are some experiences in pups of rodents that shows you why we should be on our guard about this, and we should worry about what happens right after birth for children. In this study, pups of rodents were changed, had changed environments. Now, remember that if a pup is raised in a low nurturing environment, that is, what makes pups secure is different, not totally different, but somewhat different from us, is that they need to be licked and groomed. They need to be hugged, more or less. You can talk to that. And they don't just need to be fed. So a pup that is raised and licked and groomed amply with a high nurture mother is going to become itself a good licker and groomer, a high nurturing parent. And one that is raised by a low nurturing parent is going to become a low nurturing parent itself. Now, you might say, well, if that's the case, maybe it's in the genes, because these are rodents. We have no way of seeing if cultural or language influences us. Well, so the McGill team actually looked at 3 generations. So they looked at the pups of low lickers and groomers and high lickers and groomers, and they put these in different environments. So they stuck some of the pups of the low lickers and groomers into another environment with high licker and groomer parents. They sort of had them adopted into an enriched environment, and they had some of the high lickers and groomers adopted in an isolated and poorly nourishing environment. And lo and behold, what happened? When the high lickers and groomers were put in a low environment, they became low licker and groomer parents, and their offspring became low lickers and groomers. So the 3rd generation, even if they probably had the same genes, became low lickers and groomers because their parents became low lickers and groomers due to the change in environment and not due to the change in genes. Sorry. And I thought, and if so this is essential because it means that the environment was stronger than the genes. Now, if you looked at the low lickers and groomers, sorry, each time I'm clicking the wrong way. If you looked at the low lickers and groomers, the opposite was also true. If you put the low ones with the low licker and groomer gene in an enriched environment, not only did they become high licker and groomer parents, so did their offspring. So you see, we sort of reversed the clock both ways. This means that the environment we provide, at least for rodents, but maybe for children, is stronger, or at least as strong as the genes that they have been provided with. This should at least be publicized and give thought for public policy for children and how we should invest in taking care of the first months and years of our offspring. This is another way of looking at it, looking at how save and return interaction in humans this time actually influences the brain. You can see the film here, this film that if you have access to the Child Developing Center that gives access to many films, both in English and in other languages, and I think it's some of the tools that they give access to are things you can use with your students, but also with families, because some of them are really made for the public and to help public policymakers advocate for more for very young children. So getting back to data, we were talking about women who didn't get enough care and who had high-risk pregnancies. Well, if you have a high-risk pregnancy, you are at risk of having a child who has vulnerabilities. And so not surprisingly, if you heighten your substance abuse, your use of alcohol, your lack of health care, you will have an infant who has a heightened risk of NICU admission, going to intensive care. They will have decreased APGAR scores, and you know that decreased APGAR scores are highly correlated to IQ scores at adolescence and adulthood, unfortunately. They will be low birth weight, small for gestational age, and therefore they will sort of accumulate all these risks that are linked to their parents' mental health disorders. So you'll have parents with mental health disorders and children who are vulnerable to both physical and mental health disorders. Really dramatic situation. You can even see this for infants who aren't necessarily preemies or small for gestational age. Some data has shown that even these well infants, not preemies, full term, etc., will be more hypotonic, more irritable, harder to elicit, and already have differences in the way they orient their gaze and their regulatory capacities to organize the different sensory inputs that go into an infant. So this has definitely negative consequences on very early infant development. And in return, if an infant is more irritable and more difficult, it will be more difficult for the parent to take care of it. And and behold, a very interesting long-term longitudinal study of childhood and adolescent outcomes of children of mothers with postnatal depression. And you can see that behavioral problems at 3.5, school difficulties at 16, and depression at 18 all were significantly correlated to severe and persistent postpartum depression. And if you include all parents having a severe mental disorders, and you look at most of the data that has come out until the past few years, and most recent data, which is more recent than this review that we worked on in 2017, everything that's come out since then goes on confirming, unfortunately, that the high risk for children of parents with severe mental health disorders is actually so strong. 50 to 70% of children who have parents with one or both parents with severe mental disorder present with major psychiatric disorders at adolescence. It is so strong that there should be probably a follow-up, systematic follow-up of all children of parents with severe mental disorders. This is in French just to show you the follow-up of minors who were in need of protection for mental health and abuse. And as you see, it keeps on rising, and it keeps on rising, and is severely linked to parents with, 70 to 80% of parents of these children had either a mental illness or an addiction or both. And this could be summarized in what are now called adverse child experiences, in which you can categorize abuse, neglect, but also other challenges, and 4 or more adverse child experiences, and every single risk: disrupted neurodevelopment, impairment, health risk behaviors, and therefore diseases, health diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and early deaths are at a much higher risk for this population. So we're not just working for our patients by helping them get treated for their mental health disorder. The adults, we're not just working for the children of these patients or for the children who are our parents as child psychiatrists. We're working for them for their whole lives and for the next generation. it's worthwhile, I think, to invest in this. So just a word before we sort of, I hope, end in agreeing that we need to focus on this population, to add something about what has been going on. I mean, I can't just give a talk and not say that the pandemic has also hit women during the peripartum, not only because of morbidity and mortality, which has created stress, but also because, yes, it has created an enormous amount of stress. And if at the beginning of the pandemic, people thought, well, it's just stress of not knowing about the pandemic or not knowing about how they're going to care for their baby by being isolated from their family or from not having visits during their stay in the hospital. Actually, the medium and long-term impact of reduced physical contact, remember we sort of cut off a lot of physical support and proximal support for mothers and their infants in last year due to the pandemic. We think that there's going to be a bigger impact than what was first imagined. We've again organized a protocol with many countries to try to prospectively study women. We have about close to 400 women in France and even more in most of these countries. The idea is to get women themselves to answer questions on momsduringcovid.org and to see what's happening. The rise in stress is obvious. The rise in anxiety is obvious. We're going to have to tease out which women are the most vulnerable. If it is the ones, this is the French version, if the ones who have past history, which they will be writing about, or if everyone was impacted. And of course, we'll have to find out what happens to the infants when they sort of grow. So where to go? How do we address this? How do we insist on the necessity for everyone to know about fetal and neonatal development, because I don't think it goes around except to a very small group of people. How do we get this for everyone to be aware that women need to be cared for and that we need to think about prescriptions and non-prescriptions? How do we assess benefit, the best benefit risk balance for women and their fetus, and when they are postpartum and need to take care of this child and other children? How do we monitor this, help them readjust, help them adjust, help them become parents? Remember, it's not that easy. It's not just click of a finger and done. How do we adapt? There are guidelines exist, maybe not everywhere. I'd be very happy to talk with you if you have guidelines in Russia. Here, fear of medication is high, and on the other hand, the fear of having social services interfere, but without knowledge of how one can push for better postnatal development is also very high. Social stigma is very high of psychiatric disorders in general, which means that psychiatric disorders, instead of being taken care of, will be underreported until they sort of explode. And then, of course, it's too late for everyone, both for the parent and the child. And so perhaps if we, instead of thinking about we should be doing this against or for, we can think of an informed approach that includes everyone. It includes the idea that no one is ill by choice, and that sometimes being ill keeps you from seeking care. So we need to go forward and push for care for parents and infants together whenever possible. Therefore, thinking in 2s, 3s, and maybe even more. But that we need to clarify who needs what. And we cannot sacrifice, if we're thinking in togetherness, we cannot sacrifice one need, whether it be the infants or the parents, for the other's needs. And sometimes maybe their needs are contradictory, and therefore we need to implement these needs by different teams, different people in different settings. Infant development is quick, as I mentioned. Pregnancy is even quicker. It's very short, but infant early development is at least as short, but maybe sometimes a little longer. People go up until the age of 2, until children start to talk. So being more intensive in the care that is offered during 18 to 24 or 30 months compared to the whole lifetime might be worthwhile. We need to address issues of parental, maternal psychopathology and its impact on the very young infant together. This needs to be done as a whole. Otherwise, we will always be missing out on someone. Most often it's on the infant because it doesn't speak for itself, but sometimes it's also on the parent. And so let's get together. I hope you will be able to react and send me your questions, your comments, everything you'll be doing or would want to be doing. And we'll be working together for this generation and hopefully for the next ones. Thank you.
Hello, привет to all of my colleagues in Russia and around the world. First of all, I'd like to pay my respect to the first peoples of the land from which I speak, that is the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples of Australia. I'd also like to thank Dr. Pazina and the other members of the scientific committee for the conference, and of course all of my WCP colleagues who've been very supportive and have engaged with my work over some time. In this talk, I'll be trying to contribute to the discussion around how we deal with humanitarian crises. I'll be looking at this from a psychotherapeutic perspective, but also trying to contribute to discussion about how we respond as a community and how we respond in a psychological sense to these situations, and the importance in that process of respecting individual minds. I'm going to read this talk, and there are some slides. You can think of these slides more as a visual accompaniment than a cognitive guide. So the title I've chosen is In Times of Crisis, Choose Humanity. When originally asked to give this talk, the pressing crisis was the 2019-20 bushfires, Australia's worst fire season ever. Of course, since then we've had some terrible wildfires in the United States and in parts of Europe. So this is a recurring kind of catastrophe. In 2020, the focus had shifted and of course remains linked to the global pandemic. In just the last month or two, we have seen the fall of Kabul in the context of American withdrawal, roughly coinciding with the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Perhaps one could be forgiven for saying that the state of crisis seems never ending. In the digital era, the sense of proximity to crisis being accentuated by the 24-hour news cycle and communication technologies that bring catastrophe into every living room. We navigate a path of relatedness against this disturbing background. With the relational turn in psychoanalysis, the orientation to social connection is now seen as primary to the development of mental life from the beginning. We have evolved towards social engagement, needing relationships to help regulate our emotional lives throughout life. Yet each mind develops as a singularity. Self has a dual aspect, reflecting the privacy of the individual flow of experience, one might say the privacy of the mind, and the public manifestation of identity. As therapists, we need to try and see the private dimension of experience for each patient. This sense of privacy and of being possessed of a bounded mind is an outcome of the interplay between child and carer or carers in development, an achievement that reflects a measure of security and the sense of personal value. Its maintenance requires continuing exchanges with others and the environment and is often disrupted by exposure to trauma. How can this be reconciled with crises that push people into survival mode, often shutting down the sense of self and destroying relationships and lives? While we often, in circumstances of crisis, witness heroism and teamwork, we also do see barbarity, displacement, relational disruption, and often individuals are left feeling alone and exposed. The cumulative trauma of the world is indeed overwhelming. We see in a quote from Francis Weller. Most of the time we numb ourselves to it, at least to an extent. In the face of trauma and stress, we automatically and understandably shift into defensive modes of functioning. People will vary considerably in the capacity to remain present to the environment. As we move, however, beyond the immediate stress, we realize the extent of losses, injuries, dislocation, and isolation. We have to find ways of dealing with situations we could never have prepared for. One kind of response may be to toughen up, distance oneself from feeling, and prepare to meet for future aggression or disaster. Indeed, some cultures and regimes will facilitate this kind of militant preparation, although it involves some degree of dehumanization, both of self and other, particularly when applied to the interpersonal sphere. The situations of grief confronted as the consequences of trauma unfold are associated with a sense of personal vulnerability. Grief and personal vulnerability experienced at a private level are what is most universal within our emotional lives. It is the tender heart of humanity from cradle to grave. The risk of turning to others for help and sharing the sense of vulnerability may seem considerable to some, yet this is the path forward in social terms, path of humanity, which offers opportunities for recovery and sometimes the possibility of growth. The risk of sharing personal vulnerability may feel greater to many in the 21st century as we experience the power of social media, satellite tracking technology, manifest as intrusions into our associations and movement. Many may feel there is no safe relational space and that any expression of conviction or emotional response may be dangerous. In some cases, technologies may be brought to bear on the individual by regimes that are bent on control rather than human rights. Some now even claim that technology can be brought to bear that allows us to see what is occurring in the privacy of the individual mind, for instance, on the basis of fMRI recordings, as described in Mark Solm's book. This doesn't, in my view, fit with the clinical reality in which we aren't able to read minds, nor predict the future for individuals or indeed ourselves. It is a disturbing claim, however, one which has led Solms to embark on a program of developing an artificial consciousness based upon feeling rather than cognition, that is, artificial sentience rather than artificial intelligence. Sometimes it seems that science may still take us down dehumanizing paths. Minds actually develop in communication with the environment, and particularly the interpersonal environment. We come to know ourselves through knowing others. We come to have minds of our own, paradoxically, through exchange with others. This framework of mutual interdependence and reciprocity is the basis of Judith Butler's radical critique of political and interpersonal violence. The argument is made that if we truly understand the nature of the social bond, we would understand our dependence on social life and the institutional structures that support it. We're also challenged to see all people as being equally grievable, a condition which doesn't seem to be achieved in a world full of inequality and strife. The argument, admittedly a utopian one, is that the sense of equal grievability leads us to an understanding of what is described paradoxically by Butler as the force of non-violence. In grief, we may find a principle that helps us find the path beyond doer and done to quote Jessica Benjamin. For psychotherapy, much of the process of working through is to be understood in terms of loss and trauma, that is, grief. Each life is the product of a long conversation each person has with their significant others and with the larger culture and community. Exchanges of this lifelong conversation are the vehicles for individual growth and the sense of belonging. Growth occurs when the privacy of the individual mind is respected. Trauma occurs when the individual mind is violated. Of course, the privacy of the mind isn't absolute. Each person can decide whether to share his or her experience. For a civil world, the right of each person to make that decision would need to be considered inviolate. When people experience a sense of personal safety in therapy, the opportunity for growth is achieved. Butler's critique of violence, with its notion of equal grievability, might be considered part of a long conversation at the level of the larger community, that is, the world community. To me, it seems to bridge the levels of the personal and the political. In Western culture, the writing of St. Augustine, specifically his Confessions, is considered one of the earliest examples of a writer sharing the interiority of his mind. As such, it is a forerunner of modern literature, including works of fiction, such as psychodynamic literature, that's works of non-fiction, such as psychodynamic literature, and also of fiction, for example, novels. This kind of sharing of what is felt in the heart has, I believe, a humanizing effect at a cultural level. These kind of communicative exchanges contribute to interpersonal and intercultural understanding and reductions in violence. Despite the everyday evidence we may see to the contrary, as we watch the news, for instance, those who look at big data tell us that the world is actually a less violent place than it once was, perhaps giving us cause for hope. When St. Augustine says in his Confessions that we learn kindness from our very weakness, he refers to a universal truth emphasizing the vulnerable state in which all human life starts and to which we always remain subject. He is not, as many do, using weakness in a pejorative sense. Rather, he sees it as having a central value, fostering kindness and care in human societies. Thank you for your attention. Spasiba and до свидания.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for the organizers to invite me to make a presentation and share with you all on some of the recent works our team has been doing on autism and schizophrenia spectrum disorders. And I have to apologize that because of the time clash, I cannot make a live presentation. So it is a recorded presentation instead of a live presentation here. When we're talking about neurodevelopmental disorders, autism spectrum disorders, and schizophrenia spectrum disorders are two typical examples of this kind of diagnosis. In the past, these two clinical groups has been considered to be distinct groups. However, the recent empirical findings suggest that there are actually a lot of similarity overlap between these two clinical groups in terms of genetic stuff and environmental risk factors. They are also shared all the brain structure and functional connectivities and abnormalities here. They also exhibit difficulties and impairments in social cognition and social interactions. More importantly, there's also co-occurrence rate above the diagnostic and trait levels. So that's very important for the implications for us to have a precision psychiatry in terms of diagnosis, treatment, and development of etiological models based on the psychopathology of these two disorders. For genetic informations, we show you some advanced data from genetic population studies. For example, like the FAT1, the 16p11.2 locus together with the DUF 1220 copy number is all associated with both autism and schizophrenia spectrum disorders. This table further illustrates more detailed information concerning about genetic informations. It includes the exact location for the chromosome, the type of function being lost or gained, candidate genes, the specific pathway, together with the corresponding functions. And these all are shared by both the autism and schizophrenia spectrum disorders. At the brain structural functional level, we have done meta-analysis to look at specifically for the gray matter volumes between autism spectrum disorder and schizophrenia spectrum disorders. We found that the two groups share abnormalities in terms of the reduced brain volumes in the posterior cingulate area, the right parahippocampal campus, cortex, the putamen, insula, together with thalamus. They also share unique abnormalities in terms of the putamen specifically for autism, while patients with schizophrenia showed a wide range of reduced brain volumes ranging from frontal lobes to that of temporal lobes and down to the basal ganglia. One point I would like to highlight here, for cerebellum, we didn't find any differences between the two groups and even for the abnormalities here. But it doesn't mean that the two groups did not exhibit abnormalities in terms of cerebellar structural functions here. Because by that time, we don't have very sophisticated brain network or tools for us to examine the cerebellar abnormalities here. But with the advanced technology recently developed, we are now more able to study this kind of abnormalities in cerebellar using the templates and the tools that we developed from the advanced statistical tools here. And for the functional connectivities, actually, we have conducted a study specifically to look at the empathy-related resting state functional connectivity between patients with early onset schizophrenia and high-functioning autistic cases here. Although we have recruited only small sample size here, including only 20 cases of early onset schizophrenia and 11 autistic cases, together with 26 heavy controls. we did find some very interesting findings here. Overall, we found significant group differences in the resting state functional connectivity between the regions of interest in the core network of empathy and the whole brain voxels across the three groups here. When we look at the specific functional connectivity here, for example, for the early onset schizophrenia compared to the typically developing children, we found a reduced connectivity in these kind of MPV-related functional connectivity, especially in the bilateral anterior insula and within the anterior cingulate cortex. A very similar pattern of reduced connectivity has been shown in early onset schizophrenia compared to autism spectrum disorders. When we look at the two clinical groups, they do show hyperactivity, that is the elevated activity connecting the insula together with that of sensory motor and area here as compared to the heavy controls. And that's the imaging data. And when we're concerned about the clinical symptoms and also cognitive functionings, we know that according to the DSM and also ICD system, these diagnoses were based on the clinical symptoms manifest in everyday life. In autism spectrum disorder, we got the clinical symptoms like including the impaired social functionings, communication problems, as well as repetitive behavior in everyday life. These cases also associate with a wide range of impairments in cognitive functioning, especially for the social conditions here, including the theory of mind for mentalizing people's intentions, impairments in executive functions, especially for the hot components of executive functions, together with the social interaction deficits. And for a patient with schizophrenia, they also been diagnosed according to the positive symptoms manifestations augmented by the negative symptoms, as well as the cognitive impairments being exhibited by these clinical cases. There are also a wide range of cognitive and social cognitive functioning impairments exhibited by patients with schizophrenia, including theory of mind, executive functions, as well as social interactions. And we did compare the two groups in terms of theory of mind based on a task-based theory of mind task. We name it as Yoni task, developed by Sharma Shori, and we have validated this task in the Chinese context. In this task, it assessed the participants' performance of theory of mind in terms of the affective and cognitive components. We got the first and the second order of affective and cognitive components here. And then in this task, we also set the physical conditions for us to assess whether the participants are able to understand the details of the task. If they fail to complete the physical condition task, the data will be eliminated and will not be included in subsequent data analysis. And here show you the result. We found significant differences on the theory of mind task was shown among the three groups here. Especially when we look at the deficits, it came from the second order or the affective and cognitive components of the theory of mind tasks. And look at the post-hoc analysis showing that the two groups, the autistic cases as well as the schizophrenia cases, which show very comparable effect size of impairment in terms of physical, in terms of affective and cognitive components of theory of mind tasks. And that's the findings from clinical groups. Here I would like to argue saying that impairments were not limited to clinical cases, but could extend to even subclinical and general populations here. The first study I show you here is a very simple survey study. We administer a set of measures capturing about autistic and schizotypal traits and a set of cognitive functioning to a group of 800-something college students. We follow them up 1 year later and we assess them. And our findings show that at the baseline, the co-occurrence rate of elevated autistic and schizotypal traits is around 3.4%. And 1 year later, it's almost the same, it's around 2.4%. So the data show here saying that it's quite a relative stable co-occurrence rate of elevated autistic and schizotypal traits. We also found a very significant correlation between autistic traits and schizotypal traits, particularly concerning about the negative and disorganized domains of schizotypal traits. And also, we also found a significant interactions of schizotypal and autistic trait here. That is, co-occurrence traits will correlate with better executive functioning and social functioning, but poorer emotional expression performances. And these findings are actually consistent with the data provided by Abu Akil team, saying that the similar compromise and interaction effects of schizotypal and autistic traits. Then we'd like to look at the data we found to be replicated in another sample. We could an independent sample of around 2,500 college students. We administered the same set of tests. We found very consistent and robust findings. Again, positive correlations were found between autistic traits and schizotypal traits, with correlation mainly concerning about the negative and disorganized domains of schizotypal traits, but not for the positive one. And we ran for the regression models and found that for the negative schizotypal traits, it predicts positively for the autistic trait scores. On the other hand, the positive schizotypal traits could predict negatively with the autistic trait score. And for this sample, we also include the childhood trauma experiences, and we found that the data, the findings we showed you here were not confounded by the experiences of childhood trauma here. However, this kind of studies just give a very simple correlation between autistic and schizotypal traits. We don't know much about the detailed associations for the psychopathologies between autistic and schizotypal traits. So we ran for the meta-analysis and employed network analysis to make a much more detailed analysis on this kind of pattern here. First, for the meta-analysis, we finally include 22 papers that allow us to make an analysis here. And here shows the result. I'm sorry about this very busy table, but the main findings here I would like to highlight is the correlation between autistic traits and the subdomain and total score of schizotypal traits, including the total score, positive, negative, and disorganized domains here. And the main findings show that the strongest correlation was found between autistic traits and negative schizotypal traits, followed by the disorganized trait score. And more importantly, our result also indicate that a much more lower but significant positive correlation were found between positive schizotypal traits and then autistic traits than for the other two domain score. So the question will be asked whether there will overlap between autistic and positive schizotypal traits. The result that we found here may be due to the spurious and weak item wordings in each item on the checklist here. We don't know whether it's true or not. However, the finding may also be confounded by some other non-specific and factors like anxiety and depression here. So in order to tease out these confusions, we went for the principal component analysis first. We found two components here accounting for a total of 15.8% of the variance here. The first component, we name it as the social difficulty because it concerns the item loading on it associating with the social aspects, including the social skills, communications, no close friend, excessive social anxiety, and are some other related items here. And more interestingly, for the second component, we label it as a positive schizophrenia autism component because the covered item seems to reflect the range along the continuum of autistic traits from one side to the positive schizotypal traits on the other side. Then we would like to look at specifically the more underlying association between the schizotypal trait score and other autistic trait scores here using the network analysis. Our findings show that the positive schizotypal traits exhibit negative correlation with several important autistic nukes here. In particular, negative correlations were found between attentions to details and the positive schizotypal traits, including magical thinking, unusual perceptual experiences. And also, with the anxiety and depression are strongly correlated with each other. However, they are relatively weakly correlated with autistic and schizotypal traits, therefore they stayed peripheral in the network. Taken together, our findings show that there is diminished affective and cognitive components of fear of mind have been exhibited in both the clinical cases of autistic spectrum disorder and childhood onset schizophrenia. On the other hand, concerning about the functional connectivities of the brain or the empathy-related functional connectivity based on the resting state data has also been exhibited in these two clinical groups. In particular, patients with early onset schizophrenia are much more vulnerable to this kind of connectivities, connecting the anterior cingulate cortex, anterior insular, and sensory motor areas. Moreover, concerning about the general populations or the subclinical samples, autistic traits, especially for the impaired social and communicative skills, are strongly correlated with the negative schizotypal trait scores. Our findings from network analysis also support the psychosis autism diametrical model, saying that with the autistic and positive schizotypal traits representing two opposite extremes of the same continuum, and it is consistent with the model proposed by Crispy and Bangrock. However, more studies in both the clinical and subclinical levels are related to disentangle the complex associations between schizophrenia and autism spectrum disorders. So what is the most important implications here for us to do? And actually, we found that the relationship between autism spectrum disorder and schizophrenia spectrum disorders are not limited to the clinical groups only, but may also extend to subclinical trait levels. However, we have to be concerned and alert to the potential confounders that exist between the overlap of the two personality traits here. So we have to have a set of well-validated measures specifically capturing the same constructs of autistic and schizotypal traits for us to make a direct comparison. These include, but not limited to, social cognitions that I show you here. Also should also extend to sensory integration, executive functions, and other related cognitive functionings here. And we have to adapt a combination of self-report measures to that of performance-based tasks, as well as task-based functional imaging paradigms. So there's a huge amount of the work that is not a one-man band's work. We need collaborative work to make it practical and feasible. And that's the end of my presentation today. I would like to acknowledge my team members, collaborators, and funding sources. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компании, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
В 2013 году в Тверском областном психоневрологическом диспансере открылось детское медико-реабилитационное отделение, к настоящему времени функционирующее в рамках дневного стационара. В данном отделении оказывается комплексная помощь детям и подросткам от 3 до 18 лет бригадой специалистов: психиатр, психотерапевт, клинический психолог, дефектолог, логопед, врач лечебной физкультуры, инструктор ЛФК, социальный работник. В медико-реабилитационное отделение направляются дети и подростки с различными психическими расстройствами: задержка психического и речевого развития различного генеза, расстройства поведения, невротические расстройства, органические психические расстройства, синдром раннего детского аутизма, шизофрения, легкая и умеренная умственная отсталость. Врач-психиатр совместно со специалистами отделения разрабатывают индивидуальную программу каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная возможность творческих занятий в мини-группах по 2-4 человека, что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. Пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения к врачу, к специалисту любому, с любыми своими вопросами в то время, пока ребенок находится на занятиях.
Доказано, что чем раньше начинается целенаправленная работа с ребенком, тем более полным и эффективным могут оказаться коррекция и компенсация нарушений, а в некоторых случаях возможно и предупреждение вторичных отклонений развития. На начальных этапах особое внимание уделяется диагностической работе, позволяющей оценить степень адаптации и выявить наиболее слабые и сильные стороны ребенка. Последующая работа ведется по специально сконструированной индивидуальной коррекционно-развивающей программе с учетом закрепления ее родителями в домашних условиях. Средний цикл занятий для детей и подростков обычно рассчитан на 2 месяца. За это время, конечно, невозможно коренным образом изменить ситуацию в семье или уровень возможностей ребенка. Однако можно задать правильный вектор для родителей.
Родители должны четко понимать, что есть та составляющая, которую мы изменить не в силах, это та вещь, которая, это тот пласт особенностей, который с ними пойдет по жизни. Нужно адаптировать этого ребенка к его же особенностям, адаптироваться самому к его особенностям и понимать, что какой-то кусочек в нем мы можем поменять аккуратно, не вторгаясь слишком глубоко, просто аккуратно что-то видоизменить. Но в целом и в общем личность, особенно когда к нам приходят уже с детьми 10-12-летними, она во многом уже сложившаяся, просто нужно ее немножко вписать в какие-то рамки, в какие-то правила, в какие-то понятия общечеловеческие. Но прежде всего принимать ребенка со всеми его прелестями, оценивать всегда конкретный поступок, но не ребенка.
В отделении проводятся занятия логоритмикой. С детьми работает логопед с музыкальным образованием и психолог. В группе обычно 6-8 детей. Занятия логоритмикой стимулируют развитие пассивной и активной речи ребенка, поскольку он имеет хорошую возможность подражать звукам, слогам, словам, которые произносит взрослый. Логарифмические упражнения способствуют развитию темпа и ритма речевого дыхания, развитию артикуляционной моторики, укреплению мимической мускулатуры, формированию фонематической системы языка, развитию темпа ритмических и мелодико-интонационных характеристик речи, развитие умения сочетать движения и речь, координировать их, подчинять единому ритму, оказывает благоприятное воздействие и на формирование пространственных представлений. В целях развития творческих способностей маленьких пациентов в мастерской ведутся гончарные работы. Давно известно о положительном влиянии лепки из глины на эмоциональное состояние. Завораживающее движение круга надолго удерживает детей за столом, развивая усидчивость, внимание и моторику. В отделении проводятся занятия на системе мультисенсорного развития ОМИ-ВИСТА. Занятия с каждым ребенком строятся по индивидуальному плану. Оборудование используется при работе с детьми, страдающими аутизмом, задержкой психического развития, умственной отсталостью. Также ОМИ-ВИСТА эффективно при работе с расстройствами настроения, эмоциональными и поведенческими расстройствами. С началом применения мультисенсорной системы ОМИ-ВИСТА в условиях данного отделения с апреля 2013 года наибольшая положительная динамика выявлена у детей, страдающих ранним детским аутизмом и задержкой психического развития. Всего с момента установки ОМИ-ВИСТА система была использована в ходе не менее 2000 занятий. Новая система позволяет расширить инструментальный спектр в работе медицинского психолога, повышая ее качество и результативность. В отделении активно применяется нейромоторная коррекция. Она представляет собой систему специальных упражнений, которые направлены на формирование и развитие речи, памяти, внимания. Цель программы – научить мозг правильно обрабатывать информацию, полученную от органов чувств. Данная программа рекомендуется детям с синдромом дефицита внимания и гиперактивностью, нарушениями аутистического спектра и проблемами с овладением школьными навыками. В основу тренировок положены упражнения на балансировочной доске, а также нейрокоррекционные и дополнительные общие вестибулярные упражнения на фитболе, батуте, гимнастической скамье. Нейромоторная коррекция является прекрасным дополнением к коррекционным занятиям с другими специалистами, такими как психолог, логопед, дефектолог, повышая их эффективность. Еще одна методика, которая используется в реабилитационной программе, это кинезиотейпирование. Тейпы производятся из высококачественного хлопка, который эластичен и по своим свойствам приближен к человеческой коже.
За счет того, что эта лента эластичная, соответственно, наклеивая ее на кожу, она двигается вместе с кожей. В нашем случае, в нашем отделении, мы используем кинезиотейпирование с целью улучшения микроциркуляции лимфы и кровообращения в воротниковой зоне, и наклеиваем мы эту ленту определенным способом на воротниковую зону. Еще мы в нашем отделении используем наклеивание ленты для нейромоторной коррекции, для стабилизации поясничного отдела мы накладываем на поясничный отдел эту ленту. И в занятиях с логопедом мы тоже используем это обклеивание для улучшения работы артикуляционного аппарата, для стимуляции мимической мускулатуры. Кроме того, наклеенный на кожу тейп, он активизирует многочисленные рецепторы, находящиеся в слоях кожи. А соответственно, мы подаем импульсы к головному мозгу, а соответственно мы стимулируем и работу головного мозга.
В ходе своей работы специалисты детского медико-реабилитационного отделения стремятся прежде всего помочь родителям принять имеющийся на сегодняшний день уровень ресурса ребенка, задать нужный вектор в лечебной и психолого-педагогической работе, настроить на совместное решение маленьких задач на пути к главной цели – достижение максимально возможного для данного конкретного ребенка уровня социальной адаптации.
Занимается основанием основы. Давай. Очень аккуратненько. Ниточка к ниточке. Не торопись. Молодец. Так. Вот она. 8. И ниточка пошла в обратную сторону. Вот так мы наматываем основу. Готовим основу для ткацкого станка. Для изготовления кукол нужна чистая белая шерсть. Как у тебя дела? Хорошо? Справляешься? Да, время-то идет, конечно. Ну покажи, как ты работаешь. Молодец. И что? Ты добавляешь шерсть? Ну-ка, покажи. Ну покажи, как ты сколько добавляешь. Вот так понемножку добавляешь, да? Молодец. Ну здорово у тебя получается. Шерсть расчесанная, да? Ой, довольный. Наверное, еще надо добавлять. А, Данила, еще-то надо добавлять? И сколько ты добавляешь? Вот так маленькими кусочками добавляешь. Молодец. Тогда шерсть получается очень хорошо расчесанной, да?
Да.
Так. Подожди. Еще рано. Ну, давай, работай. А то для кукол нам надо много шерсти. Ладно, спасибо. Не буду тебе мешать. Работай давай. Пошла.
Вот.
Ну, давай.
Представьте, что окружающий мир – это хаос вещей, людей и событий, и вы не знаете, чего ожидать. Вот так некоторые дети воспринимают реальность. Им очень непросто, но надо научиться жить в этом мире. В Сургуте мы создали 2 центра, где помогаем детям при нарушениях речи, поведения и обучения. В Центре инклюзивного образования и социальной адаптации «Счастье» есть группы социальной адаптации для школьников с ограниченными возможностями здоровья. Здесь ребята стараются стать более самостоятельными и общительными. К примеру, ребенка спрашивают:
Никит, куда ты ходишь?
А счастье – это научиться улыбаться, дружить, перестать бояться громкой музыки, пробовать новую еду, учиться новому, ходить в обычную школу, в магазин, в кино. А в 2014 году мы открыли Центр педагогической коррекции «Логаритм» для детей от 1,5 до 18 лет. Здесь мы помогаем детям запустить речь, проводим комплексную реабилитацию, развивающие занятия. Мы работаем с самыми сложными ребятишками, у которых такие заболевания, как синдром Дауна, синдром Ретта, Мартина Белла, Аспергера, задержка психического развития, аутизм. Специалисты центра используют уникальные методики – томатист, fast forward, in time и многое другое. Нам очень важно понять природу каждого малыша и подобрать к нему ключик. За 3 года работы алгоритмом мы приблизили к норме не 100 детей. Они ходят в обычные школы и практически не отличаются от своих сверстников. Для нас это большая победа. Каждый ребенок должен быть уверен, что его любят любым. Любите своих детей такими, какие они есть. Приходите к нам, мы будем вам очень полезны.
Для меня главное в проекте «Тренировочная квартира» заключается в том, что мой сын Гонсалес Александр впервые в жизни оторвался от дома, от семьи и прожил почти 4 месяца на своей собственной самостоятельной жизнью, чего у него никогда раньше не было.
В проекте «Тренировочная квартира» только потому, что хотел жить самостоятельно, наверное, познакомиться с другими людьми, вот, и немного научился жить самостоятельно.
Сейчас мы расскажем про проект ТК. То есть не про сам проект, а про то, как мы в нем участвовали. Конечно, мы очень надеялись на то, что Вова наш станет очень аккуратным, что он научится убираться, пылесосить, следить за чистотой. И, говорят, он неплохо научился. Но дома он почему-то этого не делает. А еще мы знали, что Вова очень хочет научиться готовить. И он готовил на тренировочной квартире и себе, и своему другу. И тоже мы надеялись, что он это будет делать дома. Но дома он это делает очень редко. Но зато произошло то, на что мы даже не надеялись. Вова стал отлично чувствовать время. Раньше это было его самое слабое место. Он очень плохо чувствовал время.
Я хорошо готовлю, убираюсь, мою посуду и стираю одежду. Я хочу жить самостоятельно. Мне эта способность пригодится на будущем, чтобы я жил самостоятельно, без мам. Ну, возможно.
Сын Максим в феврале месяце, всего 1 месяц, был на тренировочной квартире, и заряда бодрости, драйва, желания жить, желания дружить и общаться, вот откуда ни возьмись, просто хватило на полгода.
Для меня это значило какая-то попытка проявить самостоятельность и попробовать себя в реальной жизни, узнав, насколько я готов ко всему этому.
Мне очень понравилось жить отдельно в квартире, самостоятельно. Я научился готовить, научился, плохо или хорошо, убирать места общего пользования, научился мыть полы, научился многому чему. Очень много чего узнал интересного, проживая один, вообще о квартирах.
Для меня самое главное это то, что, живя на тренировочной квартире, он не обращается ко мне 100 раз на один с вопросом, что мне делать, а ищет ответы на этот вопрос, с чьей-то еще помощью. Очень хочется надеяться, что и сам находит ответы.
И мне очень нравится эта работа тем, что я могу помогать другим людям, у которых тоже есть ментальные особенности, с тем, чтобы они могли лучше справляться в жизни со своими трудностями и вообще спокойно жить в обществе.
Для меня работа на тренировочной квартире означает возможность помочь людям видеть прогресс в наших подопечных, как они становятся самостоятельнее и их жизнь становится лучше. Это дает мне надежду, что жизнь любого человека может стать лучше, а значит, может стать лучше мир. Просто иногда миру нужна помощь.
Я там учусь чему-то новому, там, например, готовить еду, стирать вещи, гладить, чтобы все в жизни приобрести необходимо, вот. Научусь ездить сама, чтобы ориентироваться в дороге, вот. Чтобы покупать продукты, не покупать всякую гадость, а покупать именно продукты, которые готовить, вот. и брать, например, с собой на работу, перекусывать.
Для меня самое важное в тренировочной квартире – это научиться пользоваться бытовой техникой, самостоятельно готовить и, конечно, распоряжаться своим временем.
Илюш, а рассказывай мне, что это такое. Меня зовут Таня.
Таня?
Таня.
Да, расскажешь.
Да.
Привет. Привет. Таня, привет.
Привет.
Вас зовут Таня, да?
Да.
Наверное, я для себя вывела формулу, что это не заболевание, это другие люди, кто-то их называет инопланетянами, они по-другому чувствуют, они по-другому понимают этот мир. Ну, не знаю, у них спектр вот этих чувств намного шире и намного чувствительней.
А ты что делал? Что это такое?
Шкурка для зайцев, для ежей, для сов, всем.
А зачем ему одеваться?
Чтобы не замерзнуть.
Ну, это же игрушка, она же ничего не чувствует.
Хоть людям это будет спокойней.
В смысле, люди переживают за то, что она замерзнет?
Ну, дети то. Ну и может они согреются об шкурке.
Это нарисованно, сейчас скажу, снеговик и кто-то еще. Этот самый лыжник. Это он едет на санках. Лыжник.
Почему написано «совершенная любовь»? Это что значит?
Санки в совершенную любовь. Я знаю, что такое. Он едет на санках.
Совершенная любовь – это людей любить. Это когда люди из разной кожи.
Вот любишь ты вот родителей, мороженое, делать что-то, вот движение к жизни.
Любить девушку, вот, можно сказать.
Да?
Ну да.
Приятное, что ты делаешь себе или другим. То есть бы не было бы смысла жить.
Я живу и не только для себя, но и для других. Мне отдают тепло свое. И я должна давать, не должна, хочу отдать свое тепло другим людям.
Они смогут жить так, как мы их научим. Вот если мы их не научим, они сами не научатся. Они вечные дети. Такие вечные дети.
А думаешь, отличаются чем-то дети от взрослых?
Опытом. В остальном нет. Ну, взрослые что-то о мире знают, а дети нет. Вот учатся еще, растут. У кого больше опыта, тут лучше живет.
А если ты все знаешь, тебе разве не скучно жить?
Значит, найди то, что не знаешь.
Кто-то любит обниматься, кто-то любит вот эту тактильность. Для кого-то тактильность вызывает боль, а для кого-то резкие звуки, громкие звуки тоже причиняют боль. Но они все разные, если говорить, да, о ребятах с особенностями, они все разные.
Наверное, это какая-то раса, знаешь, из каких-то гуманоидов, да, живущие в каком-то там своем мире, да.
Он вот такие штуки делает. Ну, таких интересных существ я бы так никогда бы... Вот я знаю, что некоторых ребят, у них не очень хорошо получается вот эта моторика мелкая, но им так это нравится, что просто одно удовольствие им помогать. Такого чистого восторга от творчества я ни у кого не видела.
А ты развиваешься, чтобы что сделать?
Чтобы скучно не было. Ну, то остановишься, и все.
Ты философ, что ли?
Да.
Да?
Ну, раз философ, значит философ.
Проект «Мастерская». Сопровождаем взросление лиц с психофизическими нарушениями «Перспектива». Направлен на создание системы комплексного сопровождения подростков и взрослых в процессе социальной и дневной занятости. Данная модель социального сопровождения позволяет лицам с инвалидностью развивать относительную самостоятельность и автономию, решать проблему самовыражения и самоопределения, быть включенными в жизнь сообщества через обучение, практический труд и творчество. В рамках проекта реализуется программа комплексной реабилитации и адаптации лиц с психофизическими нарушениями. И продолжается разработка программно-методического комплекса модели социальной дневной занятости с сопровождением в условиях ремесленных мастерских, где кроме трудовой составляющей параллельно отрабатываются новые технологии социальной психологической поддержки в сопровождении лиц с инвалидностью.
Was checking in. I couldn't hear the video, so I got a little concerned. I didn't know if the sound was on in the video, and I just wasn't.
Yeah, no, the sound's off, and they're broadcasting the
В
video.
рамках данной программы исследуются и применяются особые методики терапии искусством. Музыка, изобразительное искусство, речь, движение и физическая культура, определяющие влияние на развитие и становление личности взрослых лиц с психофизическими нарушениями. Целенаправленно изучается и учитывается взаимосвязи дневной занятости и психофизиологического состояния организма личности инвалида и их постоянного влияния друг на друга. Результат достигается за счет использования уникальных технологий работы в структуре дневной занятости, оптимального сочетания посильного ремесленного труда и реабилитирующей составляющей, за счет создания особой микросоциальной среды, использования новых поддерживающих форм работы с семьей, волонтерами и специалистами.
Okay. Are you okay were you able to hear me before?
We were able to hear that you were in Florida State University.
Okay, great. Okay, so, all right. I'm not sure how many people that we have here today, but hopefully there's several people joining us. I am going to be presenting today about digital technologies that can be used in art therapy for children and adolescents. And hopefully along the way, you'll also be participating with me and trying your hand at some of these new technologies for work with children and adolescents. So I am going to share screen and move to my presentation. Okay, so before we get started with any creative engagement, what we're going to do is learn a little bit about the use of digital technologies in art therapy and what some of the art therapists have been speaking about. Now, I'll say a little bit about my own personal history with working with digital technologies way back when they were still sort of just coming on our horizon in the 90s. I was really enthusiastic about technologies and using that and incorporating that, and that occurred when my children were small, and I kind of jumped into art therapy applications, and it's been amazing to me how that has expanded exponentially since that time as computers and technology has come into our daily living so much compared to those times. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of that background and how we've moved from a very early stage, kind of the stone age of computer use to more kinds of things that we can do and apply now. So the goals that we have in the workshop today are to really identify potential positive and negative aspects of using computer technology in art therapy contexts with youth. Also, I would like you to learn about 3 applications of computer arts technology with youth. I'd like you also to be able to increase your experience with digital techniques, and at least use one computer application to identify the way that you may use that with others. Also would like you to consider one way that you can combine computer technologies that are used in art therapy along with traditional art making, because it doesn't have to be either or. So let me there has been 20 years, as I was saying, in the 1990s when we were just getting more home computers. I had an iMac that looked just like that. And now I have a very small iBook. So it is, we've come a long way, and now we're drawing on our telephones. So there has been quite a bit for us to take in consideration. The topics I'm going to talk about to help us get ready for our art making experience include, what have art therapists' concerns been about computer technologies? What kind of excitement or endorsements have art therapists stated regarding computer technologies and use of software and hardware in art therapy practices and supporting our youth? Also, media adoption stages. So when we're thinking about using new media in our practices, we really need to kind of have a strategy and a plan. And there are some stages of comfort and development that we need to go through before we're able to use that with our students, our patients, our clients. And again, I'm looking forward to people participating within the workshop. And then hopefully we'll have some time for discussion and exchange. I hope that with the help of our interpreter, that we'll also get an opportunity to be able to answer any questions and have an exchange about these different technologies that we're working on together. Okay. So we're going to start with talking about some of the concerns that art therapists have had as they've been adopting slowly the art therapy strategies and incorporating computers in practice. So one of the things that comes up initially is that, we're as healthcare providers and helping professionals, we're often very busy people, right? We're doing lots of things and caring for a lot of people. And to learn some of these software programs, we have to take the time to learn. And even in the art therapy programs that we have here in the United States, we don't always contribute a lot of training about digital art media into the curriculum. And that has changed in the past few years here in the United States, that when we're looking at art media and training our art therapists, we do spend a little bit more time. But there's so many options in digital technologies and digital applications that, if you're going to have a variety, you're going to need to, train for these things in practice, because we really, just like any other art material, you don't want to use it with your clients unless you have some comfort and expertise and can support them and scaffold them into successful use of that technology. There also is the challenge of cost of equipment. At the very beginning stages of computer use and technology, not everybody had a laptop at home, not everybody had a computer at home or a printer. And now we've kind of moved away from printers in many ways. So, it costs a lot if you want to do things. If you have a scanner, that's a wonderful tool to have as you're working with things, because you can scan in different images to work on in digital applications. But all of this, is expensive. And when you're thinking about using equipment in your practice, you're also really having to have equipment that's dedicated for your clients because of confidentiality and again, the vulnerability of equipment. You don't want your own personal materials, equipment oftentimes to be used. So it does add expenses, particularly if you compare that to the cost of paper and pencils and markers. There's definitely a steeper cost. If you are wanting clients to do work at home that is also digital, again, can they afford that? so there is a real digital divide that we talk about that's been talked about for a while. So there's some people that do not have access. So, they may not be comfortable with digital material or may be frustrated because they can't continue the kinds of works they're doing in their computer work at home. I've talked with many art therapists that have felt that computer technologies lack the value, right? There's something that we doesn't feel as creative to us, who started from our use of traditional materials with the arts. And it feels more constrained, more cognitive, and for all the investment of money that you might want to do, it's also challenging because you say, hey, I could have and produce just as much from using the pastels or having a box of materials or having an open studio. So again, some people, when they weigh the costs to the expressive value, they inherently think it's maybe not as valuable. And we're going to be talking more about this later, but, valuable to whom? So we have our own biases about the value of materials. And sometimes when we're working with children and youth, they'll place more value on digital technologies than we do because of their acquaintance with it, their fascination with it, their comfort with it. It's amazing to me how many even young people have phones that they have all kinds of apps where they can do things. And that's just a natural place for them to express themselves. But our therapists have been a little bit slower to come to valuing our computer technologies. Again, I also see that as changing as the younger generations are coming up in education, and I'm learning things all the time from my students about ways they communicate through digital means. And again, as I was saying here, another challenge is accessibility and affordability for clients. If you're depending on which social settings that you're working in, again, can they afford that? Are there associations that are government associations that provide digital media for people who may be physically challenged? Here, that's something that we also can have access to for people who might need adaptive technologies. So that's helpful if you have governmental support to provide these different means. Again, going back, this is really amazing for people who might have physical limitations because there's not so much movement involved. So if you can connect to supports or agencies that do support that for people with those physical challenges, it can reduce the barrier of affordability. We also have to be, when we're using digital art materials and art making, we have to be concerned about privacy, security, and confidentiality, right? So, different organizations, the American Art Therapy Association here in the United States, the American Psychological Association, they have a lot of ethical guidelines about how you need to protect things on your computer to make sure that they're not vulnerable to other people's use. And there's something that if we're storing it on our own computer, we have to have things password protected. It's our job as care providers to protect the confidentiality. If a client is emailing an image to us, it's still vulnerable, in some ways to hacking and all of those things. So, we have to be knowledgeable about the measures that are required to password or encrypt passwords and encrypt information when we're sending or exchanging digital records for people. Are you going to be saving clients' files on flash drives? We used to save clients' artwork in folders, but now we have to be careful about, again, how we store things and protect things. We're going to be talking about this a little bit later. There's also blogging, where people would be creating artwork or writing poetry and sharing that on blog formats. And there's many different settings, security settings on those sites. And as an art therapist or a healthcare provider, you need to know what those are so you can educate your clients about them, so they won't be surprised in terms of access or comments. There's a lot of severe effects that can come if they have unwelcome comments. Just kind of like we have, if a Zoom environment is not protected, we might get Zoom bombing. I don't know if that was present in Russia, but people would be unwelcome and come to our spaces. So these are things when we're thinking about protecting safe space and safe materials and holding things appropriately that art therapists, have been concerned with. Some people believe that computers and using any kind of digital form of art making is really a relational hindrance, because then we are more focused on our equipment. We see this now all the time, people walking around looking at their phones, and they forget to engage with others. So, some people have concern with this kind of thing, that they will not engage, with a therapist, with other group members, if they are utilizing digital means. And it discourages connection, not only with other people, but with nature and other stimuli that can feed us and nurture us around us. So again, art therapists have definitely expressed concern about this. However, one thing I want to note is when we are creating artwork, we are also busy with that too. So if I was doing a drawing, I might not pay attention to you for a long time. But again, it can become exclusive and people can become more almost addicted to digital technologies. And again, people have been concerned about that. The other concern that art therapists have had related to computer technologies is that it lacks sensory engagement. So again, one of the things that we really enjoy as art therapists about art materials and how that can engage our clients is that it takes us into different experiences through sensory engagement, kinesthetic engagement, and into the physical space with materials. And it can help us connect with emotions, and we create these symbols that evoke things in us, and the computer does this in a little bit more distant frame, and that you don't feel the textures of the materials or get messy with the rubbing of the pastels. So they've seen that as a maybe a hindrance to emotional expression or connection with expression. Okay. Again, there's certain things that software programs and programmers have done to try to address this lack of physical sensory engagement. So sometimes, especially with children's software programs, you'll hear little sounds, effects that happen, blip, blop, blip, whoosh, or something like that, to kind of keep them engaged in a more multi-sensory way with what's happening. A sound when things erase, a sound when things get marked. But again, the tactile quality is missing from many computer type applications. So the other thing that we have to think of when we're considering using art materials is that we're depending on programmers, and we're depending on the people who design a software program and how they've made it user-friendly or not. And so, we have what's online, we have the computer, but each one has a limitation. Maybe this one, it seems way too complicated, and we have to think how that would match with the person that we're working with, comfort and intellectual capacities. So, here, again, this example on this screen is extremely complex and again, maybe overwhelming and tedious. I remember when I first started learning some of the digital software, it was really overwhelming to to try to learn all of the things. And it took like almost hours to learn Photoshop and similar kinds of things because of the complexity. Now they have simplified things. They have a wide range of kinds of things, but you have to get to know each software program to really be able to still understand the nuances and work. So we're dependent on these designers to give us the tools that make it accessible to our clients. So in that regard, one of the main things that keep people from adapting or adopting computer technologies in their practices, their own level of anxiety with using technologies. So you may have a client who says, woohoo, I'm ready. I'm going to be creating with computer technologies. But you're nervous. That's outside of your comfort zone. And as our therapists or psychologists, healthcare providers who use creative means, we have to join with our clients and get comfortable with some of these new materials. But that can be a big obstacle. I know when I first started, again, doing workshops in the 90s, there was a lot of fear about, just all the work and being able to do this and not having something go technologically wrong. And maybe you can compare it to just 2 years ago when we probably wouldn't be comfortable as we are with Zoom. And we were always afraid something would go wrong or we wouldn't be able to share screen. That happens a little bit, but we're not as anxious as we used to be because we've been working at it now for 2 years because of the pandemic. So we can reduce anxiety about computer technologies for art therapy through exposure therapy, so to speak. Just keep moving through it and practicing, and that's some of what we're going to be doing here. In addition to all of those, I started off with some of the challenges, and now I'm going to move into some more of the positive factors where art therapists here in the United States say, yeah, this is a good thing. This can be really helpful. And so, I want to move from those things to move into the things that really work and can be really helpful about digital technologies. So we do know that we have some clients who have sensory aversion. So that may occur for people on the autism spectrum disorder, right? And other people who might have obsessive compulsive disorder or other side of sensory integration issues related to experiences. And so that would just be way too much. And I will say too, when I've had maybe very emotional things I needed to express, maybe being in paint would have been too overwhelming and such that somehow the computer, the distance, the lack of sensation can give you some more distance and control. So for whatever reason that they might be sensory averse, then we would, we need to attend to that. And I'm seeing something come into the chat, and I don't have translation on the chat. So maybe, let's see.
Barbara, it's the other interpreter telling everyone what to do in case they're not understanding what you're saying.
Okay.
So just go ahead.
All right, good. I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something. Thank you. I can, when I'm not speaking, I have Google Translate up and I look to see what you're saying to make sure that I can help. My Russian is plохо, very bad. Yeah, очень плохо. So I will continue. All right. So as we're speaking as well, we have, there's so many things that now are available to help people who are having mobility issues. And what you're seeing here on the screen are some kind of alternate mouse equipment, kind of like Game Boy kind of things where you can toggle through and use switches or communication boards that can be helpful in making a digital application. So something that can be tapped, moved, there's some really amazing stories and films that are done about people with muscular dystrophy and cerebral palsy that can have technological equipment where they blink and they can move and make commands on digital art things. One of the reasons why I became interested in working with digital technology is that I had a student in an art education class that had survived a car accident. So he was joining the class with his assistive technology and doing all his art on the computer with an adaptive mouse to meet that requirement. So it was amazing what he was able to express using the software and the hardware equipment to be able to adapt. So again, we can reach people that we might not have been able to reach through these digital practices and equipment. So that's exciting. Again, another reason why we would be well served to use digital art materials is that there are a lot of people who don't have our bias or a bias towards traditional art materials, and that to them is overwhelming or intimidating. It's something that we get used to as art therapists here in practice, to kind of have to say, no talent required, no, we don't expect any skill, we're going to provide you with some skills for expression, but we're not looking at the end product. We're looking at this as a process and something that we can connect on and share our understanding of. So again, this is another tool that art therapists can use to connect to people who don't prefer art materials. It's like a foreign language to some people. And again, computers will be much more comfortable for them. Nowadays, again, it's very familiar to people. Again, everybody has their phones. I know even when I was in Tomsk, all the college students walking around with their computer, their phones, and every block there was a phone station and a charging station. So people are, always using phones. I don't know what age people are getting phones in Russia. I mean, here it's quite young, surprisingly enough. So maybe in middle school, many students will already have, 10 years old, may have a phone already here. Otherwise, people may have tablets, for school, right, that they take home, especially in the pandemic here. So many people were, joining school remotely from home with their tablets. So to them, this is the thing, I know, let me teach you, mom, grandma, I can tell you how to do this. And, they can show us many things. The other reason that this is very important for use is that it can be very good for small spaces. So when you're looking at treating children and youth in hospital settings, those might be receiving treatment for cancer or other kind of long-term medical care. You can bring in a tablet, you could bring in a phone, and not have to worry about the other materials that might be more challenging to keep hygienic in a medical setting. There's still practices that you need to do to keep a laptop or computer hygienic for medical work, but it keeps it a contained space that they can do with little muss or fuss in that setting. Even there's been some research here where people were using tablets, kind of mandalas on tablets to fill in, to reduce anxiety about getting blood draws or other things within the hospital. So you could really quickly bring in this thing without a lot of mess while they're waiting for treatment to decrease anxiety. So there's a lot of, again, nice applications in these small settings that we could use that. Or even in schools where you have just a small space to quickly do something that can be very helpful. Just like other traditional materials, the artwork that's made, even the computer screen, can be a source of shared attention. as we're forming relationship with our clients, and the stress of the relationship is sometimes difficult, you could share attention on the computer screen or look at the work that's being made. I've seen some amazing work by some Italian art therapists where they've actually had wall-sized screens, and there's interaction, and you can see an interplay with like through cameras and different programming. You know, they could relate more by seeing each other on the screen than looking at each other to have that interaction. So there's some really amazing things that, again, people are now just working on to engage people and, you know, that may have difficulty with relationships. Another positive thing is that computer technologies are intermodal. So you could have sound, you could add music. I know that a lot of art therapy students, you know, make movies and reflections, and there's a lot more artists these days, like, you know, making videos. And again, now everybody has on their phones their videos. They're always making videos for Instagram or for TikTok here. I don't know what the Russian equivalents are. But to them, that might be therapeutic. They might tell you more in a little movie or a video that they're making from home than they would in a drawing and a picture or with a prompt for them to tell you about their feelings. And again, there is options here. They feel that there's a lot of choices, and it can empower them, that they get to make some choices. They get to choose the tools on the computer program, and that it does provide them, you know, with opportunities for mastery and feelings of self-efficacy. Of course, we have to be there to scaffold them as they maneuver these materials. The other thing that I liked from the very beginning is how we can, you know, see and collect our images at various stages. And a zillion years ago, maybe around in the year 2000, I gave a talk about like past images transformed. So we can take a picture of a family member, right, and do all sorts of stuff to it without destroying the family member picture, right? So we can see different things. We can go back and look at multiple versions of an image and you know, see which one we like best. Go back, take it back, the undo function, right? But still save things, really understand our processes. Some of the applications that we'll be looking at today, and hopefully you'll be experimenting with, also have movie options. So you can actually do a little film of your process and play the film of your process back. And that's an amazing thing for an art therapist to be able to see. And it's fun to be able to see for the client too. So you get to see what decisions they made. They undid this, they marked this, they took it off, they erased it, they blotted it out. So we really get a chance to see the process and what that might mean for the therapeutic considerations that were being reflected in the art making process. And here we are today. You know, we were thrust, and I'm sure that was true for people around the world, that therapists, counselors, psychologists were thrust into doing telehealth. And using digital formats have become something people had to be comfortable with. Even on Zoom, how many people, if you understand, have used the whiteboard as a creative space on Zoom? Anybody use the whiteboard? But if maybe a little bit later, I will show you too, but this picture here was made on the whiteboard of Zoom. So for this exercise, just to show you, I worked you know, with a group of students, and all here I could create shapes, and all these different group members who were on Zoom were all able to show their lines, how they came to their choice of an art therapy as a career. So we can simultaneously do work on a whiteboard on the computer, and it's very simple. Additionally, when you view the whiteboard creation being made by group members, there's little icons that will show you who's making what. So it can be very interesting. There's shapes, there's lines, there's different colors that can be made. And even on your Zoom whiteboard, you can engage somebody who might not have any other software or materials. It is limited, but the other cool thing that you could do with a whiteboard is you can pull up an image. So like on my slide, if I allowed annotation on Zoom, you could make any marks you wanted on this, or shapes or drawings or colors. So for example, you could provide an image, a landscape stimulus, and then you could have people draw on that slide digitally, and you can take a screenshot, you can and preserve that image. So a very, very simple method. Yes, I can show you how to use that. I'm going to stop sharing the presentation, and I am going to go to the whiteboard and share that with you. If let me just, okay, let me do something 1 second. Okay. Okay, so can everybody see the whiteboard? Okay, all right. So I think you should be able to have some control, being able to do that. There is a little thing above, and you can draw. So for example, and you can all join me if you have annotation abilities. I believe you do. You could write. I got to switch out of drawing. I can undo things too and redo. Can change colors and change. I can make stamps. Oops, it's not changing to stamp. I can select that. It's not letting me let go of the drawing here. So we always have the challenge with technologies. But can anybody else use the annotation tools? Do people see their toolbars? So I'm not sure if they enabled that here for us. Let me just see. But there are abilities to do text here. For some reason, it's stuck here. I'm going to stop share for a minute and try to go back. Okay, see if I can get a different tool. There we go. For some reason, when I'm doing this, it's getting a little bit stuck on the tools. I usually don't have that thing, but there are different things. There should be a thing up, a little bar that gives you options to do annotation. Again, here, I'm not in charge of all the settings, but you know, other people can draw and work on this. So again, I'm not sure how you are doing that. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can do. Yeah, it's just wanting me to do the text now. But there's options for everybody to work on this. And again, if I'll show you on something else too. And maybe when you're playing, I'll play a little bit more to see if I can fix that so that you can do that. But you can draw and write together, move it around. Again, take it to different places. Again, some of it's not working for me here. So maybe I have limited ability to do that within the format here today. But I really do recommend doing that. A lot of my students, when they were doing telehealth, you were able to do colors and shapes. And again, I could also show you this. I'm going to stop here. I'm going to go back to my PowerPoint presentation. But if I have annotation, I can still draw on my slide too. So you can see that here. So if I have a picture up, I could have people add to a picture. Let's see if it works here. So again, I'm just putting up things so that even if you have a picture and you want them to respond it, they can add to the page. And again, I might have some, oh, here we got some shapes here, so you can start to see the shapes coming. And you could move those around. I just didn't want to work on the plain whiteboard. You can spotlight something. You know, it kind of shows something that's happening. You can erase something. I think I have some people joining me. I love it. So yeah, you could invite people to play in this very, very simple way. So, and anybody else who can do it, please feel free to add anything on, and I could save it or erase it as the person. Yeah, and I can see that it's Ksenia who is adding or who's moving around. Yeah. So really all it takes is Zoom to get some kind of digital thing together. And if you maybe even have past artworks, you can put it up in a slide and share it on the screen, and they can be able to add. You can also stop annotation. You know, you can not give that privilege if you don't want that. But yeah, we've got a little sunshine drawing going on here in addition. Again, as the person who's in charge of the meeting, I could go, you know, and I can start, you know, I can come and say, oh no, I didn't want that on there, you know. But yeah, you know, you can see it could actually be fairly fun, and you can change the qualities of the drawing lines, move things around, add text, erase it, pick different colors, you know, choose font size. So even something very simple can be done. And you don't need any additional software. Is that helpful to have a little bit of playtime? We'll do some more play with some other things too. So I am just going to clear. One thing that happens if I was to change slides and not clear the additional drawings, it would stay on every slide, just so you know. But you can take a screenshot or save it, and then you have that for future purposes. So I'm going to actually, I have to stop annotating, and I'll move on. Okay. So in general, even that with that little example, and thank you for your patience as we kind of got through some of the technical glitches there. As usual, that's one of the things that we have to learn about is patience, and we could model fortitude and resilience in the face of technical challenges, which I think is a valuable thing to be able to pass on to our folks. So I'm gonna, you know, hardware communication boards are used very much here, printers, scanners, and also, if you have the a little, I'm now forgetting the word. It's not like a pen, but you have a little back on it, and you can actually use a stylus. Yeah, sorry, I was even losing my English words. But you could use some of here in the United States too have a little thing on the back for your phone use, so you can move and scroll through your functions. That's a really neat tool to have too. There's fancier styluses as you see on the screen, but even a very inexpensive pen can have a little stylus mark, like a eraser type thing on the bottom to help you draw or move through some things. So having some basic things. Again, so much software now is available for phones and tablets, and apps are available for free. Again, there's lots of software available, and so it's just become almost overwhelming that there's so many apps, and it may take some time to figure out what you feel more comfortable with or what your client might feel comfortable with. So these are ways to select different types of software or apps for your arts process. So again, having an eraser feature, an undo feature, different formats, things with stamps, things that ideally run without Wi-Fi, things that have a playback option where I said you can record something and see it again, saving options, things that work with a stylus, and things that are responsive. And the challenge is sometimes with the free ones, you have advertisements, or you have ones that they actually keep on asking you, like if you want to use this tool, you have to pay some money for this. So you have to avoid some of those things. You also have to be mindful that that it can work on different people's platforms. Some things just work on the iOS system and some work on the Android or PC system. So, and you want to keep it low or no cost, and you don't want to be there to be too steep a learning curve. So I know we want to have some time to experiment. So I'm just going to run through some of these things very quickly, and then we're going to get to some of the software and do a little playing around and talk about that. So the first thing you need to know is kind of just be aware that it's out there and that it's an option. And we're getting some drawing on there. Thank you. Yay. And then you have to have some interest, say it's worth my time to investigate this. Then you have to evaluate them for, is it a good match for your clients? Does this work for our therapeutic needs? Is this, you have to practice it so you can support it with your clients. And then you really start using it, okay? So here are some examples. We're gonna move through some of those. I have some little video clips for you. And then again, I'm gonna work so that we can spend some time on a few apps here that I recommended. Hopefully people got some of the lists of application options and internet options for you before coming today. So again, Autodesk Sketchbook, let's see, is one of the ones that I recommend. I like it a lot, and I'm going to show you some things on that from my phone. And it's available for Androids and for Macs, on phones and tablets, as well as computers. And it would not be for young children. It's too complicated, but it would be for adolescents, young adults, and adults. And here, this is a link, but I have the whole sheet. Everybody hopefully have, but hopefully this video works for you. That kind of shows you very sped up so we don't spend time. And I will promise I will show more. But you can see just somebody kind of going through in this, what this kind of thing looks like. You get to pick different tools. You can go ahead and pick colors. As I say, this is sped up so we can get through this piece. So I apologize if it's making you a little nauseous as we flow through. But it all happens like you see on a phone, and then you can save the work. Sped up art making, right? But you also, if you notice here, I have a little movie of this thing too, and it could be shown again, right? And you could do a series of little movies that could be posted or used through that time. So this is, again, we're gonna go through a few of these software examples to be able to show you some options, and I'm gonna recommend some things for us to play with a little bit today. Oops, I gotta get past this. Okay, so here are some of the pros and cons of Adobe of this Autodesk Sketchbook software. The tools are clearly labeled. They mimic traditional materials, but the cons are that it can be overwhelming. It may be best used with a digital drawing pad and a tool, again, or at least a stylus. It's only free for tablets and phones. If you want to get the version for your computer, it costs money. But I've been using the free one on my phone to do all kinds of things. And I'll show that to you. So the next one, there's another type of software too, where you have pre-existing images and put things together more like in a comic book frame, which I think can be really helpful. And I've done some fun things with clients I've worked a lot with, I did a whole process with children with anxiety and making comics about how they would master their anxiety. I would incorporate pictures of them. That was a different software program, which I'll be talking about. But this is also pretty fun because it has a lot of images and it's pretty easy to do. This one, you do need to use Wi-Fi. Oops. And I'm going to hopefully show you the film here, a little example of how you do this. The one thing that's really nice here in Make Believe Comics, again, this is sped up. I'm sorry if it makes you a little dizzy, but you can select the Russian language, and you can, and there's many languages that you could use to fill in the captions. So you can see here, you can pick from the different pictures, you can pick backgrounds to go in, and then you have a lot of options for stories. There's a lot of different story starters. This is created by a teacher and really applied a lot in educational settings, but it works very well for therapeutic settings, because you can make up any kinds of stories with this and move it around. You don't have to buy a software for it, but you do have to register to sign in to have those things saved. You can print things out if you like, and again, you could save them within their storage. The other thing that's important, here's another example of one, just that you could use things, you could change the size of the icon, and they give you different poses of the same figure that you can use and different expressions. So you could very easily make a story and add in the language. Again, pre-drawn characters may be positive for those who don't like to draw. Many expressions are available. It's free to use, but you do have to register. There are some limits. We got some more drawing. There are some more, limits of backgrounds. And we've got Comic Life is another one, and I'll show you that really quickly. It's a different type of comic. So here's this example where they have different backgrounds you could choose, templates. Then you could either create your own, upload images that you have and place them into the template. And you put in captions and little storylines, to help somebody kind of do something. So it can be more from pre-existing images. This is if you could use like phototherapy and then make your story out of your own photos, that would be something that you could use. And again, this is more for school-age children. And I did this with young children who had anxiety disorders or specific phobias, and we would take pictures. So you could take pictures from your phone. We would upload things, upload their artwork into the stories, to remind them of what they've done. See, and we're getting some masters of the annotation, which means you want to play with some of these things. So let me move forward here. So again, it's simple to use. There's many pre-designed templates. And it's only free for the first 30 days. You have to pay for the software after 30 days. It's English language only. That's not so good, but you can still do things with pictures. So there's probably a Russian equivalent or version along the way. So here's an example, a clinical example where we did some work, again, featuring pictures of the clients, some of their artwork, and statements about kind of things they learn from the therapeutic process. Hope I'm losing my headphones. Another one, which is very simple, is Fresh Paint. And this is only for Androids. So this is not something that I play with a lot, but one of my students, this is also being used by several art therapists. And my students say this is great because it's really simple. So here I'll show you this. They also have, images that you can pick, but you can see the template is very easy. It looks like a palette. You can quickly make strokes. and, fill in. And again, record everything that you're doing to create a picture. Again, pretty simple, something that could be, but this is only for Androids or for Microsoft products. Sorry, oops. So it's very intuitive to use. It's free to download. Effects are visibly equivalent to traditional materials, and they're only available on Androids. This is another one. Oh, we have more annotation. And here, I'll show you this real quick. This is Adobe Fresco. It used to be Adobe Photoshop Sketch. This is, again, it has different tools, but it's a little bit more complex. You can trim things, do lines, fill in certain areas, just to give you some examples. And we're getting a collaborative art processor. I like how the stars look with that. Okay. So we have opportunity to create art that looks close to traditional materials. You can have multiple layers. There's tutorials, but it can be complicated. And if you do get things, it can be challenging. And now, just to move forward, you can do creative blogging. And I've done some blogging with posting things and doing poetry. But it's really important to kind of understand, as I said, the security aspects of it. But for many youth, it's kind of like an online journal. So I think one of the main things we need to be concerned about is, who we want the audience and what we expect from our audiences. So again, here, journaling and blogging provide an effective means of providing focus and clarity regarding issues, concerns, and conflict. And they are useful tools for people to maintain connections. So we see this in social media. We could do more protected forms in art therapy in terms of setting settings for this process. But I have to say, even some of my own experiences have been very valuable, and this is something very comfortable. When I talk to some of my younger college students too, that's something that they do, that they blog, or they have a protected space where they share things with the community. So you could be a part of that community with your team and have a space that you meet or see together. And these are some motivations. It's important to know what's the purpose of the blogging for your client. Do they want to share emotions, personal opinions? Do they want to archive things that are happening in their life? Are they articulating ideas? Are they trying to influence others, spark discussion, or manage relationships? And so you would have to kind of understand those functions before you would use those processes. So we're finally here at a time where we can do some work. So you can, I'm going to give you some options, and I want you to be able to pick which of the things that I've shown you today to be able to work with. So you could choose, and I'm going to stop sharing screen for this piece here, and I'm going to just share another here. Like, for example, I'm not sure how many people are interested in the Comic Life, but if you go to this website and you register, you can begin to create your own thing, and you will, oops, I'm going to get that back on my dominant part of my screen. And you could see here, I could change it to Russian, and then the directions will come in Russian, and you could use that as a way to get started. They have a tutorial that tells you how to get started too, but that's in English, but that's something you could do. But you can, again, pick a talk balloon. So and I could go back, pick a character, decide which posture they're in, decide what size I want it to be. Okay. I can switch it around. So it looks a different direction. Pick a background. And again, here, oops, I changed that around, so I have to switch that. And I can click in here and write anything I want to in here. First, I have to go. Oops, I have to get, you have to only command one thing at a time to do that. So for those of you who want to, I've got to move out of the sizing. You can move things around too. Again, I'm set for English, but you could do it include any language that you want. And then you could, again, there's more things here. If I go back, I could pick a color for a background. I could add emotional, kind of things that are happening. I don't know if this is getting very busy. I could trash something too, like I don't like the background. It makes it too crazy. So if you have enough internet, this could be something that you could be playing with now. Do people have access to the internet to play with this now? Well, this is one option. I can show you, I'm going to stop share this screen. And I'm going to try to share screen. This is the other thing I wanted to show you too, is that you can share screen and you could share somebody's phone. There's a couple different ways that you've probably done that already, but that's another way that our therapists access what their clients may be doing. So I can share screen and I have my iPhone connected to there and I could show you what's happening on my thing and I could draw. I'm using Adobe Sketch and I can do that and you could see what I'm doing, right? And there's ways to screen share or do this. So I am going to go here. I'm going to pick a different color. Can pick a different tool. Okay. And again, there's different settings that you can play with here and go back and different ways to access the different tools. If I wanted to, I want to do a new sketch, create a new sketch. I'm not going to save the old one. I can bring in different images or change the platform here. It also has layers, so you could move the layers one on top of the other when you have more than one layer. So there's a lot of things that you can do by playing on the screen here, right? And again, you could bring in some different images as well. So you can see everything on my phone. Here, if I wanted to add something to my cake, I could go ahead and I could draw things on there. I could add, all kinds of things on there. I could move distort the picture. You can do all kinds of things and then add to that in your experimentation, right? Now that was really good too. That was made with peaches and a little bit of rum. So I want to, instead of me just showing you things, unless you feel this is really helpful, I want you to maybe try one of them. This one again is Adobe Sketch. And here, okay, I'm going to stop that. I got that. That's my view. Oops. Add a different picture. go back to my other tools. So again, I want you to be trying it instead of me just showing you ways, but there's lots of ways that you could just pick a picture, start playing with the tools. The more you play with the tools, the more that you could be comfortable with that. Again, there's a lot that you could choose from. Or I can say, oh, I don't like that, I could undo that too. Add some different shapes. Again, you could do a lot of things just by working on the and experimenting with the different things that they have and the different tools. You can see they have colorless things. They have things that mimic different materials. And mine is getting to be an interesting abstract art. So I'm going to stop sharing here. Okay. So again, we have just a little time. Do people have something that they can experiment, those that are here with me in the Zoom room? I'm not seeing if those are messages that are for me.
There's a message about the closing ceremony, and Ksenia is saying that she is regularly being kicked out of this meeting. So her internet connection is not very stable.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, so hopefully, I think that's hard. You might, if you have a phone, or again, you could do it on a tablet. So very easy to do on an iPad as well. And that's nice, to do that. Oh, so you're working. Okay, so you have a little phone. Okay, so does it have a touch screen? You have one. Okay, good. Okay, are you able to download one of the software? So I'll share screen of some of the digital applications. Just so in case you didn't get that list before. Oops, wait, it's not. I'm gonna stop share because
Ksenia is saying, Barbara, thank you. This is a brilliant work.
Oops, I can't hear you now.
Ksenia is saying, Barbara, thank you. This is a brilliant workshop.
Okay, good. Yeah. So here again, if you haven't downloaded something, please, this is the one that I was using on the phone that's free, that I recommend. Again, the simpler one, Fresh Paint, if you have an Android, very simple. That's the one with the paint. You could download that. That's for anything. That's probably the simplest of the ones that we have here. And again, there's a lot to do here. I know sometimes, the one thing I have to tell you truthfully, it's like if I don't play with it for a while, the software, I forget things too. So it is when you're going to be considering working with your clients, you have to be up to speed and continue your things. There's a lot of, if you don't have the ability, I can continue showing you different things and play here with you by sharing screen. But there's a lot of things that you can do here, and they have different settings for more basic to advanced. You could play with opacity of the marks that you do. Again, start to look at the layers of things. But again, just kind of play. I'm gonna reset now, cancel.
Ksenia is asking, what if it's not Android, if it's an iPhone? This is probably a question about Fresh Paint.
Yeah, if you use an iPhone, Fresh Paint does not work on iPhone. They've made it just for Androids and PCs, unfortunately. But again, I like Adobe Sketch. There's another one that I use, which I think is available for both. I could show it to you. I'll also show it to you that it has some problems. So let me share screen again. Get to my phone. Let me get to it here. Yeah, and again, I'm sharing from my iPhone from a cable, which I hooked up to my laptop. So hopefully, again, you could see. But you can see you'll see I have lots of apps on my phone for art apps. This is one called Drawing Desk, which is also very easy. But it's one of the things that I find not so good about it or annoying is that there's a lot of kind of advertisements, as you can see, that come up, you know, but it is pretty simple. But you can see that's a bad thing. It's like, oh, always, I don't want this. How do I get rid of the advertisement, right? Oh man, that's not fair. So that's another reason I don't like this one. I'm showing you that example. But here we go. Now it kind of interrupts you. So that's one thing that you don't really want for therapy, but it is kind of, I'm sorry, it's, you know, again, there are other apps. And again, that's not one I use too often because it does have those things and you have to negotiate that. But again, there's other little comics ones too. But again, to me, I find that the sketchbook one, there's comics where you get to pick up very simple comics to be able to do templates. But again, the free ones are pretty restricted. But, you know, I have to keep on remembering I'm working from here. But you can add some faces from a collection of faces that are drawn, like, how do you feel today? And you could move it around. You could draw on it. I want it to have a mustache and crazy hair, right? And maybe a little bit of a goatee. You know, let's see. I want to change the color. I'm not really liking this person, so I'm going to give them some pimples. Let's see if I can change, a pimple here and a pimple there. Maybe they have the measles, you know. So you could do something very simple on that too. And then they have an undo button, right, where you can take away things. Okay, maybe I'm not so mad at them and I don't want them to have the measles. You know, so you can see that there can be a pretty quick response of being able to do something pretty simple. So again, there's a lot of things here. So let's see. Then I could make, I could title it. Okay, that's good. Then let's see. I could make it smaller. I could double it. Move it around, copy it, and I could save it if I wanted to. We've got some annotation going on, which is great. Yeah. So so you could see. Oh, I could turn something upside down. Okay, I could crop things. I only want this part of it. So again, you can see that something like this could be pretty fun and entertaining for a kid to make something. And then again, yeah, and here we're getting some annotation. You guys are quick studies. I like it. And so I'm going to stop here. Let me see. Maybe I can go back, get out of this here. And again, there are other little ones where you could bring in a picture and just put in a caption. So again, if I bring in a picture of my cake again, I could add a balloon and say, I am a delicious, oh, see, it says, no, thank you. See, there's the things you have to say, a delicious No thanks. Oh, if you don't pay more money on this one, you have to pay, you can't only have a small amount of words. I am good. So that's about all I could afford in terms of my words. But that can be done simply, right? You know, so, you know, I could move, let's see here, I can make different colors. Yeah. There's some of the tools I can't get without paying for more money, but I can, yeah, and we've got some creative exploration of that as well. We got some eyes and things like that. I could go backwards, or I could start a new comic, as you can see. I don't use this one as often. We could have stickers too. That's important to know. So I could add a hat to my cake. If I'd like to. But you could see, I mean, and maybe again, we have about 15 minutes of time left together. You know, you could see that things could be, you know, you could mail it to somebody, you could post it on Facebook, you could do other things. You could actually make panels. And so make a story. Oops, my hat needs to go on my cake. But you could add to it also and make a little cartoon with a few words as well. But you can see how you could easily kind of get things. You could have things that are, you could use your artwork. The things that I like about, you know, digital artwork is that you can, I could draw something, like even if I'm going to kind of go back in here, I'm going to go to an artwork of mine. Sorry, I like to bake. So you'll see things. But so here's an artwork that I have on here, and I could add to it, you know, within the digital form, right? I could make something new and add to it, add a balloon. So if it was my artwork, what would it be saying? So my artwork would be thinking, oops, let's get it here. Cancel, let's get. Let's say I am sad. That's just, I know it's short. I can make it smaller or bigger. And again, I'm having a little trouble moving it around. There you go. But maybe I could speak for my artwork on this as well, right? So even if you just upload your artwork and they don't want to talk to you, you can kind of add things to it, right? This one you don't this one doesn't have drawing tools, but you can just very quickly add those things to it. So I'm losing all my headphones here. For right now. So are people able to find something that they can explore? I'm going to take that. All right. I think, can you still hear me? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I can hear you, yes.
Okay, good. So I will take off the headphones for now. Are there anything, you know, we have only a short time left. Are there some questions that you have for me, or are you busy playing for those of you who are here now? I'll defer to what the group needs from me to be able to help. Let's see, do you want me to show more of the things I might have on my phone or more features of the different apps?
Elena is typing yes, we got carried away, comics about emotions.
Do you want to do more comics? I'm not quite sure what they're asking for.
Can they use their voices? Do you mind?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. People should.
Я имею в виду значки.
I mean the ready-made templates for expressing emotions and experiences for those who find it hard to express this verbally. Like I'm sad, I'm happy, I'm hungry, I'm tired.
Yeah, you will in those comics, like even the one little comic one I did that has many expressions. And if you look here, I'm going to share screen again, even with the magic make-believe comics. So share screen here again. Make sure that I've got the right one. That's the one. So you can see here, if you go back to characters, even the characters have different emotions. And again, so they can pick them. So even, and then some of them are black and white. So I'll show you there's a lot of different characters, right? But even this ghoul has a few different emotions. Some, if you look at him, he's excited, he'd be bored, or resistant, tuning into the phone, again, they give some options of things. It's not just faces with emotions, but you could on this one, you could use some of that. If you see the different characters, they have, like more content, somebody who's very sad. So you could, they could find the character that has the different things. So here's happy, a very strange balloon figure, but they have it so that person's happy, that person's sad, and non-committal. There's a lot of things that they could also, again, use. Go back here. So you could also, in terms of using emotions, it gives you a lot of options to, again, to do things that like show the energy or the emotional aspect, smooch is, if I want to change to the different one, I could pow, and then I can go back and again, I can put a color in here just to, I went back. It's not what I wanted. Let's go down. I might have lost my cartoon on this one. So let's see. And now my instructions are in Russian. So I go back to English. But you can see, you could add a whole bunch of things. And this is good to show you too. Although it's in English, it does give you some creativity starters, right? And again, these are in English, but you can make up your own activity starters so that you could, prompt them with a picture and say something they want to do, and then they begin to tell a story, which is interesting too. So he's done a lot of that. If you look at, there's different types of comic starters. For example, here's something too. These are children's comics from the pandemic. So that's the other thing. He had artworks that were pandemic kind of starters to express themselves. It says every day they had a cookout, but then, and then they have these different things that you could choose. And again, things that children created to respond to the pandemic. So again, it shows different things that children have done even around the world, that they've expressed themselves about pandemic situations. So there's a lot of ways that you can kind of look from, and again, provide prompts. Again, that's where I was looking here in terms of, let me just go back. Oops. I'm looking in a different language now. Go back. Let's see if I can do it in Russian. They still, yeah, they have some things. These are some of the starters that you could use to have people tell stories. You know, so I know that yesterday, Ludmila Labedeva, you know, did something about responding to animations, right? Here, they give us you prompts to actually fill in different parts of the stories that you could make as well. And again, they have different ideas, and you can make up your own. Again, to me, the exciting part right now, and maybe the overwhelming part, is that there's so many choices, right? There's so many choices and so many ways that you can use this. We haven't really talked about animation or, you know, so much of making movies, but there's so many options. To me, it's always been pick a few things that you can feel comfortable working with, you know, that you can get comfortable with, that give you a range that expands your, I'll stop share, that can expand your repertoire. So like if you have one comic software that you feel comfortable using, you know, or, you know, one thing that works on the phone and one thing that works on a tablet that you can feel comfortable supporting someone to use, that's great. Then I would have at least one, you know, traditional drawing or painting kind of app that allows you to do things. And then again, another one that maybe allows you to work with photos. So you don't have to know all of them per se, but, you know, to have a repertoire where you have, again, a comic one, a photo one, and a drawing and painting thing, you're going to have a lot of tools for the, you know, to use. You know, one of the things that we do too in our, you know, and I'm not sure you have, you know, you do this too, but I could have you, if you were my patient and you didn't have digital materials at home, I could share my phone and say, I'll draw for you. What do you want me to draw? Tell me what to do, you know, so that you could do it and it comes alive for them, you know, on the screen as well. And you could work together. I could make the comic for them on the screen, right? And say, what words do you want? What image do you want? Do you want it bigger? Do you want it smaller? If they don't have the equipment or capacity to do that. So that provides us a lot of options. Just other fun digital things you could do depending on your internet also is, I know with some of my students, they had older adults they were trying to reach in their homes, and some of them were hesitant to drawing and creating things initially. So they did digital art of museum visits. So they went to the museums together online with some of the new things that have come with COVID, you know, to look at sites. And you could do that with children and adolescents too. Let's go to a museum together. Let's look at artwork you like. You know, what style would you like? And then kind of work. Let's even, you know, if they have a reproduction of it, they can add to it, you know, change it. They could make a comic out of it too. So there's ways that you can, you know, if you have the internet together, that you could show them and work with that and pull that into some of these other things as well. Again, you could take a screenshot of almost anything and upload it and put it on your phone and work with it. So to me, there's just so many exciting possibilities. And I think the key thing is really just getting comfortable enough to do it so that you're not feeling like, you know, in front of your clients. But sometimes too, I've been humbled many times. I have to say it's always a learning process. And again, you got to keep up with it. But sometimes that's a really nice thing that you do with your client where they show you, oh, Dr. So-and-so, let me show you how to use that. And then you're working together and that somehow builds your relationship too. So I think that to me, some of those things can be, you know, just like normal life problems, you know, we work through those together where that can be a model for our clients. So again, I know we just have 2 minutes. Are there any other questions or things? I hope you've all got something out of this that you wanted to get out of it. I know we haven't had as much time to play. Yes. So any other comments or things that you need from me?
This is a great kick in the butt for the lazy ones among us.
It's worth it. It's not.
So Ksenia wants to voice her comment now.
Okay.
I thought we could print out the comic starters and use it in session, not on the phone, but on a sheet of paper, so that the client would color it with traditional art materials. So it would be a mix of Zoom and technology and traditional art materials.
Yeah, I think that's great. I mean, I think there's with especially now that we could take quick pictures of anything. If we want to move it back into the digital realm, we can, to add things onto it. But you could quickly print out it and make a collage around it, paint on top of it, put it in a frame. So to me, there's, the limits are our creativity, how we can go back and forth. It doesn't have to be either or. Thank you for pointing that out.
Уважаемые коллеги, вы меня слышите?
Can you hear me, my dear colleagues?
Yes.
So who's still here in the chat? Barbara, thank you very much on behalf of the organizing committee. I am enthralled and listening here. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, and we are requesting you to join the closing session in Hall 1, and we'll conclude the Congress and see the official ceremony. We were very happy to see you all, and we'll hope to see you again.
All right. Thank you so much for having me.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Пожалуйста.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компаний, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
Скажите, пожалуйста, где смотреть закрытие? По какой ссылочке?